business, it invented it. Colonial rule made Indian merchants middlemen in their own land. They built steel anyway. Bankrolled a freedom struggle. The thread did not break. In 1927, G.D. Birla and Purushottam Das Thakurdas did something that had never been done before. They brought Indian industry together. Fragmented by region, by trade, by colonial design, Indian enterprise had no unified voice. FICCI became that voice. It was India's first organized act of economic self-reliance. Swadeshi, not just a statement, but as a structure. The guild had become a federation. The thread, unbroken across 5,000 years, now had a name. FICCI was in the room through independence, through the planned economy, through the license Raj, through 1991. Through every chapter of India's economic story, the Federation held the line. It had not simply witnessed India's journey, it had helped chart it.
And one cannot deny that FICCI has played one of the most important roles
नहीं also काफी massive था अभी वहाँ. Maybe we'll start. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining in for the day 2 of the 17th Global Skills Summit. Before I request our esteemed keynote speaker to share her thoughts, I would briefly, maybe in 2 minutes, kind of recap the deliberation that we had yesterday, day 1 of the conference. 17th year, very important edition in the scheme of things. Lot many reform announcements across the ecosystem and skills is what we all are witnessing, and therefore we have tried doing this edition the way one could possibly had thought of to bring in all the important facets, aspects of scaling reform, and from that lens, we had the 6 sessions scheduled this year. We had started, of course, with the inaugural where we had Dr. Kiran Bedi, who came up with some very startling, very insightful presentation, some very incisive points she brought about, which resonated quite well with the participants. Post-presentation, we could figure out when we interacted. A lot of food for thought in terms of how we really make skilling end-to-end, not just leave it to training, assessment. Highlighting on was that how do you kind of take it to a logical end, which is making them meaningfully engaged through entrepreneurship or through a workforce for a particular organization. So that's the point that she was highlighting in her presentation. And of course, we also had our Secretary General who shared a thought from FICCI's perspective, our chair, co-chair, and industry leader, Pearson India head. So that's how the inaugural was scheduled yesterday. We had 3-4 keynote sessions. Of course, Minister could not make it because of Parliament session, and I believe there was a question raised in skills yesterday, and so and also the Secretary did not or could not join in. But we had the privilege of having the additional Secretary, Mr. Niranjan, who was a part of the discussion. He had certain thoughts in terms of what Ministry is working on. Of course, global mobility is what the session he was talking on, and global mobility is a very important piece which has now become in the skilling domain. And as FICCI, we also trying to work around and see what best we could do, because the demographic dividend that we all are talking about will actually have a lot of impact in the global mobility ecosystem. So government, industry, they all are trying to focus around global mobility and how do we make it more ethical, more seamless, more effective, and then appropriately place them into geographies where you need more of workforce. So there are a lot of government to government ironing out of differences, the mutual recognition of qualifications, all of that is getting, in fact, I'm told that 21, 22 countries where discussion is already happening at G2G level. So all of this actually would lead to a lot of seamlessness in the flow and mobility of global workforce from India to those destination countries. And therefore, as FICCI, we felt that there's an important aspect which should be discussed in the conference, and therefore we had that as one of the sessions. We also had the CEO NSDC who talked about an important study that is being undertaken. Of course, on the integration of AI across sectors, they're working in collaboration with Sector Skill Council. It's work in progress, and in a couple of weeks / months time, the report should come out. But he did share some of the preliminary findings from the work that is being undertaken. FICCI also had 2 important reports released during inaugural. Again, all of this that we do in FICCI is based on what our members have to say with respect to the need of that particular report or that kind of report, and also looking at what government is wanting to. In fact, we do try and see and engage with government to get some vetting from them, get some buy-in from them in terms of what we should be working around. And from that perspective, we had these 2 reports that we released yesterday based on 3.5, 4 months of intense consultations and secondary research. One, of course, was on AI, which all of us are talking about. So how do we fundamentally look at embracing AI in the skill domain? And the other, of course, was something which again is talk of the town, and which is Global Capability Center. Some very insightful points came through the report. We had some 200 plus insights from leaders who are into the GCC landscape who shared their thoughts for us to put that report together. The first one, of course, was in partnership with KPMG. The other one was in partnership with PwC. So these two reports, and FICCI reports typically has acted as ready reckoners for government to refer to from time to time. And we tried being as fundamental as we could possibly be to ensure that there's some very concrete takeaways, and it doesn't remain just as a theoretical discourse, for policymakers. So I think from that lens, I'm sure this report would act, quite handy. So we also had the chairperson of Punjab, School Education Board, Mr. Amarpal, Dr. Amarpal Singh, who shared again very interesting thought around AI. Some very exciting facets he brought about as to how they look at AI as a Punjab government and how they're wanting to traverse that journey going forward. And of course, in terms of sessions, we had some very interesting discussions with all panelists who were there. Today, we start off with the keynote address. Of course, we have the DG of NISBAD, Dr. Poonam, who's graciously agreed to join us and share her thoughts to kickstart day 2 discussion, and of course, followed by the work-based learning session. All panelists are sitting right there in row 1. And green skills, again, a very important piece, which we'll have it, post the first panel discussion. We also, as a customary practice in FICCI, especially for skills sector that we ensure that we have some focused discussions, some focused workshops, hand-holding exercise for students. So this year we have 2 such workshops. We would have some 300 students sitting upstairs in the hall. Again, some basic fundamentals of how do you actually pick the nuances of becoming an entrepreneur. So entrepreneurship is what EDII would share and discuss and have those intense discussion with them on. And of course, digital tool is the other one where L&T EduTech would convene that session. And we end it by 5:30 today evening. In between, we'll also spend 15 minutes each to give a sense of this Prime Minister internship scheme, which again is a conventional practice last 1.5 years, because that's something that Ministry of Corporate Affairs has been requesting us for the bigger events that you do. Please keep disseminating this information so that more and more students join in. So we'll have 15 minutes presentation of Prime Minister internship scheme, another 15 minutes on the initiative that My Bharat, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports has started with, where they're trying to attempt and converge all the schemes that the government is coming up with under one umbrella, which is Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, in the name of My Bharat, initiative. So we'll have a presentation on that also for 15 minutes. So this is how we have it for day 2. And I'll stop here and request Dr. Poonam to share her thoughts, please.
Thank you, Rajesh ji. First of all, I would like to apologize for delay. There was huge traffic jam and I kept you waiting. I distinguished dignitaries, representatives from government and industry, colleagues from academia and the skilling ecosystem, ladies and gentlemen, and of course, young students. A very good morning to all of you. It gives me pleasure to be part of this 17th FICCI Global Skills Summit and to share some perspectives on work-based learning at scale, unlocking the potential of national scheme for skilling. Basically, I am representing Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. And Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship has a flagship scheme, PMKVY, Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, is a short-term skilling scheme where one can get training and at the same time get placement as well. That is for the youth. The government is focusing on future skilling as well as traditional skilling. The ministry is also taken up this JSS, Jan Shikshan Sansthan. Jan Shikshan Sansthan are the institution which are supported by the ministry, and basically they are into skilling and livelihood activities, that is for basic or rudimentary type of very at a village level or urban level, but it is basically skilling and livelihood. There is DGT, Directorate General of Training, who look after national skill training institutes. National skill training institutes are basically specialized for training the trainer in skilling ecosystem. Similarly, DGT also controls ITIs of all the states where skilling training, or I can say long term training, are imparted through these ITIs. Recently, ministry has launched PM Setu. Basically, this is a scheme where stake of industry partner is at large, where stakeholder consultation have been done, and industries, they have shown interest to upgrade the ITIs as well as develop the curriculum and design the program and organize the program. Government feel that industry consultation, industry partnership, or industry relevant courses are very much important for youth so that they can be absorbed in the industry. One more important scheme is apprenticeship, earn while learn, which is implemented by the ministry for students, ITI students who are in skilling. They can get exposure to the industry as well as they can get stipend also. I am looking after entrepreneurship, which is very much important for today's need. In fact, young students are sitting over here, and I am really that glad to share that entrepreneurship is very important, because by taking up entrepreneurship, one can get employment and provide employment opportunities to others. And I am sure industrialists are sitting over here, they know better than me. The National Institute for Entrepreneurship and Small Business Development, we organize different type of training program to promote entrepreneurship and self-employment. We design the program as well as organize the program to promote entrepreneurship and self-employment. We have experimented various programs specifically for women, for youth, for armed force personnels, transgender. So a different category of training program for different target group. At the same time, we are also organizing research, conducting research for promoting entrepreneurship and self-employment in the country. We are not only organizing entrepreneurship development program, we are also organizing trainers training, faculty development program to promote entrepreneurship and self-employment. My dear students, I would like to share this with all of you, specifically that we have conducted training program, and after attending the training, the youth, they have started their enterprise and they are doing very well. And I am giving you the example of participants from bottom of the pyramid. They attended the program. We provided them mentoring and handholding support, and after that, they could start their enterprise and they are earning very well. So, my request is to all the young and bright students that you should think of starting your own enterprise rather than chasing the job opportunities in the market. Recently, we have launched one new program with the support of IIT Delhi, that is Navachar Mantra, where we are encouraging grassroots innovators who are coming up with innovative idea. The institute along with IIT Delhi will help those startup in maturing their idea, and we are linking them with credit and market. So we have received a very good response. In fact, received 5,000 application, where entries were only for 60 startups. So we are in a process of selecting 60 startups. We will have roundtable conferences, will mature their idea, we will link them with seed capital, and definitely result will be encouraging. For youth, we are regularly doing entrepreneurial awareness program as well as entrepreneurship development program. We organize this program in college and university. I want to share one more very good example with all of you, that with the support of Institute of Repute, IIT Delhi, IIT Roorkee, and IIT Kanpur, we did entrepreneurship and skill development program in future skills, and we have seen that after attending the program, majority of the participant, they have started their startups. So I would like to share with all of you that there is enormous opportunities. What one has to do is to keep his eyes and ears open to grab the opportunity and create his or her enterprise and provide employment opportunities to others. If you want to attend this program, Nisbat has its own website where you can get information about the programs. At the same time, you can contact us. We are sitting at Noida Sector 62. We design and organize, as I told you earlier, different kind of training program. You can participate in those program. Few programs are free of cost and few are fee based program. So it depends which program do you want to attend. And after attending the training program, we provide handholding and mentoring up to 6 months. 6 months for teething problem which youth faces after attending the program and going to the field. So at that time, they require guidance and support. So we provide support to become a successful entrepreneur. So this is about training side. Research, we have conducted many evaluation studies, in fact, for grassroots level and for rural entrepreneurs. We have done evaluation studies. We have done evaluation study for Prime Minister Employment Generation Program as well. And we have suggested recommendations to Government of India. And I am sure on the basis of studies, evaluation studies, it is very important that the policies can be modified and redesigned. I have also written books, success stories of participants trained by Nisbat, is Swavlamban Ki Or. 4 volume I have written. I request all of you to go through it. It is available on our website nisbat.nic.in, and you will be amazed that the youth from bottom of pyramid, they came with idea, they attended the training program, and they are very successful. So with these words, once again, I thank you, FICCI, for providing me opportunity to interact with, to share my thoughts with all of you, and to share what we are doing at Nisbat. And we are really happy to help the youth for starting their enterprise. And we also request, invite industry partner FICCI to be a part in the journey, because I feel that alone we will be able to train few entrepreneurs, but with the help of FICCI or with industry partners, those who are actually in the field, we will be able to gain knowledge, additional knowledge to improve our curriculum. At the same time, we will be able to deliver training or cater large number of people. And this is possible only by creating network of networks. For that, I am sure my colleagues from different domain will agree that we should create network of network to cater large number of people, to create awareness about entrepreneurship, to make student or to make youth understand that entrepreneurship is equally important career option as salaried employment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Sinha. I know Nisbat in the government ecosystem is doing some very enriching work, been part of some very intense 2 days, 3 days discussion where you actually get this whole curriculum and other things worked out. So, and especially for grassroots innovators, something which is really good for them to look into and understand. Thank you so much for sharing this. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
A huge round of applause for Dr. Sinha. And to facilitate, this is our token of appreciation from FICCI's side to you, ma'am. We are planting a thicket of 6 trees in your name. If there are any questions, ma'am is saying, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Okay.
Hello. Thank you, ma'am. Actually, I'm from Mumbai and I'm working with the United Way मुंबई. हमारे पास विमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर्स के लिए एक सक्षम नाम का एक प्रोजेक्ट है. उसमें हमने लगभग 10,000 महिलाओं को सपोर्ट किया है एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप डेवलपमेंट ट्रेनिंग प्लस सक्षम किट. इसमें जो भी उन महिलाओं को बिजनेस स्टार्ट करने के लिए या ग्रो करने के लिए जो मटेरियल रिक्वायर होता है वो देते हैं. लेकिन हमारा प्रॉब्लम या चैलेंज महिलाओं का ये है कि प्रोडक्ट बनाते, क्वालिटेटिव प्रोडक्ट बनाते थे, लेकिन उनको मार्केट अवेलेबल नहीं होता है. तो उसको अगले लेवल तक लेके जाना है, तो क्या गवर्नमेंट स्कीम्स या कुछ प्लेटफॉर्म उन महिलाओं को मिलते ताकि उनके प्रोडक्ट्स के बारे में मार्केटिंग कर सकते हैं, प्लस उनको एक अच्छा प्लेस मिल सकता है उनके टैलेंट शो करने के लिए. थैंक यू.
बहुत ही अच्छा सवाल आपने पूछा. यहाँ पे मैं एक इन्फॉर्मेशन और शेयर करना चाहती हूँ जो मैं बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट है कि निस्बत ने अभी नेशनल ऑक्यूपेशनल स्टैंडर्ड एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के 5 लेवल के बना के एनसीवीटी को सबमिट किए हैं, जिसमें कि इंडस्ट्री पार्टनर्स भी थे हमारे और एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस भी थे, उनके कंसल्टेशन से ये बनाया है। तो एक एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के लिए सबसे पहली बात तो ये है कि बहुत सारे लोग कहते हैं हम एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप ट्रेनिंग करा रहे हैं, मगर हम पूछते हैं जब कि आप क्या करा रहे हैं, तो हमने उनको ऐसे ग्रूम किया, हमने ये किया, हमने वो किया। एक स्टैंडर्ड करिकुलम अभी तक एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप का कहीं दिखने में नहीं आता है, तो उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए हमने एक स्टैंडर्ड करिकुलम डिज़ाइन किया है। और हमारा कोशिश यही है कि पैन इंडिया लेवल पे कोई भी अगर एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की ट्रेनिंग कराता है तो एटलीस्ट उसको फॉलो करे, जिससे कि एक क्वालिटी और स्टैंडर्ड उसमें बन सके। और इसको हम ओपन सोर्स रखेंगे, फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट रखेंगे, जिससे कि सब लोग इसको यूटिलाइज कर सकें। आपने जो कहा कि हमने महिलाओं को सक्षम बना दिया, मगर वो उनके प्रोडक्ट को कैसे बेचें। देखिए, मैं एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की मैं कहूँगी कि 30 to 31 ईयर्स मेरे को हो रहे हैं इस फील्ड में, और मैं ये मानती हूँ, यहाँ पे हमारे पास इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट भी बैठे हुए हैं, मैं ये मानती हूँ कि एंटरप्रेन्योर वो होता है जो अपने लिए रिसोर्सेज को मोबिलाइज कर लेता है। हमको उसकी कैपेसिटी बिल्ड करनी है, हमें फैसिलिटेट करना है, हमें ये नहीं करना है कि उसको अपने ऊपर डिपेंडेंट बना देना है। अगर उसमें विल और ज़ील होगी तो वो मार्केट को एक्सप्लोर कर लेगा और अपने प्रोडक्ट को वो सेल करेगा। ऐसे मेरे पास बहुत सारे एग्जाम्पल हैं। मैं आपको एक एग्जाम्पल देना चाहूँगी। मेरे पास एक व्यक्ति आया जो कि FSSAI का रजिस्ट्रेशन चाहता था। बहुत अच्छे वो अचार बनाता था। उसने कहा कि मैडम मुझे FSSAI का रजिस्ट्रेशन दिला दीजिए, क्योंकि मुझे दूसरों के स्टॉल पे अपना प्रोडक्ट बेचना पड़ता है और होता यह है कि मुझे जितने पैसे मिलने चाहिए उतना पैसा नहीं मिलता। उसका FSSAI का रजिस्ट्रेशन मात्र हमने एक वर्कशॉप की, जितने भी इंटरेस्टेड कैंडिडेट थे हमने उनका कराया, उसको रजिस्ट्रेशन मिला। उसके बाद वो अपने प्रोडक्ट बेचने लगा। और आप लोग बिलीव नहीं करेंगे, कोविड के समय मैंने ख़ास तौर से उससे पूछा कि आपकी क्या स्थिति है। उसने कहा मैडम मेरे तो घर पे मैंने तो क्लाइंट ऐसे पकड़े, वो कॉलेज में गया, वहाँ कॉलेज के टीचर्स को पकड़ लिया, हॉस्पिटल में उसकी वाइफ एडमिट हुई, उसने हॉस्पिटल वालों को पकड़ लिया। इस तरह से आप बिलीव नहीं करेंगे, जिसने 6,000 रुपये से शुरू किया था अपना एंटरप्राइज, आज उसका 60 लाख का टर्नओवर है। उसके पास एक दुकान उसने खरीद ली, दूसरी दुकान वो खरीदने जा रहा है, एक वैन खरीदने जा रहा है, और उसने सिर्फ फूड प्रोसेसिंग अपने पिकल्स पे ही नहीं कंसंट्रेट किया, उसने बाकी भी, जैसे दिवाली का सीज़न है तो बाकी जो दिवाली में गुजिया और मठरी वठरी और चीज़ें बनती हैं, पापड़, होली का सीज़न है तो उस तरह से उसने अपने को डाइवर्सिफाई कर लिया। तो मेरा ये कहना है कि हम अगर उनकी कैपेबिलिटी डेवलप कर देंगे तो डेफिनेटली वो अपना प्रोडक्ट बेच लेंगे। पर आप जो मार्केटिंग की बात कर रहे हैं, उसमें हमने मेटा के साथ MOU किया हुआ है। मेटा के प्लेटफॉर्म से ऑनलाइन हम प्रोडक्ट को, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स के प्रोडक्ट को मार्केट करने में हेल्प करते हैं। उसके अलावा ट्रेड फेयर्स में हम पार्टिसिपेट कराते हैं, जैसे सूरजकुंड मेला हो या IITF हो या और भी स्टेट या सेंटर लेवल पे मेले हो। ONDC के प्लेटफॉर्म पे इन लोगों को एनरोल कराया है, जेम के प्लेटफॉर्म पे एनरोल कराया है, जिससे कि ये लोग अपने प्रोडक्ट को बेच सकें। और आप सभी लोग जानते हैं कि MSME को प्रेफरेंस भी दिया जाता है, तो जेम में अगर ये एनरोल होंगे तो इनको काफ़ी फ़ायदा होगा, तो वो भी हमने कराया है। इसके अलावा हमारा मुंबई में भी ऑफिस है, निस्बत का 23 स्टेट्स में ऑफिस है। आपको अगर किसी तरह की सहायता होगी तो आप NSTIs में हमारे ऑफिसेज हैं हर स्टेट में, तो आप संपर्क कर सकते हैं, और निस्बत नोएडा से भी संपर्क कर सकते हैं। कोई और सवाल किसी का अगर? जी।
थैंक यू मैम, आपने बहुत सारी जानकारी साझा की, बहुत अच्छा लगा, हम इतना सारा काम कर रहे हैं। मैम मेरे दो स्पेसिफिक क्वेश्चंस हैं। एक तो आपने क्यूपी के बारे में बताया कि एक स्टैंडर्ड करिकुलम हम डेवलप कर रहे हैं, वो बहुत अच्छी बात है। मैम जैसे ही आपने नेटवर्क्स ऑफ नेटवर्क की चर्चा की, तो पूरे देश में प्रधानमंत्री कौशल केंद्र हैं, स्किल्स यूनिवर्सिटी हैं, इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर्स हैं, तो इनको प्रोडक्शन सेंटर के रूप में कैसे डेवलप किया जाए कि जहाँ पे कोई इंटरप्रेन्योर आए और वो समझ सके प्रोडक्शन के बाद पूरी प्रोसेस कैसे हो। एंड सेकंड, स्कूल्स में हम इंटरप्रेन्योर को कैसे प्रमोट करना चाह रहे हैं, या कुछ उसके लिए आपने आपके जो विचार हैं उसको जरूर साझा करें मैम।
आपने पहला क्वेश्चन क्या बोला?
नेटवर्क ऑफ नेटवर्क्स, जिसमें और पीएम के स्किल्स यूनिवर्सिटी को कैसे प्रोडक्शन सेंटर के रूप में डेवलप किया जाए।
बिल्कुल आपकी बात जो है नेटवर्क ऑफ नेटवर्क, मैं ये मानती हूँ कि अकेले अगर मैं चाहूँ निस्बत और निस्बत के 23 सेंटर्स हमारी जो देश की जनसंख्या है उसको केटर नहीं कर पाएंगे। और हमको अक्सर पार्लियामेंट में ये मिलता भी है कि आप तो इतने कम लोगों को ट्रेन कर रहे हैं। तो इसलिए यूनिवर्सिटीज़ और इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ हायर लर्निंग जैसे आईआईटीज़ हैं, इनके साथ हमारे एमओयूज़ हैं। बनारस हिंदू यूनिवर्सिटी है, हमारे एमओयूज़ हैं। अभी रिसेंटली मैंने कल परसों ही स्टेट के जो ईडीआईज़ हैं, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप डेवलपमेंट इंस्टीट्यूट हैं, आपने नाम सुना होगा कि नहीं सुना होगा। कुछ हैं जो बहुत अच्छा कर रहे हैं, कुछ ऐसे हैं जो कि बहुत अच्छा नहीं कर रहे हैं। तो मैंने उन लोगों के साथ मीटिंग की और मेरा यही कहना था कि आप लोग स्टेट में हैं, स्टेट की स्पेसिफिक रिक्वायरमेंट आप लोग बताएं, कैपेसिटी बताएं कि आपको कहाँ पर कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग की ज़रूरत है, जहाँ पे हम कैपेसिटी बिल्ड भी करेंगे, और सपोर्ट भी बताएं जहाँ पे हम सपोर्ट करेंगे आपको प्रोग्राम करने में। और ये सिर्फ मेरी यूनिवर्सिटी, कॉलेज, इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर्स से ही बात नहीं हो रही है, ये मैं इस फोरम में भी इसलिए आई हूँ। मैं राजेश जी से भी मैं ये निवेदन करना चाहूँगी और आप लोगों से भी करना चाहूँगी कि इंडस्ट्री चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स, आप लोगों को भी हम अपने नेटवर्क में शामिल करना चाहेंगे कि एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप में हमें बहुत बड़ा टारगेट मिलता है और हम चाहेंगे कि उसको पैन इंडिया लेवल पे अगर हमें इम्प्लीमेंट करना है तो हब एंड स्पोक मॉडल, मैंने सेक्रेटरी मैडम के सामने भी ये प्रेजेंटेशन रखा था जो उन्हें बहुत पसंद आया, और ईडीआईआईस के साथ भी मैंने ये बात करी कि हब एंड स्पोक मॉडल में निस्बत एज अ हब एंड स्पोक जो होंगे, उनके जितने भी पार्टनर्स होंगे, गवर्नमेंट हो चाहे प्राइवेट हो, उनकी कैपेसिटी बिल्ड करके एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की फील्ड में हम क्या चाहते हैं। जैसे इन्होंने एक मार्केटिंग का एक एरिया रखा, हम लोग मार्केटिंग के लिए मार्केटिंग को ही नहीं मानते। मैं तो देखिए साइकोलॉजी की स्टूडेंट हूँ, आज भी अपने को स्टूडेंट ही मानती हूँ। मैंने बनारस हिंदू यूनिवर्सिटी से पीएचडी किया है। तो मैं तो ये मानती हूँ कि पर्सन बिहाइंड द प्रोजेक्ट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। तो अगर हम किसी व्यक्ति की कैपेबिलिटी डेवलप कर देते हैं, जो सबसे ज़रूरी है पहले लेवल पे, बिहेवियरल एक्सरसाइजेस के थ्रू, तो बाकी काम तो वो खुद कर लेता है। और ऐसे बहुत से एग्जाम्पल हैं। और ये जो मैं नेशनल ऑक्यूपेशनल स्टैंडर्ड की बात कर रही हूँ, ये ऑलरेडी हमने डेवलप करके एनसीवीटी में सबमिट कर दिए। जल्दी ही ये नोटिफिकेशन आ जाएगा और उसका लाभ सभी लोग उठा सकेंगे। दूसरा सवाल आपने जो स्कूल के लिए कहा, स्कूल 9, 10, 11, 12 में एनसीईआरटी के लिए मैंने किताब लिखी है एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की, जो आजकल करिकुलम में भी लग रही है। स्कूल लेवल से हमें माइंडसेट चेंज करने की बहुत ज़रूरत है, और मुझे ये लगता है कि उसमें हमें एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप एक एडिशनल सब्जेक्ट करके नहीं, हम जो पढ़ा रहे हैं उसी को हम थोड़ा एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के चश्मे से देखें। आप यूएस जाइए, आपको दिखेगा कि एंटरप्रेन्योर्स की फ़ोटो बहुत सारी लगी हुई है स्कूल में। हमारे यहाँ जाइए आप, एंटरप्रेन्योर की फ़ोटो आपको स्कूल में दिखाई नहीं देगी। तो बच्चे का जो माइंडसेट है, हमारे इतने सारे बच्चे यहाँ भी बैठे हैं, माइंडसेट क्या है, हम लोगों ने ये माइंडसेट बनाया, हमारी सोसाइटी ने बनाया कि पढ़ो लिखो, अच्छे नंबर लेके आओ, पास हो, इंजीनियर डॉक्टर बनो, आईएएस ऑफिसर बनो, नौकरी करो। अगर आईएएस ऑफिसर नहीं बनते, इंजीनियर डॉक्टर नहीं बनते तो क्लर्क बनो पर नौकरी करो, क्लर्क नहीं बनते तो पियोन बनो पर नौकरी करो, और वो भी सरकारी नौकरी करो। तो ये जो माइंडसेट है, इस माइंडसेट को ब्रेक करना बहुत ज़रूरी है। और मैं, आप सभी इस बात को मेरी एग्री करेंगे कि हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के आत्मनिर्भर भारत कहने के बाद और स्टार्टअप को इतना बूस्ट मिलने के बाद हमारे यूथ के माइंडसेट में भी चेंज आ रहा है। तो मेरा ये कहना है कि एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप को हमें स्कूल लेवल से ही इम्प्लीमेंट करना होगा। हमें टीचर्स को ऐसे ट्रेन करना होगा कि वो हम महात्मा गांधी जी की बात करते हैं, हम आंदोलन उनके नेशनल मूवमेंट की बात करते हैं, पर उनके एंटरप्रेन्योरल एस्पेक्ट की बात हम नहीं करते। उन्होंने कपड़ा बनाना सिखा दिया, उन्होंने नमक निकालना सिखा दिया। तो हम अपनी जो हमारे कोर्सेज हैं, हमारा जो करिकुलम है, उसमें से ही एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप निकाल सकते हैं। और बचपन से अगर बच्चे को सिखाएंगे कि एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इज़ इक्वली इम्पॉर्टेंट करियर ऑप्शन, तो डेफिनेटली रिजल्ट जो होगा वो कुछ अलग होगा। कोई और कुछ कहना चाहता हो, पूछना चाहता हो? या प्लीज। मैम, आप लोगों से इतने इंटरेस्टिंग क्वेश्चन आ रहे हैं कि मुझे लगता है कि मुझे दिन भर आप बैठा लेंगे तो भी मैं बैठ जाऊंगी। लखपति दीदी का अभी हमने एक एक्सपेरिमेंट किया, मैं आप लोगों के साथ शेयर करना चाहती हूँ। कम्युनिटी रिसोर्स पर्सन और फैसिलिटेटर के लिए जो आप कह रहे हैं ये कि 10,000, और हमने मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ रूरल डेवलपमेंट के साथ मिल के एक एक्सपेरिमेंट किया, और उसमें यही बात हो रही थी कि वो अब एक लेवल तक पहुंच जाती हैं, किसी तरह लाइवलीहुड पे आ जाती है, और लाइवलीहुड के बाद उन्हें एंटरप्रेन्योर जो बनाना है। और इस पे हमने एक करिकुलम डिज़ाइन किया जिसको कि माननीय मंत्री जी ने भी उसकी काफ़ी सराहना की, जिसमें हमने 7 डेज़ क्लासरूम ट्रेनिंग करी है और 7 डेज़ हमने उनको फील्ड पे ले गए। और इसमें मैम हमने टेक्नोलॉजी, एआई, और आप बिलीव नहीं करेंगे कि उन लोगों ने चैट जीपीटी का यूज़ किया, और उन लोगों की तरफ से रिक्वायरमेंट आई कि हमें एक्सपोर्ट पे आप ओरिएंटेशन दीजिए। तो हम अभी जो नेक्स्ट उनके लिए डिज़ाइन कर रहे हैं उसमें हम ये कर रहे हैं कि नेक्स्ट लेवल पे कैसे ले जाएं। और दीदियों में कुछ बहुत अच्छा कर रही हैं जिनको कि एक्सपोर्ट की अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलनी चाहिए। तो ऐसा एक कोहर्ट हम बनाएंगे जिसमें एक्सपोर्ट पे करेंगे, और जो हमने बेसिक ट्रेनिंग दी उनको भी नेक्स्ट लेवल पे ले जाने के लिए सेक्टर स्पेसिफिक ये एआई का इंटरवेंशन, लीगल कंप्लायंसेस, इस सब के लिए भी जानकारी दे रहे हैं। आपको मैं शेयर करना चाहूँगी कि उन्होंने कहा मैडम हमने तो बिजनेस प्लान जो है वो चैट जीपीटी से बना लिया। हमने कहा आप बिजनेस प्लान चैट जीपीटी से मत बनाइए, आप खुद बनाइए और उसके बाद उसमें लोड करिए और फिर कमांड उसमें दीजिए कि मैंने क्या गलती की है। ऐसा भी ना करिए कि टेक्नोलॉजी का आप ऐसा यूज़ करें जहाँ पे आपको खुद ना समझ आ सके कि कल बैंकर आपसे पूछे और आप जवाब ना दे पाएँ। तो इस ढंग से हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि उनको आगे बढ़ाएं, उनको क्रेडिट लिंकेजेस जहाँ पे ज़रूरत है या मार्केट लिंकेजेस। मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ रूरल डेवलपमेंट कई एक फेयर्स भी लगाती है जिसपे वो लोग पार्टिसिपेट करते हैं। तो इस तरह से ये कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि दिक्कतें किस एरिया में है उस एरिया में ही फोकस करके वो इंटरवेंशन दी जाए जिससे कि वो लोग आगे बढ़ सके।
Can we? Okay, this should be the last question, ma'am. We have 2 more panel sessions.
Yeah, no,
Yes.
I understand.
Yes, yes. Manish ji, yes, your question.
मैम नमस्कार मैम। मैं मनीष हूँ मैम, कुमार मनीष। मैं टाटा स्ट्राइव ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को रिप्रेजेंट करता हूँ और और नेशन के लेवल पे निस्बत से भी काफ़ी चर्चा हुई है मैम इस पे आपकी टीम के साथ हमारी। हम लोग एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम काफ़ी सालों से चला रहे हैं और ओवर द इयर्स मैम हैप्पी टू शेयर दैट हमने देश के विभिन्न राज्यों से करीब 4000 से ज़्यादा एंटरप्रेन्योर्स ट्रेन किए हैं विद एस्टैब्लिशमेंट ऑफ बिजनेस। एक जो मैम समस्या आती रही है वो ये है कि बेसिकली दो तरीके के मॉडल हैं। एक तो जिसमें कि CSR फंड्स को लाके हम लोग एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को सपोर्ट करते हैं, जहाँ तक सीड कैपिटल की बात है, ट्रेनिंग के बाद जो व्यवसाय को या बिजनेस को स्टैब्लिश करने की बात है वो उसके लिए। और दूसरा जो है गवर्नमेंट प्रोग्राम्स हम लोग करते हैं जहाँ पे जनरली ये बोला जाता है कि फाइनेंशियल लिंकेजेस कराने की आवश्यकता है, जिसमें जो मेजर तौर पे लीडिंग प्लेयर्स होते हैं वो होता है बैंक्स के साथ, या तो मुद्रा स्कीम में हम लोग उनको लिंक कराते हैं, या फिर ये प्रेरित करते हैं कि भी PMEGP के साथ आप काम करें, या जो भी NBFCs के साथ फंडिंग स्कीम्स हो सकती हैं। तो मैम क्या निस्बत जो एक मेजर समस्या मैम ओवर द इयर्स इमर्ज होकर आई है वो ये कि बहुत जगहों पे बैंक इनको NPAs की तरह भी देखती है, क्योंकि जब छोटे व्यवसायी बिजनेस लोन के लिए जाते हैं, इवन दो उनके पास सर्टिफिकेट्स होती हैं ट्रेनिंग के लिए, तो क्या हम राष्ट्रीय स्तर पे भी ऐसा कोई अभियान चलाया जा रहा है जहाँ पे बैंकिंग सेक्टर को या फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर को भी प्रेरित किया जाए कि जब आपके पास ये छोटे लोग आते हैं MSMEs की तरह से या कोई लोन लेने के लिए, तो एक तरीके से राष्ट्रीय अभियान चलाने की ज़रूरत है जहाँ पे उनको भी बोला जाए कि आप थोड़ा प्रोसेस को इजी बनाएं और उनको ये लोन देने की आवश्यकता है। क्योंकि ट्रेनिंग दिलाने से मैम काम तो खत्म होता नहीं, हम लोग उनको 1 साल मेंटरशिप भी देते हैं जहाँ पे जो इंडस्ट्री के लीडर्स हैं या जो बिजनेसमैन हैं वो उनको हैंड होल्डिंग भी करते हैं। तो ये मैम हमारा अनुभव रहा है ओवर द इयर्स कि उनको काफ़ी समस्या का समाधान निकालने की आवश्यकता है। तो राष्ट्रीय स्तर पे निस्बत क्योंकि प्लेस्ड है, एडिक्वेटली प्लेस्ड है ये अभियान चलाने के लिए, तो क्या इस पे भी आप अगर कुछ साझा करें तो अच्छा रहेगा। धन्यवाद।
जी, मैं निस्बत तो रिप्रेजेंट कर ही रही हूँ क्योंकि मैं तो मंत्रालय की भी एम्प्लॉई हूँ। तो मंत्रालय लेवल पे भी काफ़ी चर्चा होती है। मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ फाइनेंस के साथ, DFS के साथ हमारी खास तौर से मीटिंग होती है कि ईज़ ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस पे लोगों को लोन दिया जा सके। एक बात मैं आपके साथ भी शेयर करना चाहूँगी, आप सभी लोगों के साथ, कि लोन मिलना इतना मुश्किल भी नहीं है। हम अपने ट्रेनीज़ को एनकरेज करते हैं कि वो ऑनलाइन एप्लीकेशन सबमिट करें, क्योंकि बैंकर अगर रिजेक्ट करेगा तो उसे ऑनलाइन रीज़न देना पड़ेगा, और ऑनलाइन उसको ज़्यादा दिन एप्लीकेशन रखेगा तो वो ऑनलाइन उसको जवाब भी देना पड़ेगा। तो आप अपने पार्टिसिपेंट को एक तो ये करिए कि ऑनलाइन एप्लीकेशन भरवाइए। दूसरी चीज़ PMEGP स्कीम, जिसके तहत काफ़ी लोन होते हैं, उन लोगों के साथ CEO के VIC के साथ भी हमारी बात चल रही है। उत्तराखंड और नोएडा, यहाँ के लिए हमारे जो सर्टिफिकेट हैं वो PMEGP ट्रेनिंग के लिए एग्जाम्प्ट है। पैन इंडिया लेवल पे भी हम उनसे कह रहे हैं कि ये कराया जाए। और आप जैसे कह रहे हैं कि मैं एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की फील्ड में काम कर रहा हूँ, आप कह रहे हैं मैं एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की फील्ड में काम कर रहा हूँ, तो मैं आप लोगों से यही निवेदन करना चाहूँगी कि आप लोग हमारे साथ जुड़ें और स्टेट लेवल पे हम जो थोड़ा काम कर रहे हैं उसको और वॉल्यूम बढ़ा सकें। ये मेरा एक आप लोगों से निवेदन रहेगा, और डेफिनेटली इस पे प्रयास करते हैं। हमारी समय समय पे मीटिंग होती है और चीज़ों को ईज़ करने के लिए भी हम, जैसे अभी आपने एक ट्राइबल का जो स्कीम है जिसमें 1 करोड़ तक ट्राइबल और विमेन को लोन दिया जाता है, उसमें भी हम एक ट्रेनिंग का कंपोनेंट ला रहे हैं, ऑनलाइन ट्रेनिंग का मॉड्यूल डाल रहे हैं, जिससे लोग उसको प्रॉपरली यूटिलाइज कर सकें। ये मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ फाइनेंस का ही इंटरवेंशन है। तो कोशिश ये हम हमेशा करते रहते हैं कि ईज़ हो जाए, और ऑनलाइन जो प्रोसेस है ये चीज़ों को काफ़ी स्मूथ करता है। थैंक यू। बाकी लोगों से मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप लोगों के जो भी सवाल हैं आप FICCI को फॉरवर्ड कर दें, और मैं ज़रूर आप लोगों के सवालों पे रिस्पॉन्स करूँगी, और हम FICCI को इसका रिप्लाई ज़रूर देंगे। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you so much, ma'am. We have our next panel discussion ready. We've had three panel discussions in the second half of yesterday and one in the morning. And this is our fifth plenary session. The theme is work-based learning at scale, जिसके बारे में मैम ने already एक बहुत अच्छा context set किया. For this, we will have a panel comprising Mr. Don Lewis, who's the head for skill at Mahindra & Mahindra, Dr. Sunil Abrol, who's the director of National Open College Network UK, Professor Satya Ranjan Acharya from the Entrepreneurship Development Institute of India, Ms. Monisha Banerjee, who's the CEO for Anudeep Foundation, Mr. Prasanjit Kundu, who's the CEO for Skill Sonic India, Mr. Sanjay Shivnani, the advisor for Hindalco Industries Limited, Aditya Birla Group. And to moderate the session, we will have Mr. Abhishek Pandit, who's the CEO for EduVantage. So please give a huge round of applause for all our panelists. May I request them to please join us on the dais.
Morning, everyone. Thank you for coming in for the 17th FICCI Global Skills Summit 2026. The topic for today is work-based learning at scale, right? So the word scale is also important here. I'm happy to have this esteemed panel here. Before this panel began, we had a quick chat outside. I think it's going to be a very interesting session for the next 20 to 30 minutes. There's been panels that is happening every year, and I've been on such panels earlier as well. And through the panel today, you'll realize that a lot of things have changed over the past few years for the good. And we are talking today on work-based learning. And if you look at India's demography, about 10 to 12 million students come into workforce every year, right? 10 to 12 million. That's like half of Australia. So every 2 years, the entire country of Australia is getting into the workforce. So you can imagine the scale at which our country is operating, right? Having said that, today's focus essentially in our panel discussion is work-based learning, and the focus is also on on the various schemes that the government has come up with to encourage this. Just to give a context to everyone in this room, how many of you all have heard the term NAPS, National Apprenticeship Promotion Scheme? Right, there are a few hands coming up. Right, so I'll give you a quick context. There are many schemes in the country today which is promoting work-based learning. One is National Apprenticeship Promotion Scheme, one of the flagship scheme. I should tell you, the same panel which was there a few years ago, we had about 6 to 7 lakhs apprentices in the country that time, about four years ago maybe. And since then till today, the number of apprentices have gone up drastically. Any guesses how many apprentices we have today in the country? Today we have more than 50 lakh apprentices just in one scheme, which is National Apprenticeship Promotion Scheme. We also have National Apprenticeship Training Scheme run by Ministry of Education. We also have programs like AEDP, Apprenticeship Embedded Degree Program. We have PMIS, which is by Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Prime Minister's Internship Scheme. There are organizations which run WILP, Work Integrated Learning Program. And there are many, many other schemes which are there which promote work-based learning. And in the panel today, we'll discuss about the entire work-based learning. I personally believe that if the industry gets into the classroom And if the classroom gets into the industry, most of the problems of work-based learning gets solved. And how do we get there? How do we make sure that the industry goes to the classroom and the classroom goes to the industry is what we are grappling with. I'll with the permission of the panel, I'll start with the initial remark from everyone, and then get into some interactions. I would want this to be as interactive as possible, so we'll keep it that way. If it's okay, then so would you, Mr. Sanjay Shivnani, if you're okay, initial remarks from you, and we'll ask everyone else to give their remarks as well on this.
Yeah. Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Abhishek, and great to be with an esteemed panel here. I think as Abhishek mentioned, NAPS, 4-5 years back, we were talking about 6-7. I still remember being here and those numbers, and today it's 50 lakhs. So clearly the needle has moved. Okay, I'm very sure of that. And obviously, the numbers are there for everyone to see. I think it's very important, and something that Abhishek mentioned, and I think we've got schools, and post schools, the classroom must be on the shop floor in the industry. That's the next classrooms. Okay, and to my mind, the schemes that were mentioned, NAPS, NATS, PMIS, the AEDP, I think the government has done a fantastic job of building these ecosystems, various ecosystems to do this. They've been the enabler, okay, and which is their role to enable. So let's look at this a little bit systematically, okay. Step back and look at it. You've actually got three buckets or three stakeholders. You have the youth or learner, you have the industry, okay, and right in the middle is the government or the ecosystem or the institutions. I think that bit has been sorted. To achieve scale, systems and processes are there, policies are in place, DBT schemes have done very well. It is, I think, time to focus on motivating learners and motivating industry or to leverage that. That's what I think is where we should focus on going forward now to really scale this from 50 lakhs to 200 lakhs and 300 lakhs. That's my opening comment.
Right.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Sunil Obrol, your views.
Thank you, Chair. Morning to all of you. We need to appreciate the purpose of work-based learning. The purpose of work-based learning is primarily to give students exposure to the real-life situations. And that's what is missing in the various schemes that we have. We have multiple schemes. In fact, as the panelists mentioned, we started with the Apprenticeship Act. And that was quite useful for post-training exposure to the industry requirements. But it had its own set of challenges. But what we have today is a multiple set of schemes, and the candidates are confused, the industry is confused. Nobody knows which is the best way to go forward. And the worst is that utilization of many of these schemes is very, very poor. To take an example, the internship scheme, the Prime Minister's internship scheme, which is under the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, gets about 1/5 the numbers that they are looking for. So 1,60,000 is what they were looking for, and they got 30,000 applications. Out of these 30,000 people, 15,000 left in between, which means they did not complete the internship program, which means that there are a number of challenges why people are not attracted to these schemes. I will not get into the details of those challenges for the paucity of time. But what is important for us to appreciate is the world practices, the global practices. World over, work-based experience is something that happens with the scope of industry. They are the owners. They are the people who take this responsibility. UK has a wonderful scheme which is degree apprenticeship. And degree apprenticeship doesn't begin with college or university or the institute. The student doesn't go after class 10 to the university or the institute. They go directly to the industry. Industry employs them as apprentices. They undertake on-the-job training, and parallelly the industry makes them registered with the university to take the qualification. So they are doing on-the-job training and then they get qualification as they go along. So what I'm basically saying is we need to look at a model where industry takes ownership. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Professor Satya.
I'm one of the odd men out in this thing. From the skilling background, I'm from the entrepreneurship background. My thought is that we are right now also looking for a lot many entrepreneurs and startups, and people should come out and look for newer ideas and newer business. And we have started working with lot many students. But if the students have not worked inside the industry, understand how it operates, what are the challenges, it is very difficult for them to come out with an idea that they want to convert into a business at a point of time. So I believe that has to be the complete train when they can understand what is the industry requirement, work as an apprentice, and then think about something. And that will make us more success in terms of getting more people to come to this the journey of adding newer entrepreneurs or newer startups inside. I worked as a some of the time in terms of analyzing what is the industry requirement. So one of this particular survey we have done with some of these industries, and when they try to understand whether the skill set requirement is in that top 10 priorities. So we have given a scale that what are the different challenges they are facing. These are typically SMEs, they're not the larger enterprises. And in terms of where you believe that the skill is a parameter. So can I have a guess from your side? What do you feel that how the industry will rate the skilling as a requirement in a scale of 1 to 5 or 1 to 10, whatever you feel? If anybody want to answer, is it the first, second, third, fourth? So typically SMEs, when we interact, the priorities at their side is the infrastructure. Maybe the point of view from where we try to discuss with them or something different. So we want to enter the SME typical clusters, or let's say industrial estate. The challenges for them is about the type of infrastructure they're getting, the type of challenge they're getting with the tax compliances, other compliances. In the whole rating, I could find out that they're still in the rank of 5 or 6 where they're looking into scaling. So what this Sunilji was talking about, I think till the point industry prioritize and try supporting it, I think we won't get the desired result. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I'll go to Ms. Manisha there.
Having me here. I represent Anudeep Foundation, and we're a not-for-profit. We work with young people from disadvantaged households. Our whole objective is to bring equity. India is very socially mobile and aspirational. Young people today want jobs, and they want to move away from traditional jobs. Consequently, out of the 10 million people, Abhishek, that you were referring to, looking for jobs, about 5 million of them are graduates. We have the societal problem of these young people wanting what they consider, white-collar jobs, not moving into manufacturing and traditional sectors. Now, I think the world has pivoted, right? Service sector in the last 3 years with the AI sort of advent has completely disrupted the kind of jobs that young people were accessing earlier. The importance is today that only industry is shaping and changing so rapidly that there is no other way academia can bring the relevant skills to young people. Our curriculum is a few years older than what industry is seeing as technology shifts, the kind of skill shifts required for entry-level tasks. There are some resilient jobs, but there are AI-first jobs, and we're seeing a whole shrinking of certain job roles. unless industry participates and unless there's work-based learning, I think we will create a huge divide in the country, and therefore the importance of learning while working becomes even more sharper today. And what I think is really important is to integrate academia in this. So there has to be industry-academic partnership, which of course uses the models that the government is laying out. So the work that we do, we work in about 450 colleges. We're working with young people. 8th semester for a lot of engineering students is an internship. And we are working with corporates, for example, to try and push the PMIS and offer young people these job roles. There's a long way to go, but I think these schemes are very important, and I think it's getting more and more important today.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Don?
It's very interesting that in this forum, the entire focus has moved to industry. Hi, I'm Don Lewis. I represent the Mahindra Group. And taking the lead after 2 decades in business, now focusing on skill development. And our experience in solving this challenge of skill development at scale talks about the power of short-term skilling. I think government has introduced a number of programs in this area. How we can make that work? And in this direction of short-term skilling, how do we make sure that the skill program is not the focus, it is the outcome? Because this outcome focus shifts the approach to the whole problem solving. You may use the same infrastructure, you may have the same mechanisms, but then the thinking changes, the approach changes, the candidature changes, and with that the outcomes definitely will improve, both from the youth involved and at the other end for the organizations who are working together to make that happen. We also have a very powerful new program called the Prime Minister's Internship Scheme. I know there are a lot of challenges associated with this scheme, which are in the public domain, statistics indicating low outcomes. But I think that's exactly where numerous other schemes were at their infancy. Challenges are always associated with programs when they begin, and working together, industry, academia, as well as people who are very closely associated with the youth and the youth themselves will be able to find ways to make it better, because everyone in industry, everyone in business will appreciate their first job, their first mentor, the place where they were able to shape themselves into the professions they are today. And that's what PMIS offers, an opportunity to have a first-time experience which makes you an industry-ready person and then gives you an understanding what happens in life. In addition to that, I'll also talk about the fact that while there's a wealth of schemes that we have in the country, we do also have a wealth of population, and hence the challenge is for all of us to figure out how to scale up what good things we have and how to make it better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Don. Mr. Prasenjit, your views, please.
Sure. Abhishek, thank you so much. I would essentially build up very quickly from all what our other panelists talked about and mentioned about. We do have today a host and plethora of very, very innovative programs and schemes. But within this architect of schemes, which are generating reasonable sense of scale, though that scale is rather inadequate for a country with an 1.4 billion population. So the primary challenges which we observe, we work at a ground level, we as Skillsonics and our not-for-profit foundation, Pramit Foundation together, we work across both B2B workforce scaling as well as we work at scale into the CSR large-scale implementations. What we observe very clearly is this very significant coherent need and the demand of integrating the job skills into their specific learning. Now, these are something which we are going to deliberate far more. I'm rather going to talk about 2 or 3 simple aspects which I like to deliberate when you go. We just don't need more certified candidates. I think we need more demonstrably competent resources, competent candidates who the industry would be eager to embrace them. So to that extent, in fact, this whole apprenticeship program, this should no longer become a compliance burden, particularly when it comes to the MSME, who are rather ill-equipped. To them, it's an overhead. To that single owner who manages almost end-to-end for his 40 people or 30 people workforce, and his whole organization, right from the marketing to the getting everyday people and the material, meeting the compliance, that's not what it should be. But how can these programs become a part of his competitiveness? And hence, they would sincerely and would be eager to draw it on. We would deliberate a little bit more down the line, Abhishek, on that. And third and critical dimension, what you also observe is, as India wants to move into this journey of becoming an world manufacturing hub, it's easier said than done. You come to Chakan, Pune. In fact, two of my co-panelists and their industry members are sitting over there, and we tend to work with both of them. What you observe over there, industry after industry, they do not have welders who are sophisticated to handle TIG, MIG, MAG welding. So they are substituting the welder requirement to an robotics and automated welding setup. So if we are talking about creating the future workforce will help India to move up the journey, please, we need to reward and create a reward ecosystem. Today, into our common norms, we have, for example, a 3-tier reimbursement structure. But when it's reimbursed for an welding, why would somebody who would teach TIG, MIG, and MAG invest into that capacity versus if he gets the same money for just teaching them and gas and arc welding? So you need to create the differentiation very, very significantly. Why would somebody teach CNC and VMC and precision manufacturing if he gets the same amount of reimbursement versus a guy who teaches onto a conventional lathe? So I think we need to create that very significant differentiation. So to wrap it up in an opening one, my submission is we need to bring up the certain bit of structural changes. The schema and the plethora of them has been set up. They may require very fine-tuning here and there, but let's very clearly bring up the industry from the beginning of the journey. Let's make it attractive to the MSMEs so that they find it embracing, they find it exciting, and finally, create a little differentiated reward system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prasenjit. Now, since we're talking about work-based learning, I think industry is a key component of work-based learning, and we have industry members on the panel today. I'll first ask Mr. Sanjay, in terms of, from an industry's perspective, what do you think is industry's view on all the schemes that are there? How do you make sure that the industry sustains the activities beyond the schemes as well? How would industry take this in the long run?
Okay, thanks, Abhishek. So I'll answer that question by wearing two hats. Okay, hat number one is as Hindalco, which is, as everyone would know, is a very public-spirited company. So are all the Aditya Birla Group companies. So, of course, we've adopted all the schemes. We've been utilizing, leveraging all the schemes, all these 5 schemes that you mentioned to start with. Like I said, I think great in terms of affirmative action by the government. I think that's been really there. I'm sure there are operational issues that Prasenjit, you mentioned, those small little niggling things. And for example, I still recall the PMI scheme, which was launched last year. The first 2 months was very messy with the portal, but they had several interactions with industry. That was part of that, and they quickly addressed and fixed all of that. Okay, so I think we've done well over there. The real elephant in the room here, okay, to my mind, is really the sustainability and consistency. And to my mind, I think it's not just the industry itself. Like I said, if you look at 3 large stakeholders, I think there is, and I would say there are 3 pillars that need to be focused on. Clarity, commitment, and convenience. And this is important for all the 3 stakeholders. So like you said, many schemes, sometimes there is an issue of clarity on both sides. And when I talk about both sides now, assuming government is the enabler right in the center, on the learner side, on the industry side. Okay. So just to give you a case, last year we put out about 200 vacancies on the PMIS scheme. Okay. We got 50, we got finally 50 young people joined us. They just finished their 1-year scheme. They've got their certificates and so on and so forth as per the entire portal. Everything's done on the portal. I don't know what's next for them, but like I said, as industry, our job was to participate in the scheme, contribute to nation building and contribute to the scheme and so on and so forth, which any right-minded, public-spirited organization would do. We have done that. I don't know what next. And as Don mentioned, what's the outcome after that? Where are they going from here? They've got certificates. They've got work-based learning for a year. Okay, what next? And these are young people who have been in our accounts department, in our purchase department, in quality control. Some of them have been in manufacturing on the shop floor. So I don't know what's next for them. But so having said that, I think that's the big elephant in the room. How do you sustain interest in which is why you're saying unlocking the potential. The schemes are there. How are you going to unlock potential, which actually means in terms of scale and output and quality that Don mentioned. But let me also put the other hat on now. From an industry, larger industry perspective, I'm moving beyond my company in Dalco to a larger industry perspective. 39% of India's GDP is contributed by SME, MSME. Okay. And what I have been told is that the schemes, they are not able to participate in these schemes. Okay. And to my mind, that is one piece of the skill solution that's missing. I mean, look at the NAPS or the PMIS. It starts with saying minimum 1,000 crores revenue, 500 crores. That by itself, and when you have MSME ministries and so on and so forth, and this is where the focus should be, okay, they're being left out of this. And I understand in NAPS, Abhishek, you would know better, is that every industry who participates in NAPS has to have a dedicated training center or something like that. There's some infrastructure requirements or something. SME, MSME is someone who's just doing a good job. Okay, doing a really good job, has just 10 employees. I mean, you're literally crippling him or her with this kind of. So I think that's there. I think we should get in MSMEs. You'll see scale there. Okay, we've got several lakhs and lakhs of MSMEs. Third thing, I think, is after the PMIS, after the apprenticeship, we should clearly also encourage entrepreneurship, which Professor Satya mentioned. You know, entrepreneurship it doesn't mean only job. You've got the skill, you've got workshop-based learning, work-based learning. You can therefore see opportunities that, hey, listen, I worked here for a year. I think there is this great opportunity. Let me see if this is an idea that I can build on, and then go into an incubation center or something like that. So I'm thinking some of these things could be baked in to a wider solution. Thank you so much.
Right, thank you. Just to clarify, for as far as NAPS concerned, so there is a cluster approach that the government has said. If there is an MSME, then a few MSMEs can come together and set up a common training center. So government is obviously proactive, trying to do as much as they can, but it's at the end of the day, the implementation which is the most important, and hence we were looking at industry. I'll get on the other industry on the table today, which is Mahindra. And I know you've done extensive work in PMIS, Mr. Don. I mean, I'll ask you a tough question. Was it really needed, PMIS? And how do you think, like Mr. Sanjay said, it was a slow taker, right? It's still crawling. How do you think, did we need it? And how do you think we can do better? And Mr. Sanjay mentioned that, you're doing it for nation building, but industry can't keep doing this for nation building. At the end of the day, it should benefit the industry. If it doesn't benefit, it's going to stop one day. So your views, please.
So PMIS was an interesting journey. We started with around 100 interns in round 1, 200 in round 2, and which shows the improvements, fantastic collaboration from a ministry level to hear from both candidates at one end and the companies at the other. And today we stand at 800. So we have been able to multiply this quantum significantly because there has been tangible effort at making change and overcoming bottlenecks. Like I mentioned earlier, an internship opens up a very interesting chapter. You can't teach somebody what it is to work in a business environment, what it is to work in teams. How do you collaborate? How do you build relationships? How do you get work done? And how do you also think professionally? This cannot be taught, it has to be experienced. And that's what the internship does. And for that very reason, it has been created as a restrictive affair. First with the top 500 companies, now I believe it's getting extended to top 2,000. With that, I'm sure it'll evolve in terms of a aspirational program, as long as the mechanism works well and you're able to see outcomes. As Mahindra, we have been able to not only have interns join the program, but also continue with other initiatives within the organization. And we believe this scheme, with its intention, is rightly placed. But to the larger question about scale, we'll have to look at this as one of the paths that is available in front of youth. This internship opportunity. Other than that, what else can we do to generate scale? And Sanjay was very eloquent in talking about how MSMEs is a focus area. So probably we'll have to design programs around MSMEs rather than try to just force fit it, and it can unlock huge capacities. The element which I began with about short-term skilling, I think that's another very powerful lever. Short-term skilling today exists in the form of central government programs. Madam spoke about PMKVY when she was doing her address. And like PMKVY, there are a number of state government programs. Even for a corporate like us, it is challenging to execute. There are lots of complexities on operations and also the bureaucracy, which makes doing this as well as making it successful very hard. Imagine the challenge of an MSME in the same environment without the scale, resources, and challenges on the cost side. So if we look at the government initiatives on other sides of the economy towards Viksit Bharat, it has been about simplification, it has been about making it accessible, and it's about making it also easier for many people to get on board. So I think we have to bring that same approach into skill development. We have to bring that same approach into all the initiatives, try to make sense out of it, try to see what's the funnel, what is the pipeline. Rural youth in the heartlands of India, connecting to industry on one side and connecting with demand in the economy on the other side through entrepreneurship. So those pipelines can then be strengthened with PMIs, with short-term skilling, and with any other things fitting in as cogs in the wheel, rather than be seen as different paths. I think you have youth, and we have industry, and you have entrepreneurship. How do we connect these pipelines so that people can see paths which are not mandated, but chosen based on aptitude and aspirations?
Right, thank you. So we spoke about MSMEs. Yeah, Prasenjit ji, I'll just come to you in a bit. Before we get to MSMEs, I think entrepreneurship, we are looking at internship, we are looking at apprenticeship, we are looking at mentorship, we are looking at various other possibilities with the industry. As far as entrepreneurship is concerned, how does this fit in the ecosystem of work-based learning for an entrepreneur?
Yeah, I think it's very essential. As a student, when we are right now across all campuses, AICT and other is establishing various innovation councils. expected that the students will come up with some idea and work out something. But without having understanding how it actually operates in an industry level, or understanding what are the challenges that they can solve, it is very difficult. So it's something like theoretically, I feel that this is a problem and this is a solution, and try to work on, and we try to design hackathons and all those things, visualizing this may be a problem or this may be a solution. But if I'm already working inside the industry and got an idea how it operates, I think that that's the way the rate of success at which my idea can be converted into a business can improve. If you try to analyze the most of the startups who are successful in India, chunk of them are after working in an industry, and then they started working in an idea at a point of time. I think that's a way we can justify that if the person is already there, understand this whole thing, and then try to come up with a solution, he can give a better solution. So I believe this is the path. If some of them are interested in terms of pursuing, or we can motivate some of this trained individual to pursue the path of entrepreneurship, then having an industry background, industry internship is certainly going to help them better.
Absolutely, I completely agree with you. And having said that, Ms. Manisha, you've been working with schools and colleges, and we've seen a lot of women and STEM students as well. When we work with industry, typically industry says, give me a graduate or a diploma holder or an ITI. It's never an industry which says, I want an NSQF level 5 person. Right? I've never seen any industry talk about it. So what's been your experience in placements as far as these college kids are concerned? You mentioned 5 million, right? It's a large number.
It is. And I think the only way to do it is work with industry. We have focused on what market needs. And we've shifted as quickly as possible to meet market demands. Whatever courses we ran, I think in the last 2 years, we've completely pivoted. I think across sectors today, the AI component is becoming important. Building the right modules into a program, whether it is catering to hospitality, retail, the IT sector, or the banking sector, is really important. So I think, that is a pivot that we have made. And I think the other piece is with the hiring freeze that we've seen in the larger companies, the MSMEs have been our go-to as well in terms of placements, and we've seen a very good outcomes there. I think the key to this is having industry be a part of the skin in the game. They have to be part of the skilling initiatives. You cannot have isolated skilling programs by skill providers because it's just the requirements are very swift in terms of the changes. So it is about every cohort being prescribed in terms of what are the changes that are now imminent and what needs to be incorporated. Apart from that, of course, I think what we've been given to understand today, it's the foundational level skilling that's the miss. Our education system needs to be able to build the 21st century skills that we keep talking about, which means the ability to be an active learner first, ask questions, be able to seek information. I think we've been hearing from Dr. Sinha in the morning. Be able to get your own resources. In today's world, you need to be able to seek out, procure for yourself, ask the relevant questions, and problem solve. These are the fundamentals. And how do we build this? I think all of the schemes that the government has laid out have been with two intents in mind. One is provide opportunities to young people and, drive inclusion in the country. That is one. That itself needs a whole, I think, revision in terms of how we are looking at schemes. And the second part, of course, was, meeting industry demands. Now, industry is not going to be patient. But if you look at the amount of money that's coming from industry into philanthropic capital, that's 45,000 crores, we're not really using it well because the kind of government mandates that are there sort of dissociate the capital or the philanthropic initiative from what could be a business purpose. Now, if you can marry both of them, that means organizations invest their CSR money with the objective of hiring. I think all skilling programs, I think all schemes would take a very different shape and form. And I think that perhaps is one of the things that we need to look at in terms of designing programs that feed into business, but also look into what the learner needs. And I really have to look at it from the learner's lens, because that, I feel, is the biggest struggle right now that we have to do.
I can't agree more. The learner has to be in the center. And having said that, from your UK experience, from your international experience, so what would you say that we need to do in India, which could take us to another level as far as work-based learning is concerned, from your international experiences?
Right. As I mentioned, internationally, the focus of work-based learning is from the employer end. And therefore, one of the things that we need to do, as mentioned by some other panelists also, that we need to shift the ownership to employers for work-based learning rather than to the government or to the training providers, which basically would mean that there has to be a model, either, as ma'am suggested, to use the CSR money, the 2% money that you have for skilling and internships, or implement, as mentioned by the chief guest yesterday, which is also the practice in other countries, have a levy. UK has a levy where every employer has to put in some money. That money has to be used only for the purpose of skilling and work-based training. Second, I think, which is also mentioned by Sanjay, is an important aspect, that we need to broaden this whole model. Take it to the grassroots level. Take it to the level where any enterprise can become part of this process. You see, one of the limitations today of internship scheme, the Prime Minister's internship scheme, is that if I am in, say, in some part of UP, and I get a call from Mahindra's to come and do internship there, the cost of living doesn't take care of my stipend. The stipend is not good enough to take care of my costs, right? So no attraction for me to go to Mahindra's and undertake that process for 12 months. So if I am able to go to a place which is close to my residence, it's quite attractive to me. So you need to broad base in a manner where one can take internship or apprenticeship anywhere close to your place. So MSME could be one option, and even the small enterprises. For example, look at 10+2 students. They'll be happy to go to a mall and work as salespeople and get trained there. Why not? So if you look at international best practices, number one, it has to go to the employers. Number two, you have to have a very structured model. We have implemented in India degree apprenticeship program, right? And now degree apprenticeship program is not something which is delivered by the universities. It's part of NEP 2000, but it's not to be delivered by the universities. It's something which is to be delivered by the employers. And there you need to train the industry managers in terms of how to train people and how to assess people and how to certify people at the end of the day. We did that for Haryana Skills University in 2002, and it was a fantastic experience. There was an employer who came on board to provide 6 months of on-the-job training to the students. And out of 30 students, this was for BWOC in financial services, out of 30 students, 23 were absorbed by the same employer. So you need to look at a model where employers are willing to take people and engage them.
I absolutely agree. So in fact, one of the larger problems in the country is the unorganized sector, right? All these schemes take the unorganized sector out of the picture because it is only meant for the organized sector. That's a larger picture for the government to look at how can we get the unorganized sector in place. And of course, the biggest chunk of industry in India is MSME. So Prasenjit ji, how do we get the MSMEs involved and interested in getting students on board, and how do you see them getting involved? Because right now, about 1.9 lakh industries are registered under the apprenticeship, all these schemes put together, but the number of MSMEs are far greater. Most of them are currently out of the ecosystem. So what's your view from all the experience that you've had with the MSME?
Thank you, Abhishek. I think in my mind, this is the biggest element of the block which we should focus on as a country. The significant efforts, for example, the internship. If you are tapping into the large organizations, which are in any case limited primarily in Tier 1, Tier 2 cities. We currently are exercising and delivering a program across 973 ITI in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, working with Bajaj Auto Foundation. So we did a poll. How many of them are aware of these ITI students, some of the diploma students, how many of them are aware of the internship program? And it was rather very discerning and very, very discouraging to talk about. So on the other hand, again, which all of us, you mentioned again, rightfully, a 40% plus GDP is coming from the MSME. So let us shift the whole focus a little towards these blue colorist job roles, which would help India to move up the journey into the manufacturing excellence to become the manufacturing hub of the world. From that simpler perspective, where the blue colorist workforce in organized and semi-organized segment is more than 15x to the white collarist workforce which are available into this country, and they are left out. So for them, the applicable programs are NAPS, apprenticeship. An organization having more than, I think, 25 or 30 people are mandatory today to have an apprentice. But is this person equipped? Sadly, no. There are two challenges to it. One is, as we said, the systemic compliance becomes a burden to him or her, to the small enterprises, and even for a medium enterprise. For a large enterprise, let's understand, the NAPS has become a part of their talent strategy. We work with very large number of the top 2,000 companies. It's a very significant part of their schema of creating the future workforce. Very rightfully, the interns and the apprentices are the source for where from they're taking the next full bunch of the people, because they have tested them, they have found them validated. But when it comes to the ground level, to these smaller enterprises, that's not the issue. They are ready to take 1, 2. So it's not their intent which is lacking, it's their capacity which is lacking. And their capacity, what you find and observe as you go around the country into nook and corners, are at 2 levels. First and foremost level is that, let's talk about a mentorship. If you bring in a particular apprentice into your workforce, and if you did not have a trained mentor to talk, the place then becomes only a workplace, does not become a learning space. If it's not a learning space, at the end of the journey, both the trainee as well as the organization, both of them are completely disheartened, and the person leaves. So if you have to talk about this focus, what we have been observing and seeing some level of success are a cluster-based, which you talked about. But the cluster-based is happening in a slightly different level. Let's take up government tool rooms. Let's talk about multiple now corporates and their philanthropic capital, as Manisha used the term, is being deployed for creating long-term sustainable center of excellences. Aditya Birla Group, if I may mention that, has been one of the very, very forefront leaders around this similar activity. We have in fact set up about 5 or 6 centers with them, each one of them at a capex of between 4 to 7 crores. And they are typically hosted into places which are not Tier 1 city. So if you look into this PM Setu also, which is forthcoming now and rolling out, and the Hub ITI. So this Hub ITI, the good engineering colleges, good polytechnics, the government tool rooms, and these corporate CSR funded center of excellences, if this becomes the center place where the structured intervention mentorship happens for this cluster of the MSMEs who are typically oriented and centered around. So this is the model which you are finding, testing out in certain instances. For MSME, take the burden of mentoring and structured learning and the burden of creating infrastructure to somewhere else. Let that happen for that 1 or 2 days in a week where the trainee spends time under a very, very different environment, different process. Then, believe us, in a limited way, which have experimented, we are finding phenomenal success. The MSMEs are eager. The boys are being retained. I think retention is another very, very flag mark. Where do the boys go? The girls go after the end of 6 months or 1 year or 2 years of their apprenticeship program? They don't. They're again back to the churn and then again get into their journey begins. Because for them, whatever name we give it, for them, there's only one question. Where do I get a good aspirational, sustainable career job at the end of my journey? So how do we address and plug it in? So if I have to sum it up, 3 levels. One is, let's bring focus of, particularly for MSME, where the number is far larger, far humongous. Talk about a cluster-based approach of a 20-30 of them, sort of a selective pathway, selective sort of a trade and related, which are chosen there. Those are delivered because the government tool rooms and every engineering college has a sophisticated machinery, whether it's a mechatronics, electronics, electrical lab, a good power distribution lab, or whether you talk about a CNC, VMC. So use that facility, use the mentorship. The only suggestion from our perspective, we haven't yet found a structural way of passing the government revenue to that particular layer who is going to offer this cluster-based support. But that's something, again, as we said, is a work in progress. We have seen it happening into some level. So this particular method of leveraging the work, let the apprentices learn their work while they are with the MSME for 4 to 5 days a week. Let them learn their higher amount of learning, which will make them and give them the core competencies for Industry 4.0 tomorrow, under a structured environment into a central hub, which could be any of this. So that's the primarily moot point. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. So I had many more questions to ask, but FICCI is asking me to cut the session short. We're already running late. I, in fact, wanted to take some suggestions as well. Anybody want to make a quick word?
I just, so while all of us have been talking, so Abhishek, you run an organization. Your organization is actually the execution and implementation partner for all these schemes. You do all of these schemes for various industries, including mine. Okay, so you tell me. You're sitting in the middle. You've seen the learner side. You've seen the corporate side. What's your take on it? I'm sorry, I'm putting you in the dock, but okay,
I never expected
what's your take on it? Because I think you're in the best place.
But yeah,
you can look left, you can look right.
Right. So I'll quickly say it in 30 seconds that I've been doing this for the last 15 years, right? I've been working with more than 500 industries. We are at a hockey stick growth. I can tell you that. The way the country is moving, we have one of the best apprenticeship schemes in the world. I have compared our schemes to every other country's apprenticeship scheme. We have a long way to go, there's no doubt. A lot of things need to change. Informal sector is completely taken off. Many industries need to come in, but I would summarize and say that we've done extremely well over the last 4 to 5 years. And the way we are going, I see this as a bright future for our kids where they can work directly in the industry and learn.
So what's the big elephant in the room then? It is, you're saying unlocking the potential for skilling at scale. So what's the big elephant?
There are many elephants. One, informal sector, definitely completely missed. 2, MSMEs, completely out of the picture. 3, education, telling the kids at the school level that there are apprenticeship, internship, mentorship opportunities. There are many such elephants which we need to bring together, which will unlock the value. Right. So we just have a couple of minutes left. We've had a great session where we've looked at industry, we've looked at education, we've looked at MSME, we've looked at international space, we've also looked at entrepreneurship. So it essentially covers the entire gamut of the workspace ecosystem. Before we close, I thought I'll ask if anyone has any questions to ask. Yes, please. Please introduce yourself and whom to as well.
Hello.
Quickly, because we don't have too much time. Just keep the question specific.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dipender Singh representing ISECT India. So I have 2 quick questions to the entire panel. One is when Abhishek sir talked about the scale of workforce adding on every year. So most of this new workforce comes from tier 2, tier 3 or rural areas. So how do we ensure that the work-based learning opportunities reach these people in those areas and are not centered around tier 1 cities only. The second one is, while we are implementing these schemes or work-based learning programs, so how do we ensure that these are not merely creating the cheap labor or workforce for the industry, as they might take it as just a compliance, and how do we ensure that these are really creating learning opportunities, learnings for the students? Who takes the responsibility or the accountability? Thank you.
I'll cover the first question on going to the rural India, the heartlands. I think that's where the short-term skilling programs, PMKVY, and there are multiple state schemes available, which when used well can enable industry and private partners to establish setups in the rural pockets which are otherwise not tapped. However, this should be designed with an outcome of industries either in cities and industrial opportunities or business setups within the community where the candidates who have completed skilling can aspire for roles. So as long as it's designed with both these options in mind, then the rural skilling will thrive and candidates from there will aspire to join those programs going forward.
I'll just add to that, saying that there are many Rozgar Melas conducted all over the country, Pradhan Mantri Rozgar Melas, right? Almost in all ITIs. Second, every ITI is today asked to register themselves in the apprenticeship scheme. At least when they're registering, they'll know that there is something like this. So many such activities are there where they are told. And the second question, as far as the shortcutting of this thing is concerned, we have to just get over it over a period of time.
But just want to add that while the scheme exists, while these processes exist, it is bureaucratic, it's complex and difficult to navigate. So the simplification and making it easy so that any company or any institution who wants to take this forward can implement it and benefits will result from this process. So simplification is of the key.
Yeah. With your permission, I would just add further to both what Abhishek and Don talked about. I think we also need to embrace and look into the global models. We all talk very highly about Swiss German models. There, in fact, more than 70% of the students post their typical secondary level of study, they pursue this 2 to 3 years apprenticeship model. And majority, we have many of the organizations whom we work closely, many of the CEOs have come out and has reached from that particular layer. Now, we haven't yet reached that maturity. I think let's face that, though we are progressing slow but steady towards degree of it. Second, we have a critical gap today of the apprenticeship model, NSQF certification, SSC certification. The credibility assigned to it today is still significantly lacking. How many of the industry, and this is a challenge, biggest challenge we face, well, you got a certificate, so what? That does not mean. So I think there are certain gaps which we have to put and face onto the table. Having stated it, what we also observe happening around the ground is a structured 1 year, 2 years intervention in a good setup, good manufacturing or good service-centric organization makes them far better equipped than anything else, including their 2 years of study had prepared them to be. So they're far more amenable and far more easier to get into a laptop by another organization into their job. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, everyone. It's been glaring on our face saying the time's up. Unless there's a burning question that somebody wants to ask, we can always discuss post the session. Can we take one last question, Deepti? Yeah, okay, but the last one.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, Naman Bhatia. मैं पिछले 35 साल से ITI इकोसिस्टम में रहा हूँ. मैंने क्लास पढ़ाई है मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में, and I have seen so many schemes coming and going down, coming and going down, coming and going down. As you people have been saying, we would take care of it. It had to be. We will be doing that. We will do that. मतलब इस सारे सिस्टम के अंदर क्या कभी किसी ने सोचा कि बच्चों का फीडबैक लिया जाए? In my sorry to say, in my perception, apprentice system is a failure in India because Hardly 16% of industries are taking participating in skill development in India. Moreover, जो बच्चे हमने पढ़ाए हैं, मैंने पढ़ाए हैं अपनी क्लास के अंदर, उन बच्चों से जब भी मैंने फीडबैक लिया है, they always say, sir, we are being served as cheap labor in industries. एक साल के बाद हमको निकाल दिया जाता है, नौकरी की कोई गारंटी नहीं होती है, और moreover, the stipend which we are given वो इतना कम होता है कि सॉरी टू से आज मेरे घर में जो मेड काम करती है वो 1000 रुपया रोज का लेती है, एंड वी आर गिविंग ITA ग्रेड, बट वी आर गिविंग अप्रेंटिस एज अप्रेंटिस 10,500 रुपये, 11,500 रुपये. वट इंडस्ट्री यूज टू से कि ये गवर्नमेंट ने मिनिमम वेजेस फिक्स किया, हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते. तो अगर ऐसे ही रहेगा तो हम चाइना की बात करते हैं जहाँ पे 80% इंडस्ट्रीज पार्टिसिपेट कर रही हैं स्किल डेवलपमेंट के अंदर, इंडिया में हार्डली 16%. आप डाटा चेक कर सकते हैं. तो इसकी क्रेडिबिलिटी या इसकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी हम किसको देंगे? आप पॉलिसी मेकर्स हैं, इंडस्ट्री वाले सारे यहाँ पर हैं. हम इस क्लोज लूप सिस्टम में अगर आने की बात करें, ओपन लूप सिस्टम में हम लोग कहते हैं ये स्कीम्स आ गई, सब कुछ हुआ. क्लोज लूप सिस्टम के अंदर अगर ट्रेनीज की फीडबैक ली जाती है तो ये रिजल्ट सामने आता है. उसके लिए हम कैसे आगे बढ़ेंगे? इट्स अ वेरी बर्निंग क्वेश्चन.
I'll take this question. आपकी बात बिल्कुल सही है और ये ऐसी बात होना चाहिए. स्टूडेंट्स की फीडबैक लेना चाहिए, एंड ये ज़रूर है कि आई कैन एश्योर यू दैट स्टूडेंट की फीडबैक लिया जा रहा है. ये ज़रूर है कि हर एक स्टूडेंट का फीडबैक शायद नहीं ले रहे हैं. एंड ये भी सही बात है कि बहुत सारे इंडस्ट्रीज इसको चीप लेबर की तरह ले रहे हैं, बिकॉज ये लेबर लॉ फॉलो नहीं करती है, अप्रेंटिसशिप एक्ट, है ना. तो बट आई कैन ऑल्सो टेल यू दैट अगर आप 4 साल 5 साल पहले की डेटा देखोगे और आज का डेटा देखोगे, ज़मीन आसमान का फ़र्क है कि जिस तरफ हम जा रहे हैं. एंड जो बड़े बड़े कंपनीज है जैसे महिंद्रा आपने देखा, आदित्य बिरला ग्रुप, हिंडाल को देखा, तो ये ऐसे 10,000 12,000 11,000 सैलरी स्टाइपेंड नहीं देते हैं, ये ठीक ठाक देते हैं. कुछ इंडस्ट्रीज वैसे देते हैं. आपको चूज करना है कि आपके बच्चों को आपको कहाँ भेजना है. एंड देयर इज नो राइट आंसर हियर.
ऑफ द टोटल इंडस्ट्रीज इन इंडिया 16%, 16% इंडस्ट्रीज में आते हैं लोग सारे के सारे.
MSME इसमें थोड़ा सा, इसीलिए हमने MSME पे फोकस किया. MSME को इसमें लेके आना है हमें, है ना. MSME का अलग प्रॉब्लम है, हमें पता है उनका प्रॉब्लम क्या है. अगर हम MSME को इस इकोसिस्टम में लेके आते हैं इफेक्टिवली, जो हमने अभी क्रैक नहीं किया है. अगर FICCI ने एक पेपर भी दिया है, हमने बहुत सारे सजेशन एज FICCI गवर्नमेंट को दिया है. सो होपफुली सम ऑफ दीज विल बी एक्टेड अपॉन सून. बट ऐसे डिस्कशन होना ज़रूरी है ना. व्हेन यू आस्क हार्ड क्वेश्चंस and get hard answers, that is when we will grow as a nation, right? Thank you.
That's why we are using FICCI platform. Thank you very much.
Just to what is the अगर वो फ्री लेबर भी है, अगर उस पर लर्निंग कर रहा है, उस पर गलती क्या है?
सर गलती नहीं है.
मैंने
बच्चे को 1 साल के बाद जॉब नहीं मिलता है और वो फिर किसी ना किसी दूसरी जगह पे डाइवर्सिफाई करता है अपने आप को. उसका स्किल जो है उस फील्ड में वो नहीं जा रहा. वर्ल्ड स्किल काउंसिल स्किल को रिकॉग्नाइज करता है. अभी इंडिया के अंदर हम अभी भी बीटेक एमटेक BSD के बारे में बात करते हैं. सॉरी टू से ITI का T जो है IIT के जस्ट सेंटर में है, बट स्किल डेवलपमेंट जो हमारी ITS के अंदर है, जो स्किल हमारे बच्चे लेके आते हैं उस हिसाब से उनको सैलरीज नहीं मिलती हैं. एंड दिस इज द रीजन कि वो लोग शिफ्ट कर जाते हैं इंडस्ट्री के, छोड़ के चले आते हैं.
Thank you very much. A huge round of applause, please. I'll request all the speakers to pose for a group picture. We will have a short break, a 10 minutes tea break, and then we will have our next session. Tea is served outside. The exhibition is available on the 3rd floor in the banquet hall. So you please do visit the exhibition on the 3rd floor. And the tea is served outside. Our speakers can be in the boardroom. With our session on green skills, preparing talent for the energy transition and climate resilient growth. I know it's difficult to bring in people outside from the tea, but the more we delay, the more delayed will be our lunch. Oh, ruko. For this session, the moderator is Mr. Arpit Sharma. He's the CEO for Skill Council for Green Jobs. We also have Dr. Vijay Singh. He's the Vice Chancellor for Scope Global Skills University. Ms. Georgia Varisco, the Chief of Generation Unlimited in India, also called Yuva, Youth Development and Partnerships. Ms. Neha Chauhan, the Head of CSR and Social Performance and Director of Shell Pehel at Shell. Mr. Manoj Gupta, the CEO for Eco Fuel EV Charging Technologies at JBM Group. Mr. Vinkesh Gulati, the Chairperson for Automotive Skill Development Council. A huge round of applause, please. So this is a very, very future-oriented session. We're talking about green skills. We are going to talk about talent. We are also going to talk about climate resilience. So look forward to a power-packed discussion. And over to the moderator now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank FICCI for giving me this opportunity. I'm one of the moderators. I would like to give a very, very brief, very short introduction about myself. I'm Arpit Sharma. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for Skill Council for Green Jobs. SCGJ as the short name of Skill Council for Green Jobs. This SCGJ was created way back in 2015, 11 years ago. And our main ministry is the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, and the line ministry is the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. We work in the areas of renewable energy, environment, forest and climate change, and sustainable development. Our main job is to create the standards for the industry, do a skill gap study, make national standards, create curriculums, affiliate suitable training partners who can impart the trainings in these particular domains, and then finally do the assessment and certification of the candidates. Green hydrogen has been one of the recent fields that where we have created around 12 national occupational standards, and we have done a skill gap study with the USAID in the sector, and 5,000 people in the green hydrogen domain have been trained and certified so far. We have also created a Center of Excellence at PDEU, which is the Pandit Deendayal Upadhyay Energy University in Gujarat, that has been done by the support of Renew Power and Government of Australia. And very successfully, we have completed close to 2 batches, one exclusively for women and 1 batches for the ITIs in the solar photovoltaics domain. So thank you so very much for having me here. Now I would request my fellow panelists to give their brief introduction and answer a very, very basic question, that what are the most significant workforce opportunities which are emerging in India and globally over the next 1 decade. Thank you so very much. So we can start the introductions from here.
Hi, I'm Neha from Shell. I head the CSR and social performance. And yes, interesting question. What are the emerging opportunities for green workforce? I feel we are at a great time when 3 big things are converging for us, which is sustainability, technology, and infrastructure. Like the kind of tectonic changes, like, the disruption which is going to take place is something which has not happened for our generation before. And the way ILO defined green workforce, which is still remains a very open one, which talks about how we contribute and restore environment while giving decent livelihood, is still something which also opens up avenues for us, talking about that your green jobs are not necessarily going to be only in green sector. What we are talking about, and gradually what we are moving into, is greening of the labor sector. And that's where how we reset our restart button, and like, you know, the kind of opportunities which are coming for us are immense. And that's where limiting to one sector won't be there. So of course, green sector continues to get the focus, but also whether it is tourism, whether it is finance, whether it is fashion, manufacturing, how we do our business is going to change for all of us. So, and that's how it's going to be, you know, how the opportunities for us will be driven. So it's a greening of labor sector we are talking about.
Thank you so much, Neha, and especially I really like the recent definition of ILO which you have given. So, Mr. Venkesh Gulati, over to you, please.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks, FICCI, for organizing such a great conference on a subject which is very important as of today. I am representing Automotive Skill Development Council, and frankly, like we were talking before, there's nothing called within us as a green job. Now everything is becoming greener. So if you even say how the vehicles are being made, or how these services, the team is being trained or skilled, a green portion is there. So even when I talk about our industries, are they led positive or not? Even if I talk about dealerships, we already have an audit system where we check how much we are adding to the waste or landfill and all those. So every job which is in auto industry, starting from lower level to high, everything is adding some part of green in it. No doubt there are some specific green job if you talk about electric vehicle. So we have a lot of new job roles which we have started, whereas it's electric vehicle maintenance, then battery management, battery software management, a lot of new jobs which are coming in. And I am hoping what Arpit was talking, we'll now see another major jump coming in hydrogen, because that is the future now looking ahead. I'm not sure how big is that future, but that is the next energy we are looking at adding in the automobile. And as you know, the mobility sector uses the major fuel or the crude import or whatever gases import we do. So shifting auto to green is the future. And our PM Modi has also given that net zero concept which the auto industry is working, and Automotive Skill Development Council is working towards to make it greener by skilling the right person. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much, Vinkeshji. In fact, SCGJ has also developed a qualification on solar EV charging station. So we have also trained a couple of hundreds of people in the solar EV domain. So of course, you are the chairperson of the Automotive Sector Skill Council as well. There's a complete dedicated SSC that has been created by the Ministry for the Auto, but we have also transitioned into the, and when it comes to the automobile industry, we are also recently working on the used oil recycling. So we have done a skill gap study on how the used oil can be recycled and again be reused. And automobile industry is one of the major producers of the waste oil. So thank you so very much for bringing in your perspective. Mr. Vijay Singh, over to you now.
Thank you, FICCI, for inviting us in this important meeting. So I am coming from a skills university that is called Scope Global Skills University. I am vice chancellor there, and we are focusing on bringing this green education in our curriculum, because everywhere a lot of courses are being run by the universities, whether it's skills universities, ITI schools, higher education ecosystem. So everyone is running a lot of courses, but they're not focusing as it is to be focused right now, because there's the need of an hour where we have to focus on green education. So we are planning, and we are trying to bring industries in the campus or in the system where they can give us inputs how we can integrate green education in our curriculum. We are running a lot of courses, a lot of industry partners are there in this system, but again the green quotient is still missing somewhere. So we are planning to inculcate all the green education, how a person which is being trained in a particular field can do a job with a green sense. So for greening everything, we are also looking after to the industries where they can come and join hands to the education industry, because if the students are getting engaged with green education or green learnings, then definitely they will bring a big change in the entire ecosystem. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vijayji. Would you like to share some perspective on what would be what would be the emerging kind of sectors in the over the next 1 decade? And where do you see your educational institutions skilling and training the candidates?
Yes, actually, the system where the most important area where this is automotive sector where the green hydrogen is coming, and the skilled manpower is still very means not in not in place actually. So if we can give some inputs like ASDC, if they can give us inputs, or industry who is in this green hydrogen ecosystem can give some inputs to education system, where they're from ITIs or school or higher education system, definitely it will give a great change in that.
In fact, we would be very happy to kind of support your institution in creating a center of excellence in green hydrogen.
Yes, actually we have created a lot of COEs in the campus, but still the green quotient is missing in our campus. But yes, we love to have that ecosystem in the campus.
Thank you so much. Manojji, over to you. Of course, we have shared the panels, the forums a many times before, and it is indeed a pleasure to meet you once again. So over to you, Manojji.
Thank you, Sharma ji, and thank you, FICCI, for having such a wonderful session. And I believe the topic itself, before even I give my introduction, is close to my heart. I'm son of a teacher, but the topic which we're discussing is look like an opportunity for me as a practitioner. How best as an industry we make sure what kind of a talent, what kind of a skilling, and what kind of a infrastructure in India we are creating, not only for India, for the world market. So my name is Manoj Gupta. I'm the CEO with JBM Group, driving eco-fuel EV charging. And we are responsible, in terms of electrifying the complete public transportation, the commercial vehicles, and upcoming the complete transport ecosystem. So the definition for us when we say skilling or green infrastructure, so please understand it's not about a one product, one service, or one person. It's about a complete ecosystem. It's about the practices, the processes, the SOPs, how we are creating this whole value creation. And that is how we put and take that as a responsibility. We are in a transition curve. We are in a transformative journey. And as an industry, we are transforming from a fossil fuel to a new age energy transition. So what it lies ahead is overall energy security we are creating together, and we are charging up each other. So that is where the most important fundamental, we call it as a tip. So what that means, tip stand for each one of us. How good we are making sure that technology adaptation, because the development of technology is one process, 99% failure happen because if we will not make the right adaptation of that technology on ground. And second, the business model of bringing that technology to life on ground. And then the P stand for all of us. We are the people of this country. So ultimately, if you see the real impact driven by the people and the right people in building is not just one skill. It's about multi-skilling and creating that environment of those people who are sensitized enough for driving this energy transition program here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manojji. In fact, would you like to share, Manojji, about the kind of growth and kind of scenario you see for your sector over the next decade, especially for the country?
So not only for the next decade, it's for the century ahead. We already, the way we have seen this journey transitioning in last 10 years, a lot much responsible steps we as an industry, we have defined for ourselves. What lies ahead in front of us? We have to make India self-sufficient for the energy security. And this particular domain of e-mobility is just one step forward, lot much yet to happen. We have to make our country the best in terms of localization and manufacturing hub, the China plus one model, right? So for that, our people skilling up is the most important fundamental we have to drive together. Not only for India, but for the, again, world market. We have the huge opportunity. Third, so far we were only importing technology. It's our time to build technology in India, creating the innovation system. For me, innovation does not mean success. Innovation means to create a culture at every home in our society system and industry where innovation without fear to fail. Up till and unless we adopt this line, freedom to fail, on this Independence Day, I believe we all need to take that call for action, freedom to fail for each of our children. And otherwise, as a parents or as a organizations, if we only look for success for everything what we want to do, then it's called jugaad, what we are doing up till now. But for innovation, we need to learn from countries like even Israel, Singapore, and so many other countries, where the true innovation means you have to follow the real impact, real study, real learning. Outcome does not mean only what so called employability. We can create millions of entrepreneurs from that innovation journey if we will stop judging the outcome as a success matter only. Thank you.
Thank you, Manojji. Now I would like to request Georgia to share a few words about herself, about the organization, and about where does she see India and other parts of the countries globally moving towards the clean energy transition over the next decade.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Arpit. It's great to be here, and thank you, FICCI, for organizing this this moment. My name is Georgia Varisco. I'm the Chief of Generation Unlimited in India, which is also called Yuva. For those of you who are not familiar with it, we are anchored within UNICEF, and we are a partnership platform that brings together key stakeholders, so the young people themselves, government, private sector, NGOs, academia, to really focus on the learning to earning transition of young people, and creates an ecosystem where each part can contribute for the outcomes for young people. So I think panels like this today are really, really important, because we see many of the stakeholders present to discuss something really important, which are what are the opportunity for the future of work within the green sector. So, and it's great, I think, to share this this platform today with the private sector, because I think they have a huge responsibility in terms of helping define what are the sectors, where are the opportunities for young people, because the private sector ultimately is the one creating this. And it's great to hear different perspectives from looking at sector themselves that continue to grow and provide new and growing opportunity, as well as, of course, the lens of the labor market itself. It's becoming green, so the opportunity are also horizontal. From a young people perspective, at least the ones that we have been engaging with, is we understand that young people are really interested in being part of the just green transition, but they also very much, and this is very much driven by the worry of climate change, and also being able to contribute by merging purpose with livelihood. Something that is really, really important, I think, is how do we help young people having clarity of what the opportunities are. And because we didn't have all the answer, what we thought is to do a little bit of research and create a little bit of evidence that can help us guide the ecosystem. And we put together research around green skills and job, together with CEEW and Satva. And I would also like to thank, of course, Arpit Sharma and the Sector Skill Council for Green Jobs for contributing as a peer review and technical advisor. So what this research did, we've interviewed stakeholders and young people across 3 states, Maharashtra, Bihar, and Karnataka. So we wanted to identify a little bit if a young person comes to us and asks for advice of which one are the green sectors that are coming up, what is it that we can tell them? And through this research, we have identified the 5 sectors could be considered for such growth. One, of course, is agriculture, construction, textile and handicrafts, waste management, and of course, e-mobility, which was already highlighted. Then the report also went one step further and tried to dig into what does it mean green skills and what are the opportunities within the green sectors. And we'll be launching this shortly, so we'll be able to help guide and create some awareness and also some visibility on what the opportunities could look like and what could be some of the skills that young people can think of equipping themselves with, whether they want, in case they do want to engage in green jobs, green entrepreneurship, or be part of the labor market by using sort of the green lens. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So this was a brief introduction about all the panelists, and now I would like to move to a very specific question to each one of the panelists. Maybe Vinkeshji, can we start with you? I would like to ask you that what role should the industry play in defining occupational standards, in creating apprentices, and supporting workforce transitions for green jobs?
Thank you, Arpitji. I feel I missed a point in the introduction. Let me complete it first. So, if we really see what is happening today because of electric vehicle adoption going up, I don't know about the century or the decade, but I am sure by 2030 we'll be needing 10 million direct green skills people in our industry, and around 50 million which are half green skill types. So they should know what is the other job and they should also have some green skills thing. And majorly what we are seeing for the past year or two, we are seeing major growth coming from tier 2, tier 3 towns. Because metros, capitals, there are a lot of learning opportunity and people who are interested, they are able to, and there are industries who are supporting them. The gap is majorly in tier 2, tier 3 town, which ASDC is trying to do something there. We have a bit, but a lot to do still. Coming back to the question, I feel even before a panel was discussion that the academia, industry, and everybody has to come together to improve the current employability situation in India, even if it is related to apprenticeship or some. There was a question also from the audience about apprenticeship. Somewhat agree, somewhat not, because in auto, we have succeeded a lot in apprenticeship. We do around 3 lakh annually apprenticeship contracts per year, and most of them are doing good. No doubt the retention is still a challenge there, but still it is going out great. So I feel industry must lead this green skills agenda, and academia, skill councils, everybody has to do their own part, because it can't be done only by one side. So normally when I talk to the industries or even to the government, that whenever you are trying to start a sector somewhere in a state, maybe in a city, even before you start working on which industry will come, you should see what are the surrounding skills you have there. So if you today, like you've taken Sanand, do you know how many villages are there? How many people there who can be skilled to join those industry? Normally for the industry and the government, that is the last thing they come in. They do the R&D, they do the soil test, they start the constructions. Once the buildings is on and the plant has to start, then they start finding the skilled manpower, which then becomes a poaching issue, then creating a supply chain issue. So we are trying all that. So same way, talking about all this, industry has to come forward and academia also has to support. So basically, like Vijayji was saying that we are tying up with industry. I feel tying up won't do a lot. As a skill university, they should have a tie between at least 200, 300 kilometers of whatever industry or even MSME or even retail people who are there, which at least covers one course from one industry in every degree what they give. And it should be compulsory. The tie-up has to be compulsory. It is not vesting lecture. That course should come from the industry so that then industry gets involved. The placement is better. The employability is better because the industry has trained them. I'm talking because I have a personal hat of an educationist and a auto dealer also. So it benefits, obviously. It's very difficult to get this implemented all India, but wherever it has been implemented, the supply chain is easy and the growth comes faster. So I feel things are going on the right direction, but it's a long way to go because India is a vast country, demographically, geographically. We had faced a lot of issue in one of our skilling where we targeted women. The start was a mobility issue, mobilization issue. We couldn't get that kind of numbers which we committed to our CSR partner. Once we got the skilling done, 50% of them were not willing to displace themselves or even go for work. So there are a lot of other issues which are working, but as so many sector skill council and now many skill universities are working, I feel slowly and steadily things will improve.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Venkeshji. In fact, I completely agree with you. The consideration and the factor of women, the challenges that your training institutions would have faced in terms of mobilizing the women. So, in continuation to what we were speaking about women, I would like to ask a question to both Georgia and to Neha. Is that how can India build an inclusive green workforce that ensures opportunities for youth, women, rural communities, and workers transitioning from traditional industries? So maybe we can start with you, Georgia.
Great. No, thank you. I think the opportunity for women, it's really, really important. I think our report also is showcasing that if India is able to mobilize women into the green sector, this also will contribute towards making the gender pay more equitable. So it's a huge opportunity. Training alone is not going to unlock this opportunity, and I think we all agree with this. The research that we've done really shows that to unlock the opportunity for young women in particular, there are certain elements that need to be looked at. Mobility restriction, lack of agency, social norms. And this needs to come together with or prior to the more technical training. So there needs to be some very important recognition as to how we combine the training with mentorship, with financial support, with what safe transport could look like. And of course, childcare, it's hugely important. So yeah, so I think this is really, really important to make sure that women are able to participate. But beyond that, they're able to enter in higher skilled, better paid, and decision-making roles. With this emerging green sector, so it's a huge opportunity. And I was speaking to somebody regarding education, so something very different to a certain extent. And this was a very high-level expert within the sector, and he was saying quite often we focus on education, but if we solve problems outside the education system, this might have a greater impact within the education sector, solving some of the issues within it. So similarly here, I think it's really important to look at the comprehensiveness of the barriers that young women face, particularly as the initiative are starting in more aspirational district, and addressing that is just as important as the skilling, because otherwise it's not going to translate into actual outcomes for women. And similarly, in relation to young people, I think the way that I would see it, having had a number of conversations, also building on the evidence we have, one is provide a bit of clarity as to what are the skills. But again, that training alone cannot be the solution in itself. So there is a big responsibility to ensure that young people are in a way supported with opportunities as well. And of course, that mean apprenticeships, as mentioned earlier, mentorship. Anyway, the young people should not be seen, and I think private sector should not see themselves, and I don't think they do, as just being sort of at the end of the pipeline, but how they can contribute in shaping that pipeline, in the sense how they can better co-design training that do really give the right skills for young people to be able to access the opportunities that are coming up. So this forecasting and co-designing is really important. And how do we accompany young people in beyond the training themselves? So these are two initial suggestions that I would like to contribute to this discussion.
Thank you so much, Georgie. In fact, I would like to tell everyone that SCGJ is one of the World Bank's We Power partners, and we work exclusively for women, in certain programs. In our ADB-funded project, we have trained, of course, there's always a batch of 30 people. That's the restriction that Government of India has given. And out of the entire batch, in multiple batches, more than 65% of women participation is something that we have seen. And also, I was talking to Ms. Neha today about Self-Employed Women's Association, SEVA, the salt pan workers in Gujarat. So we have been very instrumental in setting up training centers in Gujarat and doing exclusive trainings for women. And we were very happy to see, Ms. Georgia, that out of the entire 1,000 women that were trained in solar energy, more than 40% of them got jobs. So definitely the global percentage is around 15% of inclusion of women in the power sector. But yes, in India, this percentage is definitely increasing. Certainly, as you rightly mentioned, certain incentives needs to be given in order to encourage more and more women participation, and also give incentives to the employers to hire more and more women. But yes, I definitely respect what you said. So the same question, Neha, if I would like to ask to you, if you can give your perspective.
Sure, thanks, Arpit. And Georgia, you covered few points. Two things which stood out for me yesterday and today was, yesterday there was a gentleman from ITI. He's a principal in one of the ITIs, and today another gentleman from ITIs. People who are closest to the ground, and they reminded us who are the faces, who are the people we are talking about. Simple statement. The people you are talking about is these young people who want to get into the workspace because they want job. It doesn't matter it is a green job, it is for a cause, or what it is. It is like, how soon can I become employable, and once I become employable, will I stay there? First question. And I think that's very important to keep that in mind. Who is that person you're talking about? While a lot of good theories and everything is about, to keep things simple is very important. Second is, I want to take all of you back in the 90s. That was a time when government and many other institutes, sorry, I have a very muffled voice, I'm having a bad cold. When government and other institutes used to have a role called computer or computer operator, individuals were called computer. Cut to, you are in 2000s and we came in, everybody, like I think most of us who started jobs or joining new places, a laptop or something used to be given along with it, because it was assumed now that the transition of the digital has happened. So the digital revolution which took place in just 10-15 years happened because there was a 360-degree things happening. Like something which started as a standalone digital suddenly became available for everybody. And that's the future of a green economy. It will not be something which is sector specific driven. It will be something which will be driven by each one of us in everything we do. Whether your finance person needs learn or know how to do green bonds, your legal person know what are the compliances around ESGs, and how the supply chain of all the sectors will run will define what it is. And that's where the question about inclusivity comes. Georgia has already spoken from a women lens, so I'll talk less about it. But there are some other trends which we have to really keep in mind. let's accept it that we are in some of the most brilliant times we can be. First, because the environment around is so conducive, because whether it is PM Setu, whether it is all other schemes we are talking about, the Atal innovations, the good news is we are not starting from scratch. We have already reached to a point, and this conversation didn't start today. This has already happened 5 to 10 years ahead. And that's why we have these established councils, we have these great gentlemen talking about, we have trends and everything. So we are in a very prepared state. Now, the catch is, would we be able to reset ourselves in a way that the mistakes which have happened in past can actually be fixed through the green economy we are talking about? Now, first and foremost, green economy is not an elite and urban concept. My speaker to the just now spoke about that, how tier 2 tier 3 opportunities are coming up. So from a metro centric approach, now it's moving to tier 2 and tier 3, and that's where what the principal here and the speakers yesterday spoke about, bring the resources closer to where the people are, because the truth is we are really not, these are not high paying jobs. How will people be retained is when there are local opportunities for local people, and that's where there is a natural progression, and that's where industry also has to play a role, that you see where your supply chain is actually coming from, and are we providing the right kind of resources. Second is, we all speak highly and in various places the national education policy. I think again that is one of the most evolved pieces India has come up with. But the moment we get into the ITI and the vocational space, we drop all that critical thinking, problem solving, curiosity, creativity, because this is an input-output factory setup. We don't see them as like students who will actually achieve or do something for themselves beyond just becoming a plumber or fitting a solar panelist and all, because in our head, we ourselves don't have pathways for them. So have the right pathways for these people, and how the whole inclusivity will come. A lot of students you're talking about, they come from a traditional background. They have seen their forefathers and father doing agriculture. And now you're giving them a dream that, there is something called green job. You go and you join this industry. Now that industry gives that 1 year of apprentice, and then you assume that person will automatically turn into something who will be like doing something because you're selling him or her a dream that doesn't exist. So the first thing is for inclusivity is to have the right pathways. Are you keeping a track of people you are sending in the field? So one is that connect back to the education, see like what everybody's teaching. Second thing is, I picked up something from a session before. Somebody was talking about entrepreneurship, and she spoke something brilliant, which is about standardization of entrepreneurship, because different players are coming and they are doing their own bit and giving their certificates. And then again linking back it to yesterday's panel where somebody was talking about mobility, and they said like from India people come from different kind of certificates, and it has we don't know if it is of real purpose or cause. And that's where the standardization is so important. Everybody, whoever is getting into the space of skilling, should ensure there is a minimum level of standards. Let's not just go in and do something philanthropic and come out and do damage to those students because they are going into the market with your degrees in hand, thinking this certificate will give them something. So respect the time there. And quickly, I know take time. So from degrees to employability. Now, vocational training has to be a two-way thing. Our education system is talking about vocational. We are ready to take education to vocation, but we are not ready to take vocation back into education. So create a two-way path when people are from ITIs and other things again want to come back. So and that's where the whole pathway comes in. Like how do they get back into the system? Job seekers to job creators. And that's where localization is very important. You're talking about tier 2, tier 3, even the rural places. Who says that micro finances and those micro entrepreneurships which are not coming, if a person is able to employ even 2 or 3 people in their own village with the basic minimum wages, I think we are doing more justice to so many things, and that's more green, because all the migration and everything related to it which is happening, the pressure which is coming on the capital cities and metros, what we are giving back will be really important. So the whole mega system which we need to bring into the rural spaces to ensure entrepreneurship is also as strong as vocational, and giving them the right seed support, right kind of market support, linkages, whether it is FPOs, that is very important to ensure that the rural youth, women, they all stay there. And then the metro-centric you have already spoken about. And finally, I think it's about this whole India's green journey is actually the real heroes are going to be your ITIs and all the vocational people, and how they are going to do it. So the sooner we realize it and we respect them as the heroes and the real carriers of the change, I think the sooner the results will be there.
Neha,
Thanks.
would you also like to
Yeah.
speak about the ITIs that you have supported so far
Sure.
in the country? I think that would be really helpful for all
Absolutely. I think some of the things which I spoke about. So Shell supports a project which is called Skills for Future in the ITIs. And this is, we have partnership with the Ministry of Skilling. And we do support EV curriculums as well as EV labs. And from there, we also support placements. Now, the placement not largely are into back to the EV space because there aren't enough jobs in the EV space. Like, so people are getting trained, but we try to place them in different spaces. But what are the learnings which are coming in? Like, you know, the whole retention of it. These young people, they just come in and then you someday go back, because a lot of us go to the field and we spend time with them. We're like, oh, what did you learn about green skills? And they're zapped. They're like, you know, yeah, something we learned, like something about EV. Why do you want to do it? No answer. What do you want out of it? Job. You know, so it is that, and that's where you'll see so less number of women coming in, and especially green sector, renewable and others, where and waste production, circularity, where generally women was less, and now we are pushing it again into a system where like the number is again dropping down. So it's a catch-2 situation. Like you know, how do you quickly come in and we start plugging in that gap?
Very true. So I completely agree with very important 3 points that you have mentioned. Local employment for local people. We have seen that example almost a decade back, where a lot of solar technicians were sent from Rajasthan to Gujarat for a utility scale plant for installations. And I remember they came back in a month. They came back, they left the jobs and they came back. And the reason, when they were asked that why did you come back, you've got good employment, you're with a good brand, you're working for a good company, it's a stable job. The reason that they gave was it's because of the food. Uh, we are uh, we are used to eating spicy food in Rajasthan, but in Gujarat it's a little less spicier food. So yes, definitely local opportunities needs to be created, and that's why as a sector scale council, what we do is we map the utility scale plants where the plant is coming up, and we ask our training partners to create a local training center there. We have done it near Bhadla, we have done it in Rewa. So that's a very important point. Standardization of certification is very important. I think that's why sector skill councils have been created, one of the very most important reasons, so that the course curriculums are standardized across the country and internationally as well. And micro entrepreneurship, I will give you a very brief example. Seva Group, when these salt pan workers' daughters were trained in solar photovoltaics, I remember inviting them for a stakeholder consultation. So we had a session in Gujarat, Ahmedabad, where these women came, and one of these Seva sisters, she was on the panel, and she was asked that what has been your experience after the training. She said that she has opened up her own company and she has had a turnover of 1 crore in the last year. So imagine a salt pan worker's daughter coming from a very marginalized background, uh, going this much to this level. So completely agree with all the 3 points. I would like to go to uh, Manoj. I would like to go to Vijay Singh ji. He comes from academia, as he comes from Scope University. I would like to ask a question to Vijay ji, that how can your skill university, industry skill centers, center of excellence, TVT institutions, ITIs, and higher education institutions integrate green skills into the mainstream curricula?
So I'll talk about how we are operating at present in the university. Being a skills university, we have integrated courses from the industries. Actually, we have invited industries for curriculum design, what they want actually from the academia and what kind of students they want after 2 or 3 years or 4 years of course. So I have divided into four aspects. This is curriculum design, then how kind of experiential learning they want, what kind of co-ownerships they are trying to make, and the faculty empowerment. So four important aspects for all kind of institution, whether it is TBTs or ITIs or schools or higher education institutions. So these four pillars are very important to design the curriculum first. So I designed like dual track curriculum where these track one introduce hyper specialized modules for dedicated green sectors like carbon accounting or wind turbine maintenance. Track 2 is very important, fuses green competencies into every existing syllabus. No curriculum should be reapproved without a rigorous sustainability audit and identifies where circular economy principles can be embedded. So it is very important, right? Because it is a way of doing. There's no green job as such as per my view. It's a way of doing things. If we do it in a different way, then it's a green way of doing thing. Like I'll put some examples. Like a model plumber must understand gray water recycling. Plumbing is being done from means ages, but a gray water recycling is to be taught first to that plumber. A civil engineer must know how low carbon concrete can be used. A logistics manager must optimize routes for fuel carbon efficiencies. So these are important. So the companies who are working in green economy or green ecosystem, they can give us input to particular education institution that these kind of inputs is to be given to students. If we start from school and give them a green kind of batches to students who are doing some kind of experiential learning since school, so that they can understand what kind of carbon efficiency is required, and then finally at higher education level they can go for prototype capstone projects and they can develop something new to do for sustainability. So I think this is important, where project based learnings are important. Strategic ownership, co-ownership from the industry point of view, where they can support the education system. Also they can put their COEs in the campus, they can give inputs so that they also get a ready manpower after some time. Because nowadays, as everybody is facing problem that they're not getting a good manpower after, and they have to go for another cycle of retraining. In last 1 month back, we had a discussion with NCVT and MSD, and I have put forward one proposal for ITIs as well as these higher education institutions, because NEP comes up into 2020 and there is a component called this skilling is to be required. In every course, they have to give us certain kind of skills to students. But as far as the tier 2 or tier 3 cities colleges are concerned, they are not having that kind of infrastructure in their colleges, but they have to go for these kind of courses. So they're just doing eyewash. They're just getting certificate from the students that yes, they have done some projects, some skilling work, and finally they get the certificate or degrees after that. So I propose them that if skills university or a good university having skill base can be act as hub, and they can be a spoke, and either online method or a offline method they can give delivery to these kind of courses. The skilling means it's our forte. We are doing skilling, lot of skilling courses we are doing in every course. If BA is somebody is doing BA, then also he is having certain kind of skills with them. Same way, ITI is also having problem of not enhancing their capacities because they are stuck to some kind of skills like electrician, fitter, machinist. That's it. But for future skills, they're not having that kind of option, that kind of approach, or that kind of resources they're not having. So that also I propose them that if we can act as hub, we can give them inputs, we can tie up with the industries, they can give us inputs, and finally we can percolate this to the ITIs also. So the ITI students can also get exposed to the future skills which we are talking about, like green skills and other high-end skills.
in IT and AI. So by that way, I think we can create a kind of awareness or cohesiveness within the education system where nobody is aloof and everybody is involved in that.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Vijayji, for bringing in this perspective. In fact, Government of India also focuses on now creating center of excellences and training centers which are co-owned by the industry,
Yes.
by the educational institutions, and there's a role of sector skill councils where as a awarding body, our course can be integrated into the main curriculum. So very valid point. My final question is to Mr. Manoj Gupta. Which sectors, Manojji, do you think, is it renewable energy, EV, green hydrogen, sustainable construction, circular economy, or climate smart agriculture are expected to generate the highest demand for green skills talent?
The single answer is all sectors zero onto energy as a subject. So what we can say, these sectors are just for the sake of name, but for an individual, energy skilling as a topic or as a multi-skilling in terms of building his career in multiple such kind of a domain, it's just a packaging, how much he understands from a renewable perspective or a battery perspective or a charging perspective or a EV perspective. If you see, the common element among this is voltage and current. So ultimately what we have to look at whether these people whom we are expecting and we are giving them a green skill, the topic as it mentioned. And I really appreciate FICCI, the theme which they have taken, the skills for what you call it, intelligent age, right? So this is the perfect thing because the kind of age group we are talking about, the kind of transition we are talking about, the kind of integration we are talking about, this is very thoughtful, kind of an integration. But the challenge, if the way we see on ground, fundamental challenge, let me share, maybe it can help or it can bring some the right outcomes. The our talent, our pupils, they are still not focused. They all coming with a baggage. What baggage? They see their peers group. Some are in IIT, or sorry, my mistake, IT business, jobs, or in e-commerce or gig economy, kind of a environment where they all are working. Green jobs are not e-commerce. They are the jobs you have to work in 55 degree. You have to work in flood, rains, everything. You have to show and make yourself tough. When it comes to these stages, the different thought process start coming up from a parent itself. Oh, it's risky. You are not good. We don't take these kind of a risk. So the fundamental thing which need a change, I think from starting till now, what I'm trying to say, we have seen our education system in the health industry. Have you seen doctors are being educated something in a different building and hospital is running in a different building, right? And then when the doctors, we are asked what you do, what you learn, so they only know one focus subject. We are into medical industry, right? But the skilling which we are talking here is so much fragmented and so much under pressure. You talk even one ITI guy, what he be doing? He is going to the ITI institute. Parallelly, he had taken a correspondence study, maybe 10th, 12th, or some certification. Why? Because he has to appear in an exam also to make sure if it does not work, he can choose this as a job security. The tier 2, tier 3 city which we are talking about, you will find a huge centers of job preparation, exam course preparation, and so many things. Where is that focus? The lacking is, I believe, from the councils and from the associations, from the government. More than anything else, what we need is an awareness companions. We need a more connect with the local community in terms of bringing them up to the pace, in terms of bringing them that mindset change, the trust, the new sector which are emerging. They are not only building India, they are building future of their children and the family and the society. The fundamental which we found as a gap, because when we start hiring for such jobs on ground, a lot much agencies when we appoint, these are the fundamental problems which come at a large level, not by the individual students or the participant, but their surroundings. So what needed over here, which I believe is never I have learned that and heard that topic, awareness companions about these sectors. And I believe, RPG, for your council, I think this is the most important thing which we can expect as an industry. The green companion, because these jobs, awareness at sitting in metros and sitting in big industries, we all understand what's happening around us. We all see the big pictures. But the generations which have seen last 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, they haven't seen this thing. And they are the one who are the influencer of our young generation. They are the one who are impacting their decision making. They are the one who are stopping them to adopt these things, because these things, we know the future is bright ahead, but we have to act today. But that action today is not happening because they are not allowed to even take decisions. The first question asked, that particular gig worker is getting a 35,000 rupees. Are you getting that 35,000 rupees today? Maybe the answer is no. And then second, these all are not just about technical, it's about technical, non-technical, all kind of jobs. But then how we are integrating into a complete realistically industry ecosystem with the right role profiling, the right role, in terms of job descriptions. So those are the fundamental gaps which as a practices are not being communicated rightfully. The people whom so we call as a green workforce, if my numbers are correct, more than 90% are being hired through outsourcing agencies, either in payroll outsourcing or whatever wage. And for them, these all are transactional numbers. You get job here, you move there, you do this, you do that. There is not a structured in terms of when we say we are building a career or we are building a scaling and we are creating the workforce for India, which we call net zero. We are moving towards that. So these are fundamental communication gap. I must say that what is missing is we have enough resources, we have enough, kind of an opportunity. The missing link is the right communication metrics to connecting these all people, processes, and the business. And once it will start happening, we will see a dramatically change in terms of bringing what we all envisioning today. And every day we thought we are creating a right ecosystem for our country, for the global market, and the whole world is looking at us. We have made, a lot of changes. We have given the world a lot many things. But this time for this conversation, the single line communication required is change the conversation about our people, about our skilling, about our country. And this is where the whole international mobility to local mobility is going to happen at a large scale. So this is the way we believe and the way we see people grounded. We can do a much if we can correct that change through communication. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Manojji. On a lighter note, Deepti, I think I've been a good moderator. I've been just bang on time. So thank you so very much to all my fellow panelists for bringing in such a wonderful perspective on green jobs, the future, the transition, the ambition of the country, what has been done internationally and what has been done globally. So thank you so very much, all the fellow panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A huge round of applause for all our panelists. We'll take a group picture, please. Requesting all panelists to please stand for a group picture. The exhibition is on the 3rd floor, banquet hall. The lunch is being served on the 3rd floor, the same as yesterday. The second half will have workshops for young students on entrepreneurship and digital skills. Thank you once again, everyone. Please have a good lunch. for these 2 days. So throughout these sessions, in some bits and some clusters, we had invited a lot of young students to be a part of these sessions. So these 2 days were about talking about skills for the intelligent age. Now you will see that on the theme, on every hoarding or every collateral that you're seeing, it says skills for the intelligent age. Now we're talking about intelligence, which is human, which is us, and of course artificial intelligence. And around this theme, we had curated conversations. Now conversations are very important because unless we do conversations, we will not learn. Otherwise, we will rely on chat GPTs and other things to gain knowledge, which is not the best way as we speak. So coming back, these 2 days have been about young people. It has been about skills for young people. It is about that India is able to leverage the demographic dividend, which is you. Demographic dividend means that young population of our country is the highest, one of the highest in the world. And we are being looked at by the globe as the skills capital of the world. Which means अगर IT talent चाहिए तो we go to India. अगर हमें manufacturing या hands-on skills चाहिए, we go to India. हमें artisans and अच्छा handicraft चाहिए, we go to India. So we are becoming the global skill capital of the world, which means that we are looking at you, which is young people, to gain right skills. And अब right skills में कौन से करने हैं, कौन सा course करना है, manufacturing करना है, IT करना है, telecom करना है. So there are hundreds of options that are available. And उसमें से we filtered and we had certain sessions. For example, हमने global capability centers, GCCs पे एक session किया. Then we had a session on green skills. And then we had a session on infrastructure, which is PM Setu. So ऐसे हमने 5 plenary sessions किए. Now, why we are here together is that we want you to know that the government of India is also working towards certain schemes that are for your benefit. So you might have heard of PM Kaushal Vikas Yojana, PMKVY. How many of you have heard? PM's Kaushal Vikas Yojana? Okay, few hands. How many of you have heard about National Apprenticeship Promotion Scheme? Okay, few hands. National Apprenticeship Training Scheme? Okay, very few hands. Now, how many of you have heard about PM Internship Scheme? Okay, that's a good number. Very good. So I'm going to talk about PM Internship Scheme, and after that, I will also take you through something else as well. So I'll spend another 20-30 minutes before we get into a session with Professor Satya, who's coming all the way from Ahmedabad to talk about entrepreneurship. He is from the Entrepreneurship Development Institute in Ahmedabad, and he will talk about how to become an entrepreneur. And after that, there will be a workshop from L&T EduTech, and Mr. Tarun is going to talk about digital skills. So we are talking about everything that is in trend right now, which you should know and which should be in your pockets right now in terms of your knowledge. So there's a short video on PM Internship Scheme, which I would like you to see first, and then I'll take you through the presentation. It's a short presentation that talks about what the scheme is. May we have the video, please?
प्राइम मिनिस्टर इंटर्नशिप स्कीम एक फ्लैगशिप इनिशिएटिव जो देश के हजारों युवाओं को सिर्फ मौका ही नहीं बल्कि एक क्लियर प्रोफेशनल दिशा देता है।
मैंने इंटर्नशिप का बारे में मेरे दोस्त ने बताया था कि पीएम इंटर्नशिप ऐप डाउनलोड करो और उसमें से अप्लाई करो।
मुझे पीएमआईएस के बारे में सोशल मीडिया के थ्रू ही पता चला है। इंटर्नशिप से कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स सही होंगी,
टेक्निकली सीखने को भी मिल रहा है और दूसरा फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट भी मिल रहा है।
वही मुझे रियल एक्सपीरियंस मिल रहा है, ऑन जॉब ट्रेनिंग मिल रहा है, 9000 पैसे भी मिल रहा है और खाने का भी मिल रहा है।
स्किल डेवलपमेंट भी हो रहा है मेरा सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस भी गेन हुआ है।
टाइमिंग मेंटेनेंस, एटीट्यूड, बिहेवियर,
मेंटोर हमें कैसे मतलब वो सिखाते हैं इन्वायरमेंट में कैसे रहना है।
सेफ्टी के लिए सिखाया जा रहा है।
जीरो से लेके सब कुछ सिखाया है कि कैसे कैसे यहाँ पे वर्किंग होता है,
टीम वर्क, इंटरऑपरेबिलिटी कैसे किया जाता है।
उसमें हमें बताया जा रहा था कम्युनिकेशन के बारे में।
प्रधानमंत्री योजना में हमें बहुत सपोर्ट किया है।
PMIS is a stepping stone towards your corporate culture.
Thank you. May we have the slide presentation, please, on PM Internship Scheme? So PM Internship Scheme is a flagship scheme of the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Government of India. And very shortly, we'll be joined by officials from the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. If you have any questions about the scheme, please feel free to ask them. So PM Internship Scheme was launched as a pilot-phased scheme in October 2024. And throughout these couple of months, years, the scheme has seen 3 phases. Phase 1, Phase 2, and Phase 3. Currently, we are in Phase 3. So what is the scheme about? Interns, it is about you, PM Internship Scheme. Then it also talks about the benefits of the scheme. So it is not an employment generation scheme. As the scheme says, it's an internship scheme. We are talking about young people between the age of 18 and 24 to become interns with top 500 companies in the Phase 1. जो Phase 1 हुआ October से लेकर के March 25 तक, उसमें there were top 500 companies of India. And now by the end of this phase, by the Phase 3 that we are in, we have identified 2,000 plus such companies which are offering internship. Now, where are these internships? It's a very simple portal. You can log in from your phones. It's called PMIS, PM Internship Portal. So when you write on your phones, PM Internship Portal, you'll see the portal and you'll be able to create your own profile. Now, this scheme, as I was mentioning, is not an employment generation scheme. You don't expect that after becoming an intern, you get employment in that organization. So there were, in the first phase, as I was saying, there were few challenges, and then those challenges were overcome. What were those challenges? The first was the amount, the stipend that the students used to get. In the Phase 1, the government was giving 5,000 rupees as stipend to the candidate. Now it has risen to 9,000 rupees. Now, what is the role of industry? May I please request everybody to please take seats? So, PM Internship Scheme by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs was offering 5,000 rupees as an internship amount. Now, it is offering 9,000 rupees as an internship amount. Given that the industry role, the industry earlier was paying 500 rupees to the candidate, now it is paying 900 rupees, which means that overall 9,000 rupees per month is what you get for being an intern in an organization, which is like the top 2,000 companies of our country. The second is the eligibility criteria. So earlier the age band was different, now it is different. Earlier the final year students could not apply. Now the final year students from graduation can also apply. Also, can I have the plasma screen working for the PPT, please? Yeah. Also, postgraduate students can also now apply. The third point or the third difference between Phase 1 and Phase 3 is that earlier the internship opportunities were available for a fixed window. For example, March में internship opportunity announced हुई PMIS portal पे, and then by March end it was over. Now it's a rolling window, which means whenever the organization or an industry has an internship opportunity, you can apply because it's available on the portal. So it's a live portal, it goes all the time, and yet then you can apply for these internships throughout the year. The last is awareness. So I'm glad that when we had a show of hands, we had a lot of people saying that they know about the PM Internship Scheme, which is a good thing. And I will show you more details about the scheme. The first is the internship durations is fixed. It's either 6 months or 9 months. So it's not a 1 month, go to the office, see what's happening, and then come back. It's a huge change from what you've been already used to seeing in terms of internship. It is now 6 months or 9 months. So you go to your office every day for 6 months or 9 months, whatever is the internship opportunity window that is that the organization has offered you. The second is on the training stipend, which I already shared, has increased. But there is one more thing, which is on the joining bonus. As, for example, there are some candidates who are traveling from one place to another place and they have to relocate themselves. So there is a bonus that is given, which is of 6,000 rupees. It is given in 2 tranches. One is 3,000 rupees when you join, and the second is after you retain your be in the organization for the 3 months of time. Then that stipend is released. So you will see on the right corner that 6,000 rupees will be distributed in 2 tranches. The second point is on the certification and sabbatical. So if you complete your 6 months, you get a completion certificate from the Government of India. If you don't complete it, if there is just that you've been able to do 50% of it, you get a participation certificate at the end. And then by the end of your internship, you have the opportunity of getting absorbed in the organization. Who doesn't want that? So if you become a good intern, if you are serious, if you are hardworking, and if you've paid attention to all the work that your manager was giving you, then you have the complete right, or you have the complete option of getting absorbed in the very same organization. So young people like you between the age of 18 and 24, BA, BCom, BSc, as you can see through the slide, these candidates are eligible. B Pharma, B Tech, postgraduate with degree in MSc, MCom, MCA, MTech, all are eligible to apply. Just that you can't be from IIT, IIMs, national universities. And also, you can't be a first year or second year student. You have to be into an employable age, which is like you have to be a final year student. Candidates who are already enrolled in any government scheme under NAPS, NATS, they are not eligible to apply. Then the candidates with family income more than 12 lakhs are not eligible to apply. You have to just give your self-declaration where you can say that you are a candidate with a family income of 12 lakh rupees, and then you can upload it on your PMIS login, and then your self-declaration will be well received. The last is your parents can't be government employees. So that's on the eligibility criteria, which means most of you who can who meet these criteria of age, of financial eligibility and government job eligibility are eligible to apply on the PMIS portal. Now, this is a very small yet confusing slide. It says ki what happens when you become a candidate, what is your journey. So first step is logging into PMIS portal. Can you take out your phones and just write PM internship portal on your phones? PM internship portal. Are you able to see PM internship portal, MCA, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Modi ji ka photo, and then is it visible? How many of you can see PMIS portal now? Please raise your hands. Show me your phones. What do you see? Okay. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, good, good. Yes. So नीचे जब आप थोड़ा सा और scroll करेंगे तो आपको दिखेगा कि कौन-कौन से locations जो आपके अभी अगर आपका location on है, so this will show you the nearest internship opportunities that are available in your location, in your phone's location. So you'll be able to see internship opportunities offered by various organizations nearest to your phone. So 1 kilometer, 1.6 kilometer, ONGC, all these organizations, L&T, Tech Mahindra, you'll be able to see these organizations on the PMIS portal. We will just extend a warm welcome to Ms. Kanchan Dimri, the ROC from Delhi, and Madam Aruna, the Regional Director from Delhi. We have just been through the PMIS video first, and then we are taking the students to the portal login. So they are just on their phones, logged in to the PMIS portal, and they are exploring what are the opportunities available. I was telling them about the geo tagging facility which is available, and they can see internship opportunities on their phones. All right, so how many of you can see opportunities? Tell me a few names that you're able to read through. Internship opportunities wale. Agri, okay. So these are sectors, very good. You'll also see some organization names. ऐसे marquee की तरह चल रहा होगा. What do you see? Tell me, madam. कोई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन दिखी आपको या वो आपसे आपका KYC मांग रहा है? लॉग इन फर्स्ट. Yes. So that's what I wanted to hear, that you have to create your profiles now. So it's time that you create your profile, and this slide is about you exploring the internship opportunity which you've done on the portal, on the PMIS portal. The second step is do your KYC, which is know your career, know your customer. So KYC means that you have to fill in your credentials. You will fill in your name, qualification, and the self-declaration that I mentioned in the previous slide. Now, as I was mentioning that the portal is open throughout the year, you can apply to these internship opportunities throughout.
and within you are eligible to apply for maximum three internship opportunities. The application window is open between day 1 till day 15. So once you apply, the organization has to reply with a selection or a rejection. Selection rejection means that you're shortlisted or not shortlisted within 15 days. After that time duration, if you're rejected for, let's say, if you're rejected, then you have the opportunity to apply to any other 3 internship opportunities again. And then once you get shortlisted, you will get a call from the organization. The organization will call you, ask you, what do you do, what is your experience, where do you live? So all those telephonic rounds, and if there is a requirement of organizations asking you to come and appear for an interview, that also you'll have to do. Then the next step is after your selection, which is like you've appeared for the interview and all your process paperwork is done, then you are selected finally. You have to accept the offer on the portal. The employer will on the portal only give you an offer and you have to accept that offer. Once your offer is accepted, then you have to join that organization within how many days? Within 1 month plus 14 days of grace, which means that, for example, today you are selected and you've been offered a letter, you've accepted and you've been given the offer letter. Then within 1 month, you have to join the physical location of the office with a grace period of 14 days. For example, koi exam hai, you're not well. So then you have to maximum for 1 month plus 14 days is the grace time. The next is then your internship begins from the date of your joining, which is a 6 months or a 9 months duration, which you already know. Every month your stipend gets credited by the automated DBT method into your bank accounts. And you have to complete your training for 6 months. If you're not able to complete it, then you are a dropout. If it is less than 50%, then you're a dropout. If it is 50%, then there's a partial completion certificate. And if you've completed 100%, then you get your completion certificate, which is mentioned on the last box. So completion certificate means that you're eligible for placements, pre-placement offers, anything can be offered to you. So this is a very, very important flexibility based for the organization. It's a win-win because they get young talent pool like yours who are able to match to the expectation or skills demand that they have. All right, so any questions so far? Yes, please. Yes, yes. Uske liye there is another scheme, which I will tell you afterward. But this is primarily for kids or learners or students between the age group of 18 to 24 and who are with the family background income that I mentioned, those and the final year students, postgraduate and undergraduate students, but in the final years. This, I think I've already shared that this is your cycle of being with the organization. Internships are posted. You can see, you've seen through the portal, you have to create your logins, and please feel free to ask any questions once you create your logins. Any questions so far? So Arna ma'am, would you like to address the audience for 1 or 2 minutes, please? Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. So happy to see you all here. It feels like going back to my college. How are you feeling here? How many of you are here from the final year college, final year mein hai? So you all are eligible to participate in this scheme. Basic motive here in this PMIS scheme, if I say, is that for those kids from that lowest strata of the society, to create that opportunity for them to access the that pathway towards those big companies. If you are aware, in the slides ma'am had explained, the companies in the PMIS are top companies. We have chosen those companies based on their CSR expenditure. Do you understand CSR expenditure? No, let me explain. So it is a corporate social responsibility that companies which are having high net worth, having crores of turnover, 500 crore, 1000 crore, we have fixed criteria. Those companies have to spend certain amount of their profit towards the social good. That means in the PMIS scheme, we have chosen those companies which are having that high turnover. That means the big companies of the economy. You are getting opportunity to get internship in those big companies and thereby enabling you to access the job, the formal job market or get the formal job in those companies. Honestly, in the PMIS scheme, we have got feedback from the partner companies saying that they have got great talent pool. They are very happy with the interns. And many of those companies have offered immediately, they have offered the permanent job, regular job opportunities to those interns. So this is an opportunity for those who are in final year to get onboarded, to get registered in PMIS and then get the internship from those top companies. Okay? Any doubt specifically with respect to PMIS? No doubt. That means you have understood everything. Happy. Okay? Ma'am, will you, are we taking question and answer after this also? That's all. I was actually hoping that we'll have half an hour, 1 hour ka thorough discussion about PMIS. You may ask any question, even if it is small, at least from the final year students. Okay. Let's hope that you all join the PMIS scheme and get the internship from those top companies and get the formal jobs. All the best.
Thank you very much. Our speakers from Entrepreneurship Development Institute is also here. Professor Satya, he'll be taking a short session. We will now move on to the second part of the day, which is, I'll take 5-7 minutes on this one. It is called the My Bharat Initiative. How many of you have heard about My Bharat? Okay. What is it? Tell me. Yes, you've raised your hand. You know about My Bharat? Tell me. माइक ऑन कर लीजिए, ये रेड बटन से माइक ऑन होगा. यस,
माई भारत पोर्टल है एक, जिसमें जो फेस्टिवल्स हैं, जो जैसे 15 अगस्त या इन सब के क्विज हैं, एंड इसके बाद आप अपने स्किल के अकॉर्डिंग आप उसमें अपने जॉब के लिए प्रोफाइल क्रिएट कर सकते हैं, जैसे वॉलंटियरिंग, माई भारत वॉलंटियर एंड अदर्स स्कीम. Thanks, ma'am.
Very good, very close. Any other thought? Google करके देखिए, you'll know. Find out what is there. Use your phone. वैसे तो सारे time you guys use your phone. Now that I'm asking you to use your phone, you're not using your phone. We are getting more chairs for all the learners. Please wait. Please be patient. We'll get more chairs. Hanji, Mila? What do you see? Tell me. Next. Okay. Anyone who wants to answer? So, yes, please tell me.
Basically, according to the internet, it is a unified social hub for young people to connect with each other for community volunteering, leadership training, and experience real-life learning opportunities.
Right. To your question, ma'am, what do kids from second year, first year, what should they do? And absolutely, what's your name?
My name is Sweetie.
Sweetie. So almost what Sweetie said is correct about the scheme, that not the scheme, it's an initiative by the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Department of Youth Affairs, and it talks about all young people, all of you who are willing to volunteer, who are willing to learn, to do something. Now, this platform is mybharat.gov.in. As you can see, it was launched by the Honorable Prime Minister on 31st October. Which year?
2023, now that you're reading. Very good. Now, it's a single platform for all young people. Now, if you have to raise any concern, if you want to talk about anything, if there is something that's a bike road rally happening, you want to talk about education, skills, job, quizzes, anything, all these features are present on this website. So first is experiential learning program. This is a 120 to 360 hours small capsule program where young people can learn with the organizations these short duration trainings. The second is Volunteer for Bharat. Community activities hote hain, starting from nukkad nataks to talking about hygiene to sanitation to cleanliness, everything you can see those activities. एक बार आप mybharat.gov.in लिखिए quickly. Can you click on the link console for this mybharat.gov.in.ua register? Use this referral code. Use this referral code 151. हाँ, ऐसा कुछ आपको दिखेगा. And you can register on this portal. I will talk about what this portal features and why or how it can benefit you. So basically, while you're surfing through the portal, and just a one-line registration is required here. When you put your number or your email, an OTP will come and you'll be able to use it. Can you go back to the referral code for FICCI? So you've always wanted to do something for your country, for your community, for your neighborhood, but you didn't know how to start. But what is the formal way of doing some community work? This is the way where you can engage in a formal way with your with the country and do something for your community as well. So My Bharat stands for Mera Yuva Bharat, my young India. And I'm here to talk to you about what this initiative is. So as I mentioned, it was launched on 31st October 2023 by the Government of India, Department of Youth Affairs, and it's a single window, one big open door, I must say, which talks about young people, what they can do without any barriers on language, state, or which community or which sector or which education level they come from. It's for young people. Right now, there are 2.15 crore people on the website, on the portal, and more than 21 million young people have already been a part of it. 22 regional languages mein wo apne login profiles bana sakte hain. And why is it important for you? Why am I talking about this to you, right? I'm talking about this to you because most of the times opportunities exist. Internship ho, volunteering programs ho, competition ho. प्रोफाइल में आपके सीवीज में बहुत अच्छा लगता है कि आपने वॉलंटियरिंग एक्टिविटी करी है, बट वो वॉलंटियरिंग एक्टिविटी ढूंढे कहाँ? वो जो बाइक राइड्स होते हैं फॉर क्रिएटिंग अवेयरनेस अबाउट हर भारत, हर घर तिरंगा या save water, where are those drives happening? Where are those initiatives happening? If an organization is doing it, how will young people get to know about it? This is the place. You will get to know about all these initiatives on this portal. So My Bharat solves this problem. It brings everything to one place on your phone, on your laptop, at one destination. So what you can actually do here is experiential learning, जो मैं आपको बता रही थी, 120 से 360 hours के short training duration programs which are certified. Volunteer for Bharat, where you can do volunteering activities, gain personal professional skills, network with people, and it's a platform where you can grow yourself. Next is mega events. As I was mentioning, there are many national events, state level events that are organized by government bodies, which are all posted on this portal. So once you register, use this referral code 151 YMDP8, you will be able to, or take a picture of it, and then you can maybe, use it when you register. You will get information about all these volunteering activities, internship opportunities, volunteer programs. Quiz and essay competitions, civic duties, digital literacy, climate action, if you're a good writer, hackathons, challenges, all of this is posted on for young people by the government, which has a department for young people. So understand it's a very focused initiative by the Ministry of Youth Affairs for you, where they're asking you to register here and know about what's happening. Then the next is My Bharat Mentors. I will go to the previous slide, which talks about My Bharat Mentors. MBM. Here you will find mentors who are willing to volunteer, who are industry experts who are willing to volunteer and tell you more about what My Bharat is, or what questions you might have about jobs, employability, skills. So there are mentors who are available. Next is health and fitness, because growth isn't just academic or professional. There are a lot of physical activities, cycling group hai, yoga sessions hai, marathons हैं, जो post करे जाते हैं, उन पे date information सब कुछ इस portal पर आता है once you've registered yourself. So it takes about 30 seconds to register. As I was mentioning, it's not a very long, you don't have to enter your qualification details, experience, anything. You just have to do it with your email ID or a phone number, 30 seconds, OTP, validated, and then you can become a member of My Bharat portal. So My Bharat is built on one simple belief, which is India doesn't need young people who wait for opportunities. It is made for young people who are ready for these opportunities. So multiple opportunities are available on this platform. And the Ministry of Youth Affairs has a message that they believe in you, they are seeing you, they are doing everything that they can do, which is real, structured path to turn your energy into impact. The vision behind this is Viksit Bharat, of course, developed India by 2047, and which is not built by policies alone, which is not built by schemes alone. It is also by the initiatives that you can volunteer and be a part of. So one last point, which is that this platform gives you digital outreach, program amplification, recognition and incentives, and then the most important part, which is you get a certificate as well. Government of India, Ministry of Youth Affairs, you get a certificate for being a volunteer for whatever activities you do. So while you've been waiting कि हमें कोई तो certificate मिले, कोई तो हम क्या activities करें, ये सारे activities इस पे available हैं. Please log in and get your certificates for registration and then doing activities or volunteering activities. So that's all about My Bharat. Is Professor Satya in the room? No. Vidit, can you ask Professor Satya? He must be outside. Amit has his number and he can begin with his session on entrepreneurship. So any questions on My Bharat? Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, my question is that does My Bharat provides an online and offline platform for the students for internship?
Yes. Yes. और उसमें experiential learning ELP वाला जो program है वो दोनों modes में available है, online, offline, both, and you can apply. That is there. Any other question on My Bharat? Yes, ma'am. Your name and then your question.
Ma'am, my name is Suruchi, and ma'am here.
Yes, Suruchi.
Ma'am, I already registered on My Bharat, and I am unable to use the referral code.
You're not able to use the referral code?
Yes, ma'am.
What does it say?
Ma'am, I just click on the refer option, but then also I am unable to fill it because I already registered on My Bharat.
Achha, फिर ठीक है. If you've already registered, then it will not take a referral code. You already have a login. So this is for first time registrations.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Yes, you had a question, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes, very much.
So my name is Triya. I had a question regarding the mentorship program. So when I opened the portal, I could only see one person there. So how are we supposed to apply to mentorships? Is there like different mentorship programs that are ongoing? Like
you've created your profile?
I just saw it. I didn't create the profile.
So once you've logged in, you'll be able to see more details.
Okay.
So these are, for example, PMIS portal is the internship portal that I was talking about earlier. PMIS portal is more elaborate one for anybody who's walking in and seeing what is available on the website, what internship opportunities are available, and you can explore and then create your KYC. Here it is a bit opposite, which is where you first create your login, you have your dashboard ready, and then it shows you various programs that are available.
So it's on the basis of login. So I can only see a preview right now.
Yes. You have to. That's why the first time you log into My Bharat portal, it will ask you to register first.
Okay. Right. Thank you.
Yes. Next question, please. All right. So between the two, which one do you think is more lucrative, is more interesting?
Ma'am, I see My Bharat as a second year student is something which
Yeah.
helped me to build PMS, which helped me to use PMS better.
That's right. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Great way of answering. Yes. Anybody else? Do you find these initiatives important? Right? So because we are a huge country, we are 140 crore people, the government has to take care of many segments of our society. So there are different initiatives. One was PM Internship Portal, which Aruna Madam talked about, the Regional Directorate for Ministry of Corporate Affairs. And this program is about young people getting hands-on experience, learning in the office, not hybrid or stay at home. So you have to go to the office, learn from the experts and become an expert yourself. And if you're performing good, you get absorbed. And there is an employment opportunity also available, which ma'am was saying, that if you perform good, the organizations, of course, they will absorb you once you've interned with them for 6 months or 9 months. But on the other hand, there is My Bharat initiative, which is absolutely a wonderful way of engaging you in not just professional development, but also an overall development, where you talk about volunteering activities, you talk about mentorship, you talk about young fitness challenges and drives and yoga sessions and marathons and all this which is government approved, aided, supported, and the government of India is taking pain to bring all of you young people together to understand what initiatives are available, and you get a certificate for doing that as well. So any questions on PMIS or on My Bharat? None? So we will now begin with our session with yeah? Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, my question is that in the PMS, there is a limitation that we can only apply for 3
internship opportunities in a particular window.
Yeah. Is it the same for My Bharat also?
No, it's not. So it's on merit basis there.
Okay, thank you.
Right? So we will now begin with our next part, which is the How to Become an Entrepreneurship Masterclass. Professor Satya Ranjan Acharya is here. He is the Professor and Director for Department of Entrepreneurship Education from the Entrepreneurship Development Institute, Ahmedabad. And Sujit sir is also here. Sujit Banerjee, he is the ex-Senior Director with the Department of Science and Technology. So the floor is yours, sir. You have 80 minutes. Right, thank you. You need a hand mic? We'll give you a hand mic. Hand mics, please.
Hello. Yeah. Waiting one more. Okay. So the screen is operating there. Okay. Can you connect it, or you can start from the old and then connect? प्रेजेंटर कुछ है मेरे को देने के लिए? Do you have a presenter? प्रेजेंटर है?
प्रेजेंटर नहीं होगा क्योंकि वो यूएसबी वाला ये सारे सीट है।
अच्छा, तो कैसे ऑपरेट करूंगा मैं? बोलने से कोई करेगा या कैसे?
स्लाइड चेंजर है ना,
मैं वही पूछ रहा हूँ, स्लाइड चेंजर। अच्छा, मैं वही मांग रहा हूँ। ओके। हाँ, okay, great. So sir, I'll start and then we'll try to connect. So afternoon to all of you. Okay, so I'll make it more discussion basis. Okay, so I know this is a post-lunch session. To interact and do something is very difficult. So there are 3 different things. I think I've written something. All of you can read. Okay, so what do you feel that it is more important? Entrepreneurship is important,
entrepreneur is important or enterprise is important? Okay, जो भी आपके दिमाग पे आता है, you can ask. Yes. What is more important right now? Should we talk about entrepreneurs, entrepreneurship, or enterprise? Yeah. Entrepreneur. Okay. And enterprise is obviously a business. Entrepreneur is a human being. Okay. Entrepreneurship is a human behavior. So what type of human behavior? Entrepreneurship is typically a human behavior. Okay. So what is the type of behavior we are referring here? Any idea what is called entrepreneurial behavior? Identify some opportunities. Okay. And take action. Okay. What else? Yes. Problem solving. Perfect. Do you have any problem in your life? Yes. Can anybody give me what is the problem? If anybody is having any problem. So you are asking, you want to solve problem, but I have to give you problem. Yes. Be loud enough so that you can. What is the problem? Let's talk about simple things. So what is the first thing you are doing when you are out of the bed in the morning? सुबह बेड से उठ के पहला चीज क्या करते हो? ब्रश? क्या जरूरत है करने के लिए? Yes. Why to brush yourself? To maintain hygiene? Okay. I'll give you 3 different solutions. So traditionally, we typically stay in a place where there are some plants or tree were there. We are going out, get a tree and a branch of a tree and then try to clean my teeth. Are you interested doing that? Yeah, I need loud answers. Yes or no? 20 years. So sir is the only one who is claiming that he is doing it for the last 20 years. Anybody else? How many of you are ready to accept that solution? 1, 2, that's all? No? So every problem, there can be a problem. The solution may be known to us, but all of us are not interested in accepting the solution. Make sense? Yes, absolutely. So the challenge in the whole journey of entrepreneurship is to identify a problem, to identify the solution which people are ready to accept. Make sense? Great. So I'll come back and start narrating small stories. Sir is here. We'll talk about the whole of the support system that the whole government and things are providing to all of us, and we'll try to combine together in terms of giving. So for me, entrepreneurship is a behavior that all of us are interested in terms of developing. It's not that all the people who are being trained is going to be entrepreneur or they are going to create enterprises, but we are more interested to help you understand what is the logic of entrepreneurship, that is the whole behavior of problem solving, how to identify a problem, how to solve it. And then obviously people talk about taking risk, taking about initiating a solution. So those are the other behavioral traits that are associated. I want to make it more picture oriented and start discussing. So for me, this is the entrepreneurship looks into opportunity, risk-taking ability, some of this thing. So the challenge is that obviously problem solving, which you are referring here. So what is the difference between an enterprise and startup? So I'll be moving faster. Wherever you feel you want to stop me, you can stop me. Today we are all talking about startups. So everything that I'm doing, is it a startup? Or what is the basic difference between an entrepreneurship behavior and a startup behavior? Are they similar? Yes. सब सेम है? आप किसको स्टार्टअप किसको बोलते हो? Yes.
Sir, startup is something when we start any job और मतलब कोई भी हम व्यापार करते हैं, पर एंटरप्रेन्योर लाइक हम उस व्यापार को बहुत ज़्यादा हाई लेवल पे जाके पेश करते हैं लोगों को. अच्छा, कोई भी चीज शुरू करने से उसको स्टार्टअप बोलते हैं और बड़ा होने से एंटरप्रेन्योर होता है, ये से कुछ नहीं, उसमें डिफरेंस है. अगर हम वो ही चीज शुरू हाई लेवल पे कर रहे हैं तो वो एंटरप्रेन्योर. अच्छा, ओके, एनीथिंग एल्स? यस, बोलिए. सर स्टार्टअप और एंटरप्रेन्योर में दो मतलब डिफरेंस है कि एंटरप्रेन्योर होता है लाइक स्टार्टअप होता है जैसे मेरे पापा का कोई बिजनेस है, वो बिजनेस उन्होंने किया, फिर मैं उन्हीं उसी बिजनेस को आगे बढ़ा रही हूँ बट अपने अलग तरीके से, तो वो स्टार्टअप होगा। एंटरप्रेन्योर होगा कि मेरा बैकग्राउंड कोई सपोर्ट नहीं है, मैं अपना नया बिजनेस खुद स्टार्ट कर रही हूँ, उसे एंटरप्रेन्योर कहते हैं।
अच्छा, कोई सपोर्ट नहीं है फिर शुरू करने से आप एंटरप्रेन्योर। एनीबॉडी एल्स वांट टू आंसर? यस
Sir, I might be wrong, but maybe there is a difference in the ideology that startup is something which uses a previous idea which is already prevailing in the market, whereas entrepreneur is something that you're already existing on the previous ideas, and you're just creating your own company within it.
Okay, so if you refer to the Government of India, the definition, so we have a definition called small medium enterprises. Okay, there is a department of MSME who define what is a small industry, micro industry. So these industries are defined on the basis of asset investment or sales. So there are some of the parameters that they have defined. And similarly, in India, we are also defining startups. Okay, so typically we are defining startups are any business within the first 10 years of operation, having a some amount of sales. Till that point, everything is similar. The only difference that we try to differentiate between a normal business and a startup business is what we call as the innovation, using technology, or the business which can scale faster. ऐसा business है जो बहुत जल्दी बहुत जगह पे फास्ट कर सकता है.
Can I give an example?
Yes, sir.
Okay. किराना स्टोर का नाम तो सुना ही है, घर के आसपास किराना स्टोर होते हैं। अभी तक हम क्या करते आ रहे थे, जाते हैं माल खरीद के आ जाते हैं, सामान खरीदा, पापा ने कहा ये बिस्किट ले आओ, चाय ले आओ, मम्मी ने कहा ये दाल चावल ले आओ, जो भी है ले आए। सो लाइफ में एक डिसरप्शन आया 2020 में, हमारे मूवमेंट सारे ब्लॉक हो गए, राइट? देयर वाज अ लॉकडाउन। तब हमने क्या करना चालू किया? ऑनलाइन। ना वो ऑनलाइन कहाँ से सोर्स करता था? लोकल किराना स्टोर से। सो देयर वाज अ प्रॉब्लम एंड देन देयर वाज अ सॉल्यूशन using technology, using the technological intervention and an innovative way to deliver goods from kirana store to the consumer. आजकल वही करते हैं, Blinkit, Big Basket, Amazon grocery, so on and so forth. तो जब आप एक कोई रेगुलर बिजनेस करने के तरीके को यूजिंग टेक्नोलॉजी एंड इनोवेटिव प्रोसेस, आप उसका डिलीवरी मैकेनिज्म, प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी, आउटरीच इंक्रीज करते हो, देन इसको हम काइंड ऑफ स्टार्टअप कहते हैं। रेगुलर बिजनेस तो चल ही रहा है।
Yeah, so it is not about that is a old business or a new business. Business is a business. जैसे सर ने बताया, tomorrow I want to open a restaurant जहाँ पे मैं फूड सर्व करना चाहता हूँ, so that's the business. Okay, ये business मैं grow कर सकता हूँ from one store, I can go for 2 stores, 4 stores, 5 stores. So that's a very normal way of growing. But अगर सारी मार्केट में सबको खाना खिलाना है, I become like Swiggy or Zomato, when I can offer food across India by using technology, we can move faster. We call those business to be startup business. Is it clear? Is it clear to all of you? So typically startups are those ideas who can move faster. So ऐसे idea हमको कहाँ से मिलेगा? चलो मैं छोटे छोटे क्वेश्चंस पूछूंगा और आप लोग को बात करने की कोशिश करता हूँ। या आई थिंक आप लोग जो कपड़े पहने हो, ये किसी टेलर ने बनाया या आपने फैक्ट्री से खरीदा है? दुकान से खरीदा, बट कोई फैक्ट्री में बना है? दोनों में डिफरेंस क्या है? यस, आर यू क्लियर व्हाट आई एम आस्किंग? प्रॉब्लम क्या है? मेरे को कपड़ा चाहिए, तो मेरे पास सोल्यूशन क्या है? मैं जाऊंगा एक फैब्रिक स्टोर पे, आई विल बाय अ फैब्रिक. इज इट हिंदी इज ओके? आई कैन कंबाइन हिंदी एंड इंग्लिश? ओके, सो मेरे को लगता है कि मैं फैब्रिक स्टोर जाऊंगा जहां पे फैब्रिक मिलता है, और फैब्रिक स्टोर पे लेट से 4 मीटर कपड़ा चाहिए, मैं उसको कट करवाया, मैं एक टेलर के पास गया, उसको अपना मेजरमेंट दिया, टेलर ने मेरा मेजरमेंट से मेरा गारमेंट बनाया और मेरे को दे दिया, मैं पहन लिया. इज इट ओके? प्रॉब्लम का सोल्यूशन था? यस और नो? तो आप लोग ने रेडीमेड गारमेंट क्यों पहना है? कभी पूछा दिमाग को कि व्हाई सो? यस, महंगा होता है. टेलर वाला महंगा होता है कि रेडीमेड महंगा होता है? टेलर वाला. वो अगेन आई डोंट वांट टू एंटर इनटू द कौन सा महंगा है. यस, टेलर टाइम ज्यादा लगता है. परफेक्ट. सो फर्स्ट चीज है आपको लाइफ में टाइम नहीं है. मेक सेंस? किसके पास टाइम नहीं है? हमारे पास. तो हम लोग के बीच में कॉमनैलिटी क्या है? हम लोग के बीच में क्या कॉमन एलिमेंट है? टाइम बाउंड है. आगे अब मैं जो बोलता रहूंगा अपना नोट करते रहना, बिकॉज पहले जो मैं किसके लिए प्रोडक्ट सोल्यूशन बना रहा हूं, मैं अगर उसको नहीं जानता हूं तो सोल्यूशन क्या बनाऊंगा? मेक सेंस? अब इनको रसगुल्ला खाना है और मैं उनको पनीर ला के दूंगा तो शायद वो समझेंगे नहीं. दोनों सेम चीज होगा बट सोल्यूशन उसके लिए नहीं है. मेक सेंस? परफेक्ट. सो हमारे बीच में कॉमनैलिटी क्या है? व्हाट इज अ कॉमन अक्रॉस ऑल ऑफ अस? यस, फर्स्ट कॉमनैलिटी इज all of us are lazy. Is it okay? We can argue. I'll give an example. बाबा रामदेव का नाम सुना होगा. बाबा जी क्या करते हैं? योगा. So yoga में what is the thing that how I can make my life better? So people will go to the Baba's place. First day जाएंगे योगा करेंगे, second day जाएंगे, third day, fourth day the same person will ask, Baba, is yoga is good for me, but every day doing the same thing is not possible. तो क्या करना है? तो बाबा जी बोलेंगे देखो एक पानी का बोतल है, लौकी का जूस है उस पे, इसको दिन में 2 बार पियो. टुडे Patanjali is one of the fastest moving consumer goods company in India. So is the Indians are interested in yoga or quick results? Okay, getting back. Why I'm not going to tell you? Obviously it will take time. So what is the solution? What is the meaning called innovation? So what is the innovation inside your ready-made garments? Why all of you have accepted ready-made garment? And the answer is nothing called innovation. So what is the innovation inside it? Yes? Yeah? How it is possible to become fast and cheap? Large manufacturing, great. So how it was possible? It was possible. It was possible because we divided the whole market into 4 numbers called small, medium, large, extra large. Make sense? We divide all of you into 4 numbers based on your this, holder and your neck. We call this a small size, medium size, large size and extra large. What is the next? What is the next thing happen? I can introduce technology. What is the technology here? How the fabric can be cut in the small size, medium size, large size or extra large size. How it can be stitched faster. So that the whole logic of using technology to create a garment started taking place, where we started reducing cost or we provide efficiency, the economies of scale started operating और हम आपको एक garment बना के provide कर दिया. Make sense? दोनों example से आपका learning क्या है? What's the learning? मेरा हर एक स्टोरी के पीछे कुछ ना कुछ लर्निंग होगा, तो आप मेरे को बताओ ये कंसेप्ट के बारे में आपको मैं क्या समझाना क्या चाहता हूं. सो व्हाट इज द लर्निंग आउट ऑफ ए रेडीमेड गारमेंट? यस, आई नीड एवरीबॉडी टू रिएक्ट, अदरवाइज ये मेरा स्टोरी टेलिंग सेशन सिर्फ स्लाइड्स इंग्लिश पे दिखाने की जरूरत नहीं है. आप मेरे को बताओ लर्निंग क्या है, बिकॉज दिस आर नॉट इन माई स्लाइड, दिस यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड एंड कीप इट एज अ नोट सो दैट यू कैन यूटिलाइज इट. यस yes, bolo.
Sir, that first of the learning is that our solution should be universally accepted.
Okay, next. Universally accepted. What is the basic difference between a ready-made garment versus a tailor-made garment? Because that's the whole logic by which I started explaining what is the whole logic of startup at this case. Yes, you are saying something? Anything else?
Let me give a
yes,
hint. एक कस्टम स्टिच्ड सूट का कितना कॉस्ट होगा? हाँ,
2000 to 3000.
2000? 3 to 4000? मतलब जेंट्स सूट 3000 4000 में तो कपड़ा ही आएगा. सर ने कहा 10,000. लेट्स टेक दैट एज अ बॉल पार्क फिगर. तुम एक रेडीमेड सूट लेने जाते हो, मैं EOSS की बात नहीं कर रहा हूं, एंड ऑफ सीजन सेल की बात नहीं कर रहा हूं. रेगुलर एक 2-piece सूट लेंथ लुई फिलिप वैन ह्यूजन कितने का आएगा? और मे बी रेमंड्स जो भी है, कितने का आएगा? सस्ता आएगा, सस्ता आएगा. रेमंड नहीं, मतलब जो भी, मतलब रेगुलर. क्यों? बिकॉज दैट इज बीइंग प्रोड्यूस्ड ऑन अ मास स्केल. वो चार जो सर ने बताया, एक्स्ट्रा स्मॉल, स्मॉल, लार्ज एंड ऑल दिस इसमें आ रहा है. सपोजिंग माई साइज इज बिटवीन मीडियम एंड लार्ज, आई विल सिलेक्ट द लार्ज. कस्टम टेलरिंग में वो बिल्कुल फिट करके देगा. That is where it draws the premium.
Perfect. So what is the learning? Sir has given the answer.
Cost
that is okay. Economies of scale is the required. What next? Okay, I think you are not touching the whole concept. So, सर ने बताया कि मेरा जो शोल्डर है 41 है, मैं 42 का शर्ट पहन के घूम रहा हूँ. मेरा जो शू साइज है 6.5 है, मैं 8 नंबर पहन के घूम रहा हूँ. All of us are not wearing a fit garment. So the learning is, market is not interested for fit garments. Don't try to create a fit garment. अगर मैं fit garment बनाने की कोशिश करूंगा, 4 जने के लिए प्रोडक्ट बनाऊंगा. I'll be creating a garment which can be utilized by
maximum
everyone. Make sense? Make sense? Okay. So what is the learning? First learning is all human beings are lazy. Second, they don't need choice in their life. Would you accept? No?
Options are thrust upon them.
It's basically about the need. Perfect. I just have a simple, this is a Harsh Goenka has recently quoted about, you know Harsh Goenka? You can follow it up. He has recently quoted about one company which is offering a dosa in Mumbai. It's called Beanie Dosa. He started with a 12-seater and currently offering 350 crores worth of revenue. What they are offering? Only 1 or 2 qualities of dosa, that's all. People don't need choice in the life. If you go to any classic traditional Indian restaurant, typically called Punjabi thalis, Gujarati thali or South Indian thali, vis-a-vis McDonald's. Can you relate to my example? Okay. So what is the difference between this both? You are entering to a traditional Indian thali restaurant. Thali is a whole plate having so many options available, whether you like or not like, but they'll give you 40 options. Vis-a-vis McDonald's, what is the difference? Is the choice. You enter McDonald's with a plate which is talked about 2 types of burger, 1 type of a patty, or 2 types of patty, 1 type of a drink. You go to a traditional restaurant, we'll going to order food, he is going to get prepared the food, get it served. It will require 100 different inventories to produce the plate that you are looking for. What's the amount of inventory McDonald's require?
Quite less.
Quite less. So I'm more interested in looking for solution which can be mass market, and that is the whole logic of scale. Clear? Make sense? So these lazy people are interested not having options in their life. We can argue on that. We can think about and get back. Third thing. Okay. I think all of you are ordering food in Swiggy and Zomato. Any idea which is the product which is being sold highest by the first, this what is called as your platforms. So which is the type of item which is being sold in huge quantity in India? I need some interpretation. I think आपको क्या लगता है कि इंडिया में किस तरह का प्रोडक्ट को स्विगी जोमेटो पे पब्लिक ज्यादा ऑर्डर करता है? कभी सोचा है उसके बारे में? मेरे साथ बात करने के बाद दोबारा ये सब सोचने की कोशिश करो कि क्या प्रोडक्ट इंडिया खाता है?
Junk food, basically.
Junk food is a very big definition. Okay. अब सबके पास मोबाइल है, ब्राउज करना, मेरे साथ बैठो और ब्राउज करो so that we can discuss faster. आप मेरे को बताओ कि कौन सी प्रोडक्ट को इंडिया खाता है? Is it India is divided into so many states? We have ईस्ट पे कुछ डिफरेंट फूड है, नॉर्थ पे कुछ है, साउथ पे कुछ है, बट ये क्या कॉमनैलिटी है जो सब कुछ खाते हैं? दैट्स ऑल. अगर पब्लिक को बिरयानी पसंद है, मैं उसको राजस्थानी फूड या पाकिस्तानी फूड देने की जरूरत ही क्या है? मेक सेंस? So what is the whole requirement? If you are really interested doing some startup or ideas, look for idea which can be scalable. Don't try to solve every problem in the world. Try to solve some problem where you can scale faster. And that is whole process of identifying problem and solving a problem. Okay. I'll come to the whole logic at which I discussed. The first concept is called pattern. So when we're looking into the whole process of entrepreneurship or looking for solving problem or business ideation, the first one that all of you need to understand is called pattern. What does a pattern mean? The way we behave, the way we work, that's all change over a period of time. Is it okay? So when I'm looking for a product solution, I need to understand that how all of you are behaving, so that I can create a solution for all of you. Okay, can you find the commonality? So to understand pattern, so these are some picture of fish. This is some tree, and let's say these are some birds. So what is the commonality across all these three? The way I talked about the example, that what is the common thing that you can find out between birds, the fish, and the tree? Okay. Okay, carry on. What else? Yeah, I think we can continue. I need to move faster. So if you go and check it out, this is the main branch. So let's say this is the main trunk of the tree, and these are the branches. So these branches create an angle with the main body. So if this is a fish and these are the fins create an angle with the main body. And if you are a bird, so the bird's body is there and the wings are there. The wings create an angle. All these three angles across all three living beings are similar. Make sense? All of us similar. What is the commonality across all of us? Our body is bilaterally symmetrical. This part of body is exactly equal to that. So from distance between this and this is identical. That's the way we can create a frame of your glasses or specs that all of you can wear. Make sense? What I was talking about pattern. So when I'm looking into business ideation, I need to understand what is a pattern. How I can make all of you at a level so that I can look for solutions. Simple logic, nothing beyond that. I'll come some interesting facts and figures about India before I'll narrate some pattern that we are finding it out. In India, in 1950, our average size was, I think, number of kids that is coming to a family was something 5.7. It has reduced to 2.0. So what is called as your birth rate in India is decreasing. Is it okay? All of you are with me? I'll give you some major facts and figure, and I'll ask you how you understand the pattern at which the country is moving. Is it okay? Clear for all of you? These are some of the more facts and facts about this country called India. So when we got independence, 1947, we are going to have a 80th year. So in 47, our life expectancy, number of years that we are living in this country was only 37 years. On an average, all of us are living in this country for 37 years. Today it is crossed 72. Within the next 10 years, we are all going to live for 100 years. As an entrepreneur, I won't allow you to die. Make sense? And in contrast, what is happening in same 48, 49, our family size was 3.5. सबके घर पे 3 से 4 आदमी हुआ करते थे. Right now it has reduced to 2, and in the future it is going to be reduced to 1 or less than that. आपके दिमाग में क्या आइडियाज आता है मेरे को बताओ. There is others regarding prosperity. There are factors like literacy, requirement of energy. I'm not touching upon so many parameters. It will be difficult for you to visualize. I'm just giving a simple logic. Number of birth rates are decreasing. So नया जो population है, the नया population जो add होने वाला है वो खत्म हो जाएगा, वो आएंगे नहीं, because the young peoples are decreasing, and you'll find very interesting result that by the year 2050 जो अभी average is 28 साल है, वो करीब 45 से 50 साल हो जाएगा. ये कंट्री में जो पॉपुलेशन वर्ल्ड का बिगेस्ट है, उस पर सिर्फ 50 साल वाला आदमी मिलेंगे आपको. Make sense? I'm not saying anything outside the world क्या होने वाला है. चांद में क्या होगा मैं पहुंचा नहीं हूं. I'm talking to you what is going to happen to this country where all of you are sitting. This country will full of middle-aged people. They won't have families and they're not going to die. In this pattern, what are the solutions that you can think about? Yes? If you are really interested to understand entrepreneurship, it is all about solving problems. I'm giving a problem for this country. आप बताओ इस problem के लिए what are the solutions you have? Are you going to kill these people? No. So if I'm getting older, what will happen? What will happen? It depends. Okay, I'll give you some examples. Previously, I was buying a car. The car was a product. Okay, today I'm not buying car but hiring a car. Company is called Lola. What's the difference? The house as a product, sorry, your car as a product has converted car as a service. In software, we call services. So it's a business at which I called products as converted to service. So give me ideas. What are the products at your household is going to be converted into services? Previously, my grandmother was there and she was narrating story to my kid. Today, I'm asking Alexa to narrate a story to my kid. 10 years down the line, who is going to narrate story to my kid? If I have a kid. I need all of you to think. This is the whole problem. I can continue to explain you what is the problem this country is going to face. And we need innovative solution from you. And that is the whole journey of startup and entrepreneurship. That's the way I started off. What is the problem? It's not problem that we are having some problem or we try to solve it. This is a major problem that we are all going to have over a period of time. And we need to solve everything. Previously, 5 members are there. So somebody was cooking, somebody was doing something else. When you have only one person, are you going to cook food? No. Do you need a kitchen at your house? Would you like to have a kitchen at your house?
I mean, would you love to have a house?
Would you love to have a house?
Airbnb.
Go and ask this question to everyone. You will find.
आप अपना median वाला दिखाइए ना, उसमें मैं एक question, एक challenge throw इसमें.
Yes.
So 2050, 2075 में 2100 तो छोड़ ही देते हैं. आप एक सेक्टर का सोचो जिसमें काफी opportunity होगा. When the median age shifts from, let's say, 28 years to 41 years to 52 years, think of one industry which will be in great demand. Seniors won't answer. Hint de diya. So the opportunity इस type से ढूंढना पड़ता है. And healthcare में, obviously you are not a doctor. You will not treat a patient, or what can you do? You can create an ecosystem where the treatment 2 billion, maybe at that time it will be 2 billion population, can be offered at a cost effective and like very friendly way. क्योंकि जो बीमार होता है ना, उसके लिए हॉस्पिटल में जाके चाहे फ्री ट्रीटमेंट ही क्यों ना हो, उसके लिए हॉस्पिटल में जाके लंबी लाइन में खड़ा होना एक feasible option नहीं होता है. Isn't it? चलिए सर.
So I think we are all talking about 100 years of India. I think 2048 we want to celebrate. So that's the reason I want to showcase this is the position that all of us are going to have within the next certain periods. And all of you has to think about the solution. Today we're all thinking a lot. Let me give some examples. I think I need a lot many thinking from your side. Today, my trouser, I'm just wearing as a trouser. Tomorrow, I'll wear a trouser who is going to take the burden of my body's weight. It will be used as an exoskeleton because my body beyond 70 years won't support. My skeletons are not going to support so that I can walk. But my trouser can support me. So I am looking for wearable devices which can help me to walk on the road. Make sense? Today we are using earphones. From earphones, we have gone ahead and used what is called bone conductor. So if you are not having a proper ear, your bone can help you to conduct or listen. So what the technology currently Meta is using to use the Ray-Ban glasses? Any idea? So Meta is using a technology that you can see and take photographs and can also listen music. So what technology Meta is currently using in a particular normal that spectacles that all of you are using, you are going to use at a point of time. What is the technology by which it is producing sound which you can hear it properly? What is the difference between that technology vis-a-vis a normal earphone that all of you are using? Go and read it out. If you have a mobile, browse it down and talk to me. No, they are using a air thrust, air column that is moving the sound from that particular small speaker to your ear. That's the way the technology is changing. And if you are not thinking, not applying, obviously you are going to buy a Chinese product or a British product, and don't say that this is made in China. It is the only thing required is not that hardcore technology as the sir talking about. It is just simple application. That's the way I started taking examples of McDonald's burgers or a thali restaurant to serving biryani across India to that of all simple examples that is required for such a big country, such a huge population, and what we can do for them. And that is the problem we try to solve.
Sorry.
Yes, sir.
One example of innovation, right? It need not be a new product. It need not be a new process. But it certainly can be a new application. You must have heard about the name of a company called Bose. सुना है? क्या बनाते हैं? Earphones, speakers, high-end music system, home theater system, etc. So Bose का जो speaker है, it's a patented technology and considered one of the best. Second would be probably Nakamichi and others. Now this technology, can you, in your wildest imagination, think where else this technology has been used? Bose का स्पीकर का जो टेक्नोलॉजी है कहाँ यूज हुआ है? मैं हिंट दे देता हूँ, टोटली अनरिलेटेड फील्ड में. एक है एकॉस्टिक्स, एकॉस्टिक इंजीनियरिंग, म्यूजिक, एंटरटेनमेंट, दिस इज द इंडस्ट्री. दूसरा कहाँ यूज हुआ है? बोस का स्पीकर टेक्नोलॉजी. कैन एनीवन टेल? मेक अ गेस. हाँ, फास्ट, लाउडर. मेडिकल फील्ड? नहीं. Might have been, but not what I am wanting to. No one? In automobile industry. And in automobile industry, not as a speaker, as a shock absorber. Okay. So there is a column, Bose speaker system देखोगे, speaker तो है इतना छोटा, उसके पीछे जो space है, the sound gets reflected and is, coming out of सामने वाला जो hole है. So it creates a volume. Bose does not sell the speaker system or music system by wattage. They will sell by how many liters of space the sound is being delivered. So that technology, that cushioning and air column movement technology is being used in the shock absorbers in the high-end cars. I mean, Mercedes, Audis and BMWs, not in my level of cars. So not only you have to think of an innovative way, a product or application of technology for innovation, but you must also, kind of think, if there is a technology, in what different ways can it try to solve different applications so that the development cost, is spread out over large application areas and the cost-effective solution or product is developed. Sir, where are you?
Yes, sir. I just trying to connect to your presentation. Okay.
No, you finish yours.
Okay. So I think talking about innovation, so I'll have another question for all of you if you are all listening. So you must be knowing about Thomas Alva Edison. So what he has created, contributed? Electric bulb. Okay. So electric bulb is an innovation or invention? Is it okay what I'm asking? Electric bulb by Thomas Alva Edison is a invention or a innovation? I'm confused what you're answering. Yes. Yes. Invention. It's not an innovation. So what is the difference between invention and innovation? Yes.
Sir,
Okay. So when Thomas Alva Edison for the first time calling this a electric bulb, so it was for the it was a not a it was an invention. Okay. All of you can relate to electric bulb. I think that bit of science I think must have studied in class 7th, 8th, 9th. So what is about electric bulb? What is required for electric bulb? So you need a source of power. Is it okay? So what is the source of power he has used? So at that time he took a dry cell. You understand dry cell? Dry battery. Having a positive node and a negative node. So when you connect to positive and negative, then the whole circuit gets completed. Clear? The dry cell was never invented by Thomas Alva Edison. Yes, you can browse it down. Who invented dry cell? Make sense? The circuit gets completed, the circuits of electrons are moving and all the circuit gets completed, or let's say the dry cell was never invented by Thomas Alva Edison. So he took this dry cell from the market. Then what he has done? He found out that this whole the circuit, so we can replace the one part of the circuit with a tungsten fiber, which has a property of creating resistance. The resistance is going to create heat energy, and heat energy is converted into light energy. This property of tungsten fiber was never invented by Thomas Alva Edison. When he tried to keep this particular tungsten fiber outside, it was getting burned. So how to create a vacuum so that the life of this tungsten fiber can be increased? This technology was again never utilized by or created by Thomas Alva Edison. So what is his contribution? He brought three different things from three different places, combined together, and gave us a solution to save us from this darkness. And that solution we call electric bulb, and that we call innovation. Make sense? Invention is the first time somebody is inventing. Let's take an example. What is I think all of you must be knowing about the company called Google. Let's talk about the Amazon. Created by? Who's the person behind Zebus? So the company was into business of selling books. So one fine day, he could find out that lot many new companies are coming, which are technology company, and they are coming out with what is called as the book readers. Okay, something like, you know, as a pad or something that you are using. So there is something that some IT company who are pioneered in the whole process of this called as technology companies they are coming out with a particular product is a normal pad at which the people can read everything. So this guy, how this whole market is going to change, because I was just selling books and there's a complete new technology is coming which is going to disrupt everything. So he took 6-7 samples from the market and gave it to one of his lab, and the name of the lab was called Lab 126. That is the lab he has created. What is the significance of 126? 1 signifies the letter A, 26 signifies the letter Z. So they try to sort all the books in the alphabetically from A to Z, which they subsequently utilize as Amazon from A to Z. So this gave this particular book that this is something the market is bringing. We are right now in this selling of books. How this particular product is going to change our business. The product they try to design out of it is called Kindle. I think you must be knowing about the product called Kindle. So what is the innovation inside Kindle? There is a product, somebody has already created that product in the market. You can find out who was the first. This book readers have created. Amazon was one of the first company. Amazon just brought this concept from the market and tried to rope it. So what they found out that, let's say this is called the product called Kindle. So one side there are people like me and you who want to read, and the other side who are the suppliers. Suppliers of what? Content. Somebody has to provide the content so that all of us can read. Are you clear? It's like a book or any literature or material. So somebody has to provide content, and then there are customer, and in the middle, the company called Amazon with the Kindle is there. So when they try to interact with the suppliers of content, they told the company that we are not interested converting our physical books to digital format. Why? If they convert all the books into digital format and give it to Kindle, what is the challenge? Anybody can copy it down, download the book and give it to somebody. So the company who have created the content is not going to get anything. Are you getting a point? So the content creator were not interested converting their files to a digital form so that it can be copied easily. And people on the other side, like customer like me and you, are satisfied by reading physical books, are not interested to a digital platform. Clear? So what innovation Amazon has tried to create a product called Kindle, which was accepted by both the parties. Any idea? What is coming to your mind? What is the type of thing that they could design or implement so that they can satisfy both the parties in a whole business transaction? Yes? Yes? Pay to read model, okay. Come out, very simple solution they tried out. Yes? Yes? No, I couldn't follow you. Can you repeat? Okay. What is the simplest solution? You have to apply your thought. These innovations are very simple. More simple the innovation, more will be accepted by the market. They come out with a device at which no additional device can be connected. You cannot connect a pen drive to this particular book. They created a software at which the things cannot be taken, and then you cannot attach any other device to that particular simple notebook. Stop everything that it cannot be, the content cannot be taken out of the book. Convince the publishers, and then the publisher has a cost in terms of printing and everything. That cost was saved and passed on to the customer. The customers are happy, producers are happy, and that we call innovation. Make sense? So life require very simple solution where you have to apply your thought process, understanding at a broad-based thing and how it can be applied. The same concept was subsequently Apple has used when they try to introduce the whole concept of their Apple iPod so that no such device can be connected. The logic remains same. The same thing sir was talking about. So once a technology is designed, we try to understand that wherever it can be utilized and we can create more innovations out of it. So that was the examples about entrepreneurship and innovation. I request sir to continue in terms of how the whole mechanism has been created and inside India to support the innovations and the whole journey of startup creation. Thank you, sir.
So, we are now at a stage where entrepreneurship, startup, profits, products, innovation, these are a part of your vocabulary. So let me take you back to a time probably you were not born. You are all Gen Zs, all of you. So you are not born then. I'm talking about 1985, right? So I joined Department of Science and Technology in 1985. We started some programs called entrepreneurship development. So you must, understand the journey, and then you will appreciate how lucky you are to be a part of the history making process as we are moving now. So in 1985, we started some programs for creating awareness towards entrepreneurship. And who attended that? More than the students, it is the faculty who attended. It was in educational institutions. So we had to create an awareness amongst faculty about what is an entrepreneurship, how they should groom their students, because I will be there in a college for one day, maybe a few hours. The faculty, the teacher, the guru would be there with his students for quite some time. And we faced, can you imagine the opposition we faced from who was the people who opposed our ideas? Was it faculty or the students or someone else? Can you imagine? Can you guess? Any guesses? No. It is the parents. अरे आप मेरे बच्चे को क्या सिखा रहे हो? क्यों भाई? नहीं ग्रेजुएट करके बीटेक करके ग्रेजुएशन करके जॉब लेगा और आप उसको बता रहे हो बिजनेस करेगा. Because doing business at that point of time was considered as like something bad. Profiteering is a bad word, but earning profit is not bad. The parents of those times, like me, did not understand. So हमारे लिए ये था कि बेटा नौकरी करेगा, ग्रेजुएशन करेगा, नौकरी करेगा. ठीक है? In that scenario, we are teaching about entrepreneurship development. That was the start of the journey. आज के दिन में before even you graduate out, before even you join a college, you have an idea. You have an ecosystem. दोस्तों में बात हो रही है, अरे यार ये करेंगे वो करेंगे, ये सिंपल आइडिया है, ये पैसे कमाएंगे वो करेंगे. Maybe it is not a very viable business proposition, not at all, but that thought process has already started, and that thought process has started so early in life, it is shaping your day-to-day interaction with ecosystem, environments, your own friends, your own faculty, your parents, right? कैसे होता है? एक simple example, totally unrelated. Absolutely. You're absolutely right. मैं वही कह रहा हूं. और वो माइंडसेट का जो डेवलपमेंट है, नाउ लेट मी कम बैक टू, आई विल नॉट साइट द एग्जांपल ऑफ माय सन. ये जो माइंडसेट का डेवलपमेंट है, इट इज इन्फ्लुएंस्ड बाय, आज के दिन में कौन इन्फ्लुएंस कर रहा है बहुत ज्यादा? नो, पिछई तो कहां अमेरिका में बैठा हुआ है. नो, सोशल मीडिया. सो मैं ये पॉइंट लाना नहीं चाहता था, क्योंकि अभी पिछले दिनों में काफ़ी कंट्रोवर्शियल इंस्टेंसेस हुए हैं. जब आप अपना माइंडसेट डेवलप करोगे, डेवलप अ पॉजिटिव माइंडसेट, मुझे क्या करना है, एंड रिमेन फोकस्ड टू दैट, राइट? डोंट गो बाय व्हाट सोशल मीडिया सेज, बिकॉज सोशल मीडिया में पीछे से चैटबॉट क्या कर रहा है, बांग्लादेश क्या कर रहा है, पाकिस्तान क्या कर रहा है, इंटरनेशनल कम्युनिटी क्या कर रहा है, हमें कुछ नहीं पता. हाँ, दे आर ट्राइंग टू लाइक काइंड ऑफ क्रिएट अ कंफ्यूजन इन योर माइंड, सो दैट आप अपने आप को, देश तो बाद में आता है, पहले अपने आप को एक पॉजिटिव थॉट प्रोसेस में लाओगे, एंड देन अपने आप को डेवलप करोगे. आप डेवलप होंगे तो देश डेवलप होगा, आपका कम्युनिटी डेवलप होगा, आपका स्टेट डेवलप होगा, आपका देश डेवलप होगा. दुश्मन वो नहीं चाहता. इसलिए आपने जो बात बताई बिल्कुल सही, माइंडसेट. सो जब मेरा बेटा छोटा था, 8th-9th में पढ़ता था, क्या माइंडसेट थी हमारे घर में? अरे करना, क्या होगा, थोड़ा नुकसान ही तो होगा ना, कर. तो क्या नुकसान होना था? मेरा सोनी वायो लैपटॉप खराब हो गया. अब जब लैपटॉप खराब होता है तो हम क्या करते हैं? थोड़े हाय तौबा मचाते हैं, अरे इतना महंगा लैपटॉप 40, 50, 60 हज़ार का. फिर उसको रिपेयर करने की कोशिश करते हैं, जो हमने किया वो हुआ नहीं समहाउ. तो हमने एक दिन कहा इसको खोलेंगे, देखेंगे अंदर क्या है. और मेरा बेटा उस ज़माने में भी वो YouTube देख के उसने कहा कि पापा इसका हार्ड डिस्क ड्राइव निकालेंगे. हार्ड डिस्क ड्राइव निकालेंगे, 320 GB का था या समथिंग लाइक दैट. 100 GB जो भी था, हार्ड डिस्क निकालेंगे। तो मैंने कहा ठीक है। मैंने कहा अभी टूर में जा रहा हूँ, लौट के आके, तो टूर से लौट के आया 9:30 बजे, पापा करें? मैंने कहा यार बेटा अभी थक के आया हूँ यार, सोने दे, कल करेंगे। सवेरे उठा, देखा लैपटॉप पड़ा हुआ है जैसे जहाँ पड़े रहना था, कुछ भी नहीं मेरे को नजर आया, नथिंग अनटूवर्ड। शाम को मेरे को फ़ोन करता है स्कूल से आके कि पापा एक्सटर्नल हार्ड डिस्क का वो चाहिए, हाँ केस, आप अमेज़न से ऑर्डर कर दोगे? मैंने कहा कर दूंगा। उसके पास ना क्रेडिट कार्ड था, बच्चा क्रेडिट कार्ड वगैरह है नहीं, मैंने कर दिया। मैंने कहा किसके लिए चाहिए? जब मैं ऑफिस से घर आया उसने मेरे को वही 320 या 300 GB वाला हार्ड डिस्क दिखाया। मैंने कहा ये कहाँ से मिला? तो कहा मैंने इसको आपके लैपटॉप से निकाला है। मैंने लैपटॉप को देखा, देयर वाज नॉट इवन अ सिंगल साइन ऑफ इन्वेजन। इसका मतलब वो जो लॉकिंग मैकेनिज्म है जो भी है, ही रेड इट एट यूट्यूब एंड उसने ये किया। सो दीज आर द सेट ऑफ माइंडसेट चेंज जो कि हमें एज पेरेंट्स, आपने एज यंगर जनरेशन हमें लाना है। सो एवरी चैलेंज, एवरी प्रॉब्लम हैज अ सोल्यूशन। ये सोचना है कैसे कैसे करना है। अगला क्या कर रहा है वो ठीक है, अगला क्या कह रहा है वो ठीक है, हमने क्या करना है। सो डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी ने वे बैक इन 1985 हमने इकोसिस्टम क्रिएशन का काम किया। हाउ वी कैन हेल्प यंगस्टर्स लाइक यू come up and take a very innovative or very challenging path of creating entrepreneurship या entrepreneur of yourselves। उस समय ये इनोवेशन नहीं था, उस समय ये स्टार्टअप शब्द किसी ने सुना नहीं था, ठीक है, इट वॉज नॉट अ पार्ट ऑफ दैट टाइम। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। अच्छा वो इधर है, मैं ले लेता हूँ, मैं कर लेता हूँ। सो आई एम, उस समय भारत सरकार ने, देखो ये सरकारी प्रोग्राम्स हैं तो मैं भारत सरकार की ही बात करूंगा, ऐसा नहीं है कि आज ही सरकार कर रही है। उस समय भी वे बैक इन 1985 एक नेशनल साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप डेवलपमेंट बोर्ड का उन्होंने गठन किया था। एंड दिस बोर्ड वाज कॉन्स्टिट्यूटेड टू प्रमोट एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप अमंग्स द एसएनटी ग्रेजुएट। आप में से कितने, कौन कौन साइंस स्टूडेंट्स हैं? ओ मेजरली, राइट, ओके। नाउ उस समय एसएनटी ग्रेजुएट मतलब बीएससी, एमएससी, पीएचडी, अगर बीटेक कर रहा है बीटेक, एमटेक, पीएचडी, या बीटेक के बाद इंडिया से भाग जाना, एमटेक और पीएचडी बाहर करना, ठीक है, ऐसे ही होता था। सब अमेरिका चले जाते थे। मेरे आधे बैचमेट अभी अमेरिका में हैं। दे आर मिसिंग आउट ऑन सो मेनी very interesting development that the country is passing through. So we thought of converting these S&T graduates from job seekers to job generators. Not only they will generate a job for themselves, they would also generate a job, whether direct or indirect, for others. So Department of Science and Technology में ये सारे programs आप लोगों के लिए किया। I will explain all of this one by one. National Initiative for Developing and Harnessing Innovation. Not only we will develop innovation, but we will harness, we will create ecosystem for promoting the innovation and converting the innovation into a startup. Then capacity building programs, then innovation scouting support. Innovations कहाँ होते हैं? Can anyone tell me? Some guess innovation कहाँ होता है? अगर हम अपने चारों ओर देखें तो where will you find innovation happening or innovative ideas getting generated? Anyone?
In a competitive market.
In a competitive market. Okay. Anyone else? So he says market, you say competitive market. So basically both of you are saying market से innovation आता है, market में कुछ gap areas है, कुछ pain points हैं, एंड हम उसको इनोवेटिवली एड्रेस कर रहे हैं। और कहाँ इनोवेशन हो सकता है? हाँ, प्रॉब्लम्स, ठीक है, वो मार्केट प्लेस हो गया, कम्युनिटी हो गया। और कहाँ इनोवेशन? कॉलेज में हो सकता है? कहाँ? लैब में इनोवेशन हो सकता है। तो हम एक टर्म यूज करते हैं, लैब टू मार्केट। एक पेन पॉइंट आइडेंटिफाई किया गया, एक गैप एरिया आइडेंटिफाई किया गया, उसको लैब में हमने उसका सोल्यूशन निकाला और एक प्रोडक्ट या सोल्यूशन को मार्केट किया। सो दिस इज द जर्नी ऑफ एन एंटरप्रेन्योर। सो दैट इज थ्रू इनोवेशन स्काउटिंग। हमने पता लगाना है कि प्रॉब्लम क्या है एंड हाउ इनोवेशन कैन जनरेट अ सोल्यूशन टू प्रॉब्लम। काफी बार ये भी देखा गया है कि सोल्यूशन नीड नॉट बी इनोवेटिव। अगर बहुत अच्छा इनोवेटिव सोल्यूशन है, मार्केट मे नॉट एक्सेप्ट। क्यों? सम ऑफ द सोल्यूशंस आर अहेड ऑफ इट्स टाइम। लोगों को पता ही नहीं है इसका क्या मतलब है। वो कहते हैं ना, बंदर क्या जाने अदरक का स्वाद, वो वाली बात हो जाती है। देन अच्छा, आप बताओ, सबसे मैं एक क्वेश्चन पूछता हूं, हु वांट्स टू बाय अ मर्सिडीज बेंज? बस इतना ही? आप नहीं खरीदना चाहते? खरीदना नहीं चाहते? हाथ उठाओ। आई थिंक सब खरीदना चाहते हैं, इंक्लूडिंग मी। बट हाउ मेनी ऑफ अस कैन बाय इट? सारे हाथ डाउन। मे बी इनका हाथ अप है। She is very hopeful she'll be able to buy it one day, and I fully support her. All of you would be able to buy a Mercedes Benz one day. But आज अगर मैं बात करूं, the desire versus the demand, तो desire तो सबके पास है, but when it gets converted into demand नहीं है, क्योंकि we cannot afford it. So the innovation, the desire has to be cost effective also. That's very important. The society जिसके लिए तुम ये innovative solution या product design कर रहे हो, it should be able to afford it and it should be ready to buy that innovation at that price. So इसके लिए ये innovation scouting and support program is very important, and this program we started with the PPP, public private partnerships. Tata Trucks and so many other companies under CSR program, they joined hands together with us. This is the master of all programs. And for an innovator, a startup creator, this is the only solution. Technology Business Incubator. Okay? Now the life's journey, I have 20 minutes. In life's journey of a innovator, of a successful startup, he needs a hand-holding support in every stage. उसके पास आइडिया है, आइडिया से बिजनेस होता है, आइडिया से बिजनेस होता है, yes or no? Yes. But how the idea gets converted into business, किसी को पता है? काफी कम लोगों को पता है. So through Technology Business Incubator, we take an innovator from the ideation stage to final product stage. और इसमें उसको जो जो सपोर्ट ज़रूरत होती है, लाइक एक फिजिकल वर्क स्पेस की, जहां वो अपना एक्सपेरिमेंट करेगा, आइडिया को प्रोडक्ट में कन्वर्ट करेगा, उसको इनिशियल सीड सपोर्ट की ज़रूरत होती है, पैसे की ज़रूरत होती है. अनफॉर्चुनेटली बिना पैसे के कुछ भी नहीं होता. एंड आपका क्या नाम? अक्षत हैज़ गॉट वंडरफुल आइडिया. एंड अक्षत के पापा ने अक्षत को काफ़ी सारा पैसा भी दे रखा है. दिया है ना? देते हैं ना? तो अक्षत ने उस पैसे को यूज करके, इज अ वंडरफुल बॉय है, ही डजंट बिलीव इन स्मोकिंग, ड्रिंकिंग, पार्टिंग, वो पैसा यूज करके अक्षत ने अपने आइडिया को, ठीक बोल रहा हूं ना? पार्टी करता है बट कम करता है, ठीक है? तो ही इज ट्राइंग टू मेक अ प्रोडक्ट आउट ऑफ इट, प्रोटोटाइप आउट ऑफ इट. अब पैसे खत्म हो गए, अब पापा नहीं दे रहे हैं, यार तू जरूर पैसा बर्बाद कर रहा है. अक्षत के पापा ने हाथ टाइट कर लिया. अब बच्चे के पास आइडिया है दिमाग में, चुल है और उसका जो है दिमाग हाई स्पीड हाई गियर में काम कर रहा है, पैसे नहीं है, तो कौन सपोर्ट करेगा? फ्रेंड्स आएंगे, आप आओगे, ले भाई कुछ पैसे मेरे भी ले ले। तुम्हारा क्या नाम है? दिव्यांश। दिव्यांश इज अ वंडरफुल बॉय, कहता है यार तू ले भाई, तू ले मेरे पैसे। ठीक है, चल रहा है अक्षत का काम। काफी सारे पैसे डूब गए, अभी कुछ नहीं हुआ। अब क्या करोगे अक्षत? किसके पास जाओगे? पापा ने तो बोल दिया बेटा अब तुम ये क्या कर रहे हो यार, नौकरी करो। अब तुम किसके पास जाओगे? किसके पास जाएगा? अरे बैंक नहीं सपोर्ट करता है बेटा। बैंक तो आइडिया को सपोर्ट नहीं करता। बैंक कहेगा यार ये तुम मेरे को इसका वो बताओ, ब्रेक इवन पॉइंट क्या है, इंटरनल रेट ऑफ रिटर्न क्या है। अक्षत ने तो सुना ही नहीं है। सुना है IRR? नहीं सुना ना? बीकॉम के स्टूडेंट हो अक्षत?
Sir, when NPV is I think 0, then
अच्छा चल, इसने सुना है, चलो ठीक है, कुछ आइडिया है। मैं कह रहा हूं मैंने तो नहीं सुना था। तो बैंक नहीं लोन देता है, अब लोन कौन देगा? तुम्हारे जैसे फ्रेंड्स ही देंगे, फैमिली ही देंगे। फ्रेंड्स फैमिलीज आर ऑलवेज कॉल्ड द फुलिश इन्वेस्टर्स। चाहिए अक्षत को पैसा, ये लेगा 5 लाख, कब वापस करेगा, करेगा या नहीं करेगा पूछा भी नहीं, कोई ड्यू डिलीजेंस नहीं किया, बिकॉज बिलीव इन हिज ड्रीम्स। वो भी खत्म हो गया। अब अक्षत कहाँ जाएगा? प्रोडक्ट बन रहा है, आइडिया डेवलप हो रहा है, TRL 2 से 3 में आ गया, 3 से 4 में जाएगा, अक्षत को कौन पैसा देगा? बोलो। अरे जो पैसा देगा तुम्हारे सामने खड़ा है, बोलो मैं दूंगा। वो डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी का सीड सपोर्ट। इट इज नॉट मेंशन्ड हियर, ऑफ कोर्स there will be a seed support. There is a seed support scheme whereby the technology incubator will fund up to 50 lakhs, 1 CR, depending on the merit of the case, to Akshat. Now, सिर्फ पैसे से बिजनेस नहीं होता है। अरे मार्केट में जाओगे, ऑर्डर भी तो लाना है, तो नेटवर्किंग, बिजनेस प्लान ठीक है या नहीं है, कभी है फेस किया है? किसी ने कंधे में हाथ रख के कहा बेटा गलत काम कर रहे हो, है ना? होता है ना लाइफ में कि बेटा ये काम तुम सही नहीं कर रहे हो, है ना? सो देयर इज अ मेंटर, बिजनेस मेंटर, जो कहेगा भैया जो तुमने सेल्स फिगर प्रोजेक्ट किया है अक्षत कि तुम 100 मिलियन का रेवेन्यू जनरेट करोगे, टोन डाउन करो बेटा, फर्स्ट ईयर में 100 मिलियन होता नहीं है। तो वी विल लिंक अक्षत विद अ बिजनेस मेंटर। ठीक है, सो दैट इज मेंटोरिंग। नाउ मेंटरिंग सिर्फ बिजनेस प्रोसेस में नहीं, टेक्निकल मेंटरिंग भी हो सकता है। टेक्नोलॉजी ठीक है या नहीं? क्यों प्रोफेसर सर? मैं प्रोफेसर के साथ लिंक कराऊंगा, ही विल लुक एट द टेक्नोलॉजी एंड फाइंड आउट कि क्या 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 गैप एरियाज है। मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूँ कि इन अक्षत का कोई टेक्नोलॉजी खराब है, ये गलत है या लैकिंग समथिंग, बट देयर मे बी सम स्कोप ऑफ इम्प्रोवाइजेशन। सो प्रोफेसर आचार्य विल से अक्षत इसको ऐसे ऐसे करो, तो हमारा टेक्नोलॉजी और इम्प्रूव करेगा, इसके चांसेस ऑफ फेलियर कम होंगे एंड प्रोडक्टाइजेशन या कमर्शियलाइजेशन विल बी इजी। ठीक है, तो दिस इज बीइंग डन एट द टेक्नोलॉजी बिजनेस इंक्यूबेटर TBI, and we have established the TBIs in the educational institutions, colleges, universities. Kyun? Because in colleges and universities, in an academic environment, there is a research environment. The faculty can support you technically, they can help you to develop technology, and they can help you to refine your technology. So these are the various technology business incubators that our department has created all across the country. SINE, Society of Innovation and Engineering, SINE is in IIT Bombay. Then Vellore Institute of Technology University, VIT University में है. We have in PSG STEP and the IIMs, Indian Institutes of Management. इसमें भी हमने बिजनेस इंक्यूबेटर एस्टैब्लिश किया है। IIM कोलकाता, IIM Ahmedabad. So if you have a bright idea, If you have a desire to become an entrepreneur, a startup creator, you can go to one of this technology business incubator, take up a seat. उधर मतलब cubicles होते हैं, they are called seat. You can hire a seat and you can start processing your bright ideas. So, in the year 2010, we decided that इसको एक national program बनाते हैं. Me and my boss, we were, Ahmedabad. हम डॉक्टर आचार्य के प्रोफेसर आचार्य के इंस्टीट्यूशन में थे, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप डेवलपमेंट इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ इंडिया. हमने कहा एक नेशनल प्रोग्राम बनाते हैं. छोटे मोटे प्रोग्राम तो कर ही रहे थे, लेट्स क्रिएट अ बिग इम्पैक्ट. बिग इम्पैक्ट के लिए नेशनल प्रोग्राम. नाउ सोचते 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 ये निधि प्रोग्राम हमने कंसीव किया. नेशनल इनिशिएटिव फॉर डेवलपिंग एंड हार्नेसिंग इनोवेशन. डेवलप भी करेंगे, इनोवेशन को हार्नेस करेंगे, सो दैट द इनोवेशन कैन बी कन्वर्टेड इनटू अ प्रोडक्ट. निधि. आई एम वेरी हैप्पी टू से दैट जब 2013 में ये DPIT, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ प्रमोशन फॉर इंडस्ट्री, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, एक स्टार्टअप इंडिया प्रोग्राम का स्टार्ट कर रही थी, तो दे सिलेक्टेड निधि प्रोग्राम एज वन ऑफ इट्स कंपोनेंट. सबने स्टार्टअप इंडिया प्रोग्राम का तो नाम सुना ही है. ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी जी का एक स्टार प्रोग्राम है. तो in this निधि स्कीम there were 4-5 components which are very important. पहला देखो, entrepreneur in residence. ये अक्षत का वो प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करता है कि अक्षत ने ग्रेजुएशन तो किया, अब उसको 1 साल 2 साल लगेंगे अपना आइडिया को प्रोडक्ट में कन्वर्ट करने का. अक्षत के फादर तो सपोर्ट करेंगे नहीं, तो वी विल टेक हिम एज एंटरप्रेन्योर इन रेसिडेंस. एंड इसको जो है अक्षत को हम एक सर्टन अमाउंट ऑफ स्कॉलरशिप कहिए, फेलोशिप कहिए, सपोर्ट करेंगे फॉर अ पीरियड ऑफ 24 months. नो क्वेश्चंस आस्क्ड. बेटा आपका क्या नाम है? मनुश्री. अगर मनुश्री भी करना चाहे तो मनुश्री को भी हम सपोर्ट करेंगे. एंड around I think 30,000 to 50,000 rupees, something of that sort, we will support every month for 24 months, and best part is we will not ask that money back. पर तुम्हें मॉनिटर करेंगे कि तुम उसको ठीक मतलब काम के लिए यूज कर रहे हो. ये नहीं कि फिर पार्टी करने चले जाओ. पार्टिंग इज नॉट परमिटेड. ठीक है. तो ही इज नाउ फॉर्मिंग हिज आइडिया, बट आइडियाज ट्राई करने के लिए मशीनरी चाहिए होती है, स्पेशली अगर हार्डवेयर ओरिएंटेड हो. हर कोई तो कोडिंग नहीं करता, या करना भी नहीं चाहिए. कुछ हार्डकोर इंजीनियरिंग में भी तो करो, तो उसके लिए कुछ 3D प्रिंटर चाहिए, कुछ स्टेशंस वगैरह जो भी है वो चाहिए. तो उसके लिए ये प्रयास सेंटर्स का हमने इस्टेब्लिश किया है. नाउ द प्रयास सेंटर इज अ फैब लैब वेयर the basic minimum equipments which are needed to create a prototype, a working prototype, is provided. ठीक है. So he goes to a Prayas center and tries out his hand and creates a working prototype. ठीक है. Happy? हाँ, मेरे लिए एक thumbs up, बाद में हाई फाइव करेंगे. अच्छा, इतना सब ट्राई करके he now has a working prototype. अब वो वर्किंग प्रोटोटाइप को, सी प्रोटोटाइप वर्सेस अ फाइनल प्रोडक्ट, देयर इज अ होल लॉट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी यूजेज. ठीक है. एक लैब में आपने एक मोबाइल फोन बनाया और एप्पल ने उसको एक फाइनल प्रोडक्ट का शेप दिया. सो द टेक्नोलॉजी एंड द प्रोटोटाइप अंडरगोज an ocean of change. So how do you do that and where do you do that? That you do in the technology business incubator. And जैसे मैंने बोला, in the initial phases, in the initial stage of any startup's life, पैसा ना होना is a great tension. रोज सवेरे उठ के अक्षत सोचता है, यार वो इक्विपमेंट चाहिए, पैसा कहाँ है. तो अगर सीड सपोर्ट मिल जाए 50 लाख, 20 लाख, 25 लाख, यू विल बी मोर देन हैप्पी. हाँ, कोई भी होगा. And what we also do, there are lots of business plan competitions, there are lots of pitch fests. उसमें हम अक्षत को इनेबल करेंगे कि अक्षत जाए, अपना बिजनेस आइडिया पिच करे, अपना बिजनेस प्लान पिच करे, and if he wins 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 5 lakh as the prize, that also adds to his kitty. We enable that. Then Center of Excellence and Accelerator are for little mature startups जो कि almost at the stage of launching में आ गए हैं. So they get a fast track grant or a fast track support so that उनका जो final conversion है becomes easy and time bound. Then we come to Inclusive Technology Business Incubator. And this is a wonderful program. I wish many colleges, many universities apply for this and they get grant for this. In the ITBI, what we do? In the TBI, it is all business ideas which are getting converted into a final business product or solution. But in ITBI, we fund innovative student projects. आपका कोई आइडिया है, आप उसको ट्राई आउट करना चाहते हो, वी विल फंड यू 5 लाख रुपीस पर स्टूडेंट प्रोजेक्ट. एंड ओवर अ 3 ईयर, इट इज अ 3 ईयर प्रोजेक्ट, ओवर अ 3 ईयर पीरियड हम जो हैं रफली 25 से 30 स्टूडेंट प्रोजेक्ट्स को सपोर्ट करेंगे. ठीक है, पर एनम 25 से 30 स्टूडेंट प्रोजेक्ट्स को हम सपोर्ट करेंगे. So if your institution, your college or university has applied for ITBI and has been sanctioned an ITBI, you can get the funding support for your dream project from that. This is mainly and primarily for the students, right? Sir, all this is there in the website. I will mention the URL. So you can get, and there the officer in charge, his name, his email ID, everything is mentioned. And of course, I am there. Anyone wanting to know more in more details, I am of course more than happy to help. And women entrepreneurship. So in any of the Government of India's program, the weaker sections of society, the fair gender, and everyone, they get a special attention. So understanding that women entrepreneurship need a different kind of support system, we have a special program for the women entrepreneurs. But even otherwise, the women can make use of any of the program. It is not that they will have to come under this. So what is now finally required? Tell me. We have all this ecosystem support, government support. What is finally required? We need an entrepreneur, a dreamer, a converter, a go-getter, like, खड़े हो जाओ, high five. This is public partnership, public-private partnership, government and private, citizen. Okay? So, I think we have reached the end. Na? So, all the best. But एक last question. You have any doubts about? You must have doubts. You must question me. Whatever the doubts जो आप लोगों के मन में अभी आ है, you can ask me right now. Please note down whatever doubts you have. I will leave behind my contact. This thing, I think Professor Acharya will circulate. एक कर देना अपना email ID मेरा दे देना तो, and maybe mobile number, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. So we will be ready to help you all. So any questions? Yes.
Do we have any kind of case studies of this, that in the past somebody have done something with these kind
Definitely,
of programs?
definitely. The website has lots of it.
Okay.
And only thing that won't be there is the financials. The startups are
not the financial part.
Yes,
but
there,
at least
there
something
is. There is.
Through which students can get
Yes.
motivated.
There are lots of case studies there, and there is also an organization. We have set up an organization to accelerate, because सरकार में रह के ना काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें हम नहीं कर पाते हैं, तो हमने एक्स्ट्रा कहते हैं उसको, क्या कहते हैं, स्पेशल पर्पस व्हीकल का एक वो किया है. दिस इज इंडियन स्टेप टीबीआई एसोसिएशन, ISBA, ISBA. तो अगर आप ISBA के वेबसाइट में जाओगे तो देयर वुड बी लॉट ऑफ केस स्टडीज. ठीक है. एंड then you should also read. There are lots of book by Rashmi Bansal. Rashmi Bansal was, or still is, a professor of IIM Ahmedabad. हाँ? अभी रिटायर? नहीं जब I think anyway she was connected with IIM Ahmedabad, connecting the dots. उसमें real life case studies हैं. Like there was the Prem Ganapati. This example I always take. Prem Ganapati was, like 10th pass out. He was forced to go to Chennai to work in a restaurant. He started with a dishwasher. He switched over to another because that restaurant was offering, along with dishwashing, they were offering him free food. Karte, he started dosa king, or something like that. And he went through pricing, product innovation, expansion, product selection, etc., etc. So if you, in that book, Connecting the Dot, that case study is there. If you read, you will get the whole gamut of an enterprise building. It was probably not a startup, but nonetheless it was an enterprise building. And likewise, there are 10-12 case studies. Please buy that book and read that book. It would be a very good investment. Thank you. Questions are always welcome.
Yes, sir. Thanks to the organizers. You want to be there? I think they want.
Thank you so much, Professor Ranjan and Professor Banerjee. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask any questions that you have for both the professors.
Thank you.
So there's a question, I guess. Please, you can turn on your mic and ask the question, please.
Sir? So, sir, my doubt is that I know one of my friend, he is like very enthusiastic about the new idea and he really want to be an entrepreneur. But the college which I am enrolled in is something like there's no IT TBI there. So how can I help him like to get the investments, because he's really struggling for the investments.
So he or she can approach any technology business incubator which is nearby. Where is this friend of yours located?
In AUD, Ambedkar University.
Ambedkar University, na? So in Delhi and NCR, there are a lot of TBIs. Let's say one is there in Krishna Institute of Engineering and Technology, Ghaziabad. There is one in Delhi. There are a lot of them in Noida. So he can go and talk to the incubation manager there, present his case. Now there is a catch. I think my idea is the best, but when there is a professional evaluation, the idea may be found to be lacking many things. So the initial raw idea needs to be refined, reprocessed. Lots of brainstorming needs to be done. So once that is done, and once the incubation manager deems fit that the idea is good to support, then he will have to register in that incubator. Once he gets registration, then other things start pouring in. All these things that I mentioned on screen, mentoring support, all those space support, etc., will start pouring in. Because you will you will appreciate funds are limited, competition is stiff, so only the best gets it. Yes.
So I had a question regarding like the entrepreneurship itself. As in, whenever we start an entrepreneurship, usually most of our ideas either like don't work within the 24-month period that we are given. Even though the idea is good enough, it sometimes takes more than 24 months. So does the government extend the support from 24 months, or does it only limit it to that period itself?
So, okay, I think I'll take the question. So, the EIR period is 24 months, but now by the end of the EIR period, you would have graduated to a next level. For next level also, there are different schemes. So you will not be constrained to remain in EIR, but maybe you will progress, because by that time you would have developed something. And this journey is so full of surprises that today you cannot make a forecast what will happen after 24 months. I will tell you, I have also seen funding offers like kind of poaching offers. This is a good idea, you sell it to us. It happens. It happens. And taking a company to that level and selling it off and starting another one is also an entrepreneurship. It's a serial entrepreneur. And believe me, when I went to Silicon Valley, I was surprised. People are doing that. Youngsters are doing that. And they are very honestly and very humbly, they are accepting this venture was a failure. And failure is not considered as a taboo. Right? That's a stepping stone.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think we'll move on to the next session. May I now call upon stage Mr. Tarun Pare for a workshop on digital skills from tomorrow. He is the SME Data Delivery L&T EduTech. Thank you.
PPT वहाँ पे आ जाएगी, आप स्टिकर यूज करके इजी करेंगे. Do you have your badge? Okay. Right. सेशन खत्म होने के बाद फिर आपको हाँ जैसे ठीक है. ये कंट्रोल कौन कर रहा है? ये वीडियो है क्या? नहीं, इमेज ठीक है. तो पॉज करना पड़ेगा. चल क्यों रहा है अपने आप? चल रहा है. ये ऑटोमेटिक चल, शायद पॉज करना पड़ेगा वहाँ पे. मैं ऐसे पॉज करता हूँ. पीपीटी पॉज कर दो ना. क्या नाम है? बच्चों को अंदर भेज. कहाँ है वो साइबा और नानसी मैम को बुला के एक मिनट स्टार्ट करते थे. बच्चे वॉशरूम वगैरह से बेल रीडिंग करते थे. हां बेल रीडिंग करते थे बाहर से. हां पॉज करना पड़ेगा. रिपीट पॉज पॉज करना पड़ेगा ना तो वो मुंह बताएगा।
Hello. Students, there is no break. Please be seated. पहले ये सेशन पूरा होगा, then you will get a break. Please be seated.
पीपीटी को पॉज कर दीजिए।
अगर आपने बाहर जाना भी है, let the session commence first, and उसके बाद एक-एक करके जाना. Do not go out in large numbers. Please be seated.
और पीछे करना था। मैन्युअली हो जाएगा ना।
Hello.
एनिमेशन नहीं पीपीटी है, नॉर्मल पीपीटी देखिए, पावर पॉइंट प्रेजेंटेशन आपके सामने, इस पे हाँ राइट क्लिक करो, एक मिनट, इस पे राइट क्लिक करो, राइट क्लिक करो, इसे पॉज कर दीजिए, सेकंड लास्ट, हाँ, अब इसको मैन्युअली हम लोग करेंगे, हाँ,
क्या बिजनेस है?
शुड स्टार्ट और कुछ और आने वाले
Everyone settle down quickly. ठीक है, sir, you may start. Yeah.
Sure. Very good evening, everyone, and welcome to the session that is Digital Skills of Tomorrow. If we talk about digital skills, before that, I just want to acknowledge you one thing, that all right, I think everyone is sorted now. Settle down. Students, I hope everyone knows that business depends on technology, and the technology depends on IT, right? Business depends on technology and the technology depends on IT. And IT is all about digital technology, right? So what is the digital skills through which that technologies hands-on will be there, will understand the technology and will be able to do the business. All right. So this session is not about core technical. It's a combination of both technical and non-technical. Before that, I just want to understand the nature of audience. How many of you are from non-technical background? That's great. And how many of you are from technical background? Okay. In the technical background, how many of you from BTech, non-BTech, Polytechnic? All right. So this session is for all of you to understand what digital skills are there, what we need to be understand, and how we have to be predict and work on it. All right. So what is digital skill? Anyone has any idea what is digital skill? Digital skill is the skill of using digital technology effectively, safely, and intelligently. I don't know why it's not in my control. Where is IT person? PPT is not in my control. It's continuously are moving on. Fine. So digital skill is a skill of using technology effectively, safely, and intelligently. What does it mean? How we can say that digital skill is the skill of using the technology effectively, safely, and intelligently? Any idea? All right. Soon you will get interest that what the thing we are talking about, and you are able to connect the dots that which how the digital skills make an impact on our life. Okay. So the pyramid for the digital skills is like first is digital literacy, second digital communication, third digital productivity, fourth digital intelligence, and digital leadership. Right? You know, when if we talk about 10 years before or 12 years before, talk about 12 years before, when the computer has just come to existence and when the people are doing their graduation, in their post graduation, in their resume for the technical skills, what they write? They write, I have a good hands on in MS Office, I have a good hands on in Excel, PowerPoint, and Word. Right? A decade before, the digital skills are limited to the MS Office. That is, if the person has a good hands-on in MS Word, MS PowerPoint, and Excel, it means that person is digitally sound because he can handle the digital components. Then it comes digital communication. Digital communication means earlier it was limited to do the emails. Earlier it was limited to the emails. Right now we are communicating through the WhatsApp and the collaborative form, that is Teams, Meet, or Zoom. Right? So digital collaboration was the second phase was there, which has initiated the concept of connect, communicate, and collaborate. Then it comes digital productivity. What is digital productivity? Digital productivity means how you can take the better advantage of the existing technology. Then it comes digital intelligence. What do you mean by digital intelligence? Digital intelligence means how these technologies you can use effectively to understand the future, to understand the patterns. Right? How many of you are using Instagram? All right. How many of you are using intelligently? How many of you think that how many of you will feel regret at the end of the day that I have wasted much of time on the Instagram? How many of you feel? How many of you feel headaches and all that? There is nothing productive I have received from the Instagram. Now, can you use that technology or Instagram as intelligently in your life? How? How you can use? Okay, I'll give you one hack how you can use the Instagram effectively. Okay, suppose how many of you have experienced that boys, if they go to a gym, they will get the content related to the gym, only gym. Okay, if you are a traveler, you will get the content related to the traveler only, right? Fine. So if you want to use, this is the just case study of Instagram. Apart from that, there are n number of things which you can use intelligently. Just do one thing. If you want to understand the future, that what the 10 years after 10 years what will happen or what will be you at after 10 years, do one thing. Just increase your age by 10 years on your Instagram. Getting the point? Or increase your age by 5 years on your Instagram. Then you get the content or the reels or the videos who are 5 years senior to you. Just try this hack. Just play with the algorithms. You will understand that how you can take the better advantage of the technology. Whatever the domain you are working for, whatever the thing you have planned in your career or business, just train the algorithm of all such tools 5 years ahead. You will get a similar kind of things. How many of you are getting a messages or a calls to buy a home or getting a SMS for a home loan and all? Is there anyone who is getting a message for a home loan and all? How many? Rarely. 2%, 3%. How many of you are getting a call or a message or email related to pursue some course, take admission? Why? As I told, business depends on technology and technology depends on IT. And for the business like education or the things like courses or certification courses, for that you are the right audience. Getting the point? Yes or no? So everything which has been connected is depends on how you are being targeted, how the data will be taken from you, and the things will be educated and guided. That will discuss in the coming slides. After that, once you understood, once you have played with the algorithms, once you have raised the symptoms of digital intelligence on yourself, then it comes to a digital leadership where you will understand that okay, these are the possible things which comes in our life. We have to be cautious and prepare ourselves in that domain, right? So there you will learn how to lead, innovate, and create impact. All right. Can we move the slide, next slide? So sir, can we move to the next slide? Okay, so as the till we move to the next slide, I hope the pyramid of digital era is quite clear to everyone. From digital literacy to digital communication to digital productivity, digital intelligence, and digital leadership. Is there any doubt in any of the phase of the pyramid? Any of you? All right. Uh, huh? Yeah, actually it's not in my control, so just need to change the slide. Now it's okay. Now we move to the next. Just wait for it. Okay. So when we work in the digital world, before we master the advanced technology, we have to master the fundamentals, which make us digitally confident. What does it mean? That what are the digital fundamentals means? So
is in animation, so it will take time.
Okay.
प्रेस कर रहे हो ना तो थोड़ा टाइम कंज्यूमिंग है.
अच्छा. Okay. All right. So digital foundation or the fundamentals which every person has to understand, and this is the new normal. New normal means this is the baseline which is expected that whatever the domain we are pursuing, we should have a good understanding on computer and smartphones we are using. We have to understand what type of operating systems we are using. We have to be understand the file and folder arrangements in our system for the fast access. Apart from the fast operations, we need to understand keyboard shortcuts and basic troubleshootings. If you are working for a particular organization or you have your own organization, you expect the following things from the employee. And these are the basic things which are mandatory for every graduates to be understand. Apart from that, you have to know how to install and update the softwares, applications, how to work on the word processings, basic spreadsheets, presentations, and online forms. If you talk about digital communication, how many of you have experienced that? How many of you have experienced that by using ChatGPT or a Copilot, or the GPTs like ChatGPT and Copilot has enhanced your email writing skills? How many of you think that if GPTs will not be there, like Copilot or ChatGPT will not be there, then you will write just emails in the very casual manner. But since the GPTs are there, maybe ChatGPT, Copilot, Gemini, whatever we are using, then these tools have enhanced our skills on writing a good email, writing a good content, right? So these are the normal, this become a new normal, means whenever you work for the industry or if you hire someone, you expect these things to be capability, this kind of capability with the candidate, right? Apart from that, messaging etiquettes, video conferencings, and basic presentation skills. These are the part of digital communications. If you talk about internet skills, effective web searching, browsers and search engines, evaluating online informations, and download and upload. If you talk about these four things, basic digital literacy, productivity, digital communication, and internet skill, these are the baselines. Like right now, how many of you are facing struggle to English with grammars and all? Is there anyone? I think rare, very rare. Apart from that, everyone knows how to use grammar in our conversations. Similarly, when we talk about the digital technologies, these are the skills which are become new normal and used by everyone. Now, what the thing which we have to take care for the upcoming skills? That is, what are the digital skills which we need to understand for the tomorrow? So, to understand about digital skills, we have to understand the four basic component of digital technology. What are those components? First one is text component. What is second one? Images. Third one, audio. And fourth one is video. Now, why I've said all these 4 components: text, image, audio, and video. Only these are the components which are available on digital technology. You have a content either in the form of image, either text, either in the form of audio, or in the form of video. Okay. Apart from that, how many of you get a fragrance from the mails or the products, fragrance based products through internet? Are you getting? No. If you see the food products on the Zomato, how many of you are getting the taste? No. Means apart from fragrance and taste, we'll get a visuals, audio, video, text, and images. So if we have a good understanding about these formats, we will be quite good in understanding we will be good in having a digital skill. Now, audio and video. Earlier, if you talk about text, whenever the persons write a content, there may be a chances that people will do the copyright, or there may be a chance that people use plagiarism contents or rewrite the contents with their name. Now, you all know that morphing skills are there. People have some morphing skills. They morph the faces, images. Audio clonings are there. Your audios can be cloned. So if you have that kind of digital literacy, you understand, then this prevention from the drawbacks of digital technology is again a kind of digital skill. Digital literacy is again a part of digital skill. The more you literate, the more it's considered as a skilled person. Skills are not about the programming and development of applications. Okay, can we have next slide? These are the 4 common things like coding fundamentals, advanced productivity tools, cybersecurity basics, and collaboration platforms. These are the tools now become normal for every person. Earlier, programming's advanced productivity tools, these are limited to the technical persons, but for the non-technical persons also, there is a requirement, or there is a need that we have to understand how machines work. We have to understand how machines get command. Why? Because earlier, only technical persons are using computers. Only technical persons are taking the access of internet and all. But now, technical and non-technical, both the background domain of persons are very frequently using the technology. So, since domains are decided from 12th onwards or 10th onwards, whether you have to go for technical or non-technical, but how to develop this digital skills to the students, UGC and AICT have approached to the NCERT to teach these basic fundamentals to the students who are from 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th classes from as of now. Because this is the need that whether you are from technical domain or non-technical domain, you have to have good perspective about the digital technology. Apart from that, can we move to the next slide? The tremendous and a changing thing comes, that is AI. What do you think? What is AI? I just want to understand your opinion, your all opinion. What do you understand by AI? Artificial intelligence, that is a full form. What is AI? Anyone want to share the opinion, what they understand about AI? Problem solver, good. And?
Sir, machine's ability to think anything.
Machine's ability to think anything and make life easier and perform the task. Okay. Anything else? Any other opinion in your mind?
Sir, AI is basically the machine learning tool which helps to make the task easier.
Machine learning tools which makes the task easier. Okay. Anything else? Anything other thing apart from the things which we have discussed? See, the more the opinions come, the more clarity we'll understand. Right now, whatever you have said, these are almost correct. But what's actually AI? How the AI works? What is AI? If you will have that kind of clarity, you'll understand that, okay, this is the AI and we have made the hype of the AI. That AI is there, AI is there. Okay, so before we understand what is AI, can we move to the next slide? Just before that, previous to this. Previous to this. Okay. Before we talk about artificial intelligence, what do you understand by the term intelligence? What do you understand by the term intelligence? Some having a lot of information. I'll revise my question. Did you find any intelligent person in your till life? Or did you find anything which made a particular person intelligent? I know this is the last session, and since from the day you are becoming a good listener, so quite exhausted and all, but try to understand and gain the new things if you are not familiar with the things. Okay, so in your life you have seen multiple persons. Some persons become, you have identified that, yeah, this person is an intelligent person. So what kind of things made that person as an intelligent person? Huh? He, the one who knows everything, sensible, cooperative, and adaptation. Okay, and what are the other things for the intelligent person? Any other opinion? Perform well, yeah, last. Keeps on learning from previous experience. Okay, any other opinion? High IQ. Okay, any other thing which makes a particular person intelligent?
How he uses the information available with him.
Okay, that's great. How it uses the informations
available with
him. Apart from that, okay, so whatever you have said, my next question is the kid of 3 years an intelligent person? Yes. Yes or no? Yes. Does the truck driver is the intelligent person? Yes. Means within a couple of seconds he decides when to move right, when to move left, when to take over, when to do overtake, when to take what kind of decisions. Getting the point? Why we says why the kid is showing some characteristics of intelligence? Because he know what to do when. So persons know where correlation with his knowledge. Okay, if a person take a right decision at a right time, whatever, it is not about a student or a learner, maybe a driver, you, even all the human beings, we all are intelligent because somehow we take the decisions. Okay, and this decision making is a kind of characteristics. What is the intelligence? It is a kind of feature or a characteristic to take the decision at a right time. When we take a right decision at a right time, we call as an intelligent person. The similar kind of things we need to be developed on the machines. Getting the point? So that on the behalf of human, machines will take a right decision at a right time. For example, when you get inside the room, lights will automatically turn on. When you move out, it will turn off. So on the behalf of the human, machine has taken the decision. Getting the point? So if a machines take a decision on the behalf of human, we call that machine as a AI based machine. Getting the point? So what is intelligence? Intelligence is a feature. What is intelligence? Intelligence is a feature. Similarly, what is AI? AI is again a feature. artificial intelligence. So if someone asks what is AI, simply say AI is a feature. What is AI? AI is a feature. So whenever we talk about AI, it's other side of the coin, other term will automatically come, that is machine learning. How many of you have heard this machine learning? AI and machine learning, everyone. So what is machine learning? What is machine learning? टाइम के साथ मशीन की लर्निंग इंक्रीज होती जाती है, राइट? व्हाट इज मशीन लर्निंग? ओके, हाउ ह्यूमन लर्न्स? Through observations. Okay, this is not about the technical, but this is generalized understanding which we have to be. Okay, so if we talk about AI, we always talk about machine learning, and machine learning is totally from human, that how human learns. Human learns in the two ways, either under some supervision or unsupervision. Means either under some supervision, maybe in the form of under some mentors, by some books, by some videos, under some supervision. When person learns, we call it supervise, and when the person learn from experience, we call it unsupervised. Okay, so there are two types of learnings, supervised and unsupervised. The same approach were developed on a machines, so that machines will learn by someone through a data set, and after that they learn from their own experience. Like initially Instagram take inputs from you, your interest. The more the content you make interested, it will supervise based on the experience it understand and share the similar kind of content. Getting the point? So AI is a, what is AI? AI is a feature, and machine learning is a technique to develop those feature. Is that clear? AI is a feature and machine learning is a technique to develop those features. May I move to the next slide? Can we move to the next? Okay, now how we learn? How we learn? By supervision or by experience. Now tell me, to learn anything, we need to get some input. What are the sources of input for the brain? What are they? Eyes, sense organs, eyes, ears, nose, and skin. Eyes, ear, nose, tongue, and skin. They are the 5 sense organ. From sense organ, the word has been derived, that is called sensor. Sense organ, sensor, S-E-N-S-E. So from that S-E-N-S and from organ O-R has been derived, and it becomes sensor. Okay, so through sensors, what device do? They take the input. Like how we capture the images, the same will be captured by cameras. How we listen through ears, the same will be done by the microphone. How we smell, the same. There are some sensors which have a capability to smell. There are some sensors which are have capability to do the test. Getting the point? So whatever the data which we take and give to the brain, first we take the data, we process and do the decision. Similarly, the coming technologies, whatever we are using, which are AI enabled, which are having a feature of AI, they are doing the same approach. They take the data, they convert it into information, they convert the information into a knowledge, and it then process. May I know the difference between data, information, and knowledge? What is data, what is information, and what is knowledge? Anyone? Data is numerical. Okay. Apart from that, then what is information? What is information and what is knowledge?
Data is basically a raw data, and information is what we get from that data.
Okay, and what is knowledge?
Knowledge is how we use that information.
How we use that information. All the raw fact and figures are data. All the raw facts and figures are data. From the same raw facts and figure, if we form some insight, forming an insight is called information. Okay, from that data, if some insights will be there, that is called information. Then what is the knowledge? How many of you take the decision based on information? How many of you are taking a decision based on information? No one. You are taking a decision based on the knowledge. So when the same information is become such capable that we can take a decision from it, that information becomes the knowledge. Okay, why we are correlating all such things? Because data, information, knowledge, they are majorly impact with the 4 components, that is text, image, audio, video. Getting the point? And all these digital components totally rely on digital skills. If we have very well understanding about the data, informations, how these datas are used, how the informations are used, how the knowledges are taken care, then we have a very great idea that either we are using the technology or technology is using us. Okay, before we move further, can you tell me which is the biggest, just back, which is the biggest advertising agency? Which is the biggest advertising agency? Google, right? What is the major product of Google? What is the major product of Google? Browser, Chrome, okay. Search engine, okay. And what is the major product of Google? Mobile phone, the Google phone, okay. And apart from that, what is the major product of Google? Gemini. Neither Chrome, nor Gmail, nor YouTube, nor Gemini, nor server, not Google Map, not Alphabet is a company. Google is the major product of Google. Data? Data what? Data is the data source, no. Cloud storage, no. Google Drive, no. What is the major product of Google?
Google search. Google
Information.
search.
Major product, not Google search. Google Ads, no. What is the major product of Google? Apart from Apple user, how many of you are Android user? And what is the Android? Operating system?
Software, operating system.
Who is the whole sole owner of Android operating system?
Google.
Google, right?
वो बनाया उसने.
So your Android is the product of Google. What is the only gateway of installing the application on an Android? Play Store. Now, whatever you think, whatever the applications in your mobile right now you are using, of whatever company, even Microsoft's companies or Meta company, whatever the companies applications you are using on your Android, by default it has all the data. It takes your data. Getting the point? Whether you aware or not, they have a data, raw data, not actual data, just to keep take care of the privacy and all. They are not using your actual data, but they are using the raw data. Okay, getting the point? Like from here, there are this is the combination of multiple domain students are there. This is the raw data, right? So what kind of audience here, what kind of knowledge they have, what kind of things they are understanding. So these are the raw data on which certain decisions are taken. Similarly, Google have a raw data which they are continuously collecting from your devices. Getting the point? And earlier it was very typical to identify the targeted audience. Earlier, it was very challenging to identify the targeted audience. So earlier, advertisements are in the form of newspaper and mobile phones, newspaper and televisions. But now, each and every person's become a targeted, and they can identify that this person has what kind of scrolling or internet surfing characteristics, and based on that they put the right advertisements. And how do they do this? Based on the data. Okay, so coming, all the technologies in the future are just the way to get the data from the individuals. Getting the point? Yes or no? So if we have to understand, and if we have to develop the digital skills, we have to understand how and what kind of data we need to be share. Getting the point? Is that clear? Okay, fine. Next slide. Then I'll come to the question. Right now, the major things which you can, the major changes which you can see in next few years, that is application development. From those application development, the AI integration, AI integrations to the big data, then version control and cloud computing. So these are the major digital skills or domains which every person should have to know, whether they are from technical background or non-technical background. Because right now, how many of you feel very uncomfortable or anxious when your mobile phone is not with you? How many of you believe that mobile phones are become an integral organ of the body? Right? Yes or no? If mobile phone is not nearby you, your breath will get unstructured. Getting the point? So as mobile phone has become an integral organ of our body, we have to be cautious and we have to be quite skilled in digital technology, so that we can understand whether technology runs us or we are using the technology. Okay, there is a term we have used called big data. What is big data? Is there anyone who has heard this word big data? Is there anyone who can tell me what is big data? Any idea? Complex version of data. Okay. Any other opinion? Large clusters of data. Okay. Any other opinion on big data? It requires to be maybe in the form of tables. Okay. Apart from that, okay, I'll give you the idea. Big data is the data having three basic V properties. V properties means the data which comes with huge volume, high velocity and wide variety. Velocity, variety and volume. When the data comes with volume, velocity and variety, we call such data as a big data. For example, do you know how many people have downloaded Flipkart? How many people have downloaded Flipkart? Not in this hall, but across through the Play Store. Can anyone take a fact or figure that how many people have downloaded Flipkart? 100 millions. How many people? How many persons have downloaded? 100 millions. Let me take a figure as a 5 crore people have downloaded. Okay, more than 5 crore people have downloaded the Flipkart, but we have taken the raw figure as a 5 crore people have downloaded. In 24 hours, every minute, every second, some persons are there on the Flipkart. Means even at the night 3 a.m. some persons are awake and they are using Flipkart. At the morning 4 a.m. in the 5:30 a.m. and in the whole daytime, some of the persons are using Flipkart. From any part of the country, any state of the country, multiple age group of peoples are using. multiple age group of people are using Flipkart with different kinds or different variety of products they are looking for. Different gender the persons are looking, different age the persons are looking. So what is this? Here, wide variety of data logs are continuously generating. Wide variety with high velocity the data is generating. Continuously logs are generating. With high volume the data is generating. Right? So when the data generates with high velocity, huge volume and wide variety, we call it as a big data. And we all are continuously generating the data. So there are someone who are continuously working on that and identifying the targeted audience. How many of you have experienced that whatever the products you search on a Flipkart or Amazon, within a couple of minutes it comes to your Instagram or YouTube feeds? Almost you all have experienced. Why so? Because there are AI integrations are there with the application who have the cross sellings or who have a cross integrations. Like if the product has been advertised by someone XYZ company on a Flipkart, then Google's responsibility to reflect on the Instagram. Getting the point? Because ultimately which is the core industry there, that is Google, who is taking care of all your data and all. So first, applications, develop the applications. Application development is not only mobile applications or laptop. Whatever the wearables we are digital watches and things we are weared, that are also a source of input for the data. You have a smart TVs. In your car, smart dashboards are there. The more the smart technologies you will use, the more you are giving the data to the system. The more you give the data, the less you realize that decisions are taken by you. Decisions are totally taken by the advertising agencies, business persons. So how to understand, how to take reaction, how to act, whether the things are need or not, these all are a part of digital skills. And as the eras continuously moves on, such challenges will continuously raise. Getting the point? So there the importance of digital understanding or digital skills are continuously in demand, that every people should learn and understand that how the digital technologies will impact in one's life. Okay, what is version control? Version control means the input from one form, means if any kind of data has been raised from your watch, digital watch, that will be transformed to the system. If you don't have any mobile phone or digital apart from your digital watch, if nothing is nearby you, then whatever the inputs taken by digital watch, that will be go into the server, and they will give the similar kind of recommend similar kind of products through your or through your Instagram or Facebook or the YouTubes and all. So there we need to understand how the version control works. And at last, all the things require some central repository, and that central repository comes under the cloud. What is cloud computing? Cloud computing is not the storage. Storage is all about servers where the data save. But when data save and apart from that data become operational, where we perform the operations on the data, that environment is called cloud environment. Okay. So all these things, application development, AI integration, big data, version control and cloud computing, these all become a combination of digital skill which every individual need to understand, irrespective whatever the domains you have. 5 years before or 7 years before, if a person is pursuing BTech, BCA, BSc, BCom, home science, even doctorate, MBBS or arts or whatever the courses, basic computer course was mandatory to all. If you see the 10 years, 12 years before, in each and every course, basic computer was there. Similar to that, digital skills based courses are there which are introduced nowadays, and it become mandatory that whatever the domain you have to study and you have to update with the digital skills. Not with you have to develop the application. Not only you have to neither you have to develop the application, nor you have to integrate the AI, nor you have to work on the big data, nor you have to work on the version control, nor you have to work on the cloud computing, but you should know how the things work. Like everyone know how to work on MS Office, everyone know how to work on MS Word, how everyone know how to work on MS Excel, Access, all such things. So 10 years before, a decade before, working on MS Office was the normal, but now all knowledge of all such things become a new normal, and you have to be good hands-on or good understanding on all such things. All right. Okay, next slide. So future in the technology isn't about getting the qualification. Future in the technology is not about getting the qualification. It's about continuously developing the ability to solve the problem. Is that clear? Is that clear to everyone? Fine. Next. So that's all from my end. Now, if you have any question from your side, I would like to take the input or questions from your side. Next 20 minutes are I have taken a buffer to take your questions. So if there are any questions, is there any question from the audience to understand or any idea?
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you raise the hand? All right.
Sir, what kind of AI courses are important nowadays कि वो बच्चों को करने चाहिए जिससे उसे का जो फ्यूचर है वो बहुत ज़्यादा मतलब हेल्प आए उसके फ्यूचर में.
Very good question, and I was expecting such question that हम कौन सा AI कोर्स कर सकें. Students, we need to understand one thing. Before we do any AI course, हमें ये समझना है कि for our livelihood or for our career, which domain we have opted, what are the domain of our choice. Do we want to work in the IT industry? Do we want to work in the hotel management? Do we want to work in the healthcare industry? Do we want to work in the sports industry? What kind of industry we are preparing ourselves? Getting the point? What industry we are going to getting ready? Like, may I know what kind of industry you are targeting to make career?
ज़्यादातर जो बड़ी बड़ी MNC कंपनीज हैं, लाइक मुझको बहुत हाई लेवल पे जाना है, ऐसा मेरा सपना तो है पर.
हाँ, ठीक है. अब बहुत सारी MNC कंपनीज हैं जो हेल्थ केयर में भी काम करती हैं. फार्मा इंडस्ट्रीज आर देयर. बहुत सारी स्पोर्ट्स इंडस्ट्रीज हैं जो MNC हैं. बहुत सारी IT इंडस्ट्रीज हैं. तो देयर आर n number of industries. Now we have to understand for which industry we are preparing ourselves. Getting the point? Now, based on that industry, we have to identify the tools. Is that clear? It's not specific like we have to, with this AI tool, we can work. If there are people who love to play with the data, they are good in data analytics, then they can opt the industries where data plays significant role. Similar to that, we have to identify the industry, that which industry we are working for and which industry we have to work in next 3 years, 5 years. Any other question? Any other question from anyone? Any other question? the more the questions you will ask, the more the clarity you will get. Okay, not in this session, but whenever you are attending any session or you are attending any classes, as much questions you will ask, the more the clarity you will get. Okay, fine. So can we end up?
Okay, thank you so much,
Okay,
sir.
thank you for this.
Thank you. Please be seated. So, as you know, there was a future tech challenge that was going on for 2 days. There was training. So, the BRICS Secretariat, FICCI is the chair for the BRICS this year, for your information, guys. So, we had a team from Russia which had traveled. On day one, they had trained some delegates, and today, the entire day, there were 2 competitions that were being held. So in a short while, the team will come. They will announce the winners. So I request you to be, seated till the winners are announced. Yeah.
वो हॉस्पिटैलिटी वाला कौन है? हटवा देते हैं ना सब पानी पुनी। जितेंद्र को बोल दो हटाने के लिए। तो अमित लो चेयर कम करवाएंगे। वही मैं कह रहा हूँ कर नीचे दे दो उससे अच्छा होगा। दे दूँगा। फिक्की छुपा दो। अरे फिक्की तो
हेलो हेलो
तो फिर यहाँ पे कोई बोलेगा नहीं ना।
हेलो
आप उसको लेफ्ट साइड में कर दो स्क्रीन की तरफ। थोड़ा और कर दो ना। लगा हुआ है ना। हाँ थोड़ा बीच में कर दो। ये इसके साथ कर दो।
आवाज लो।
मेरे को इतना वाइड नहीं है पूरा दोनों स्क्रीन स्पीकर की यहाँ से स्पीकर की अगर जो ऑटो होगा तो ऑटो फोटो नहीं आएगी फोटो बैक
Yeah. Hello. Hello. Hello.
इनको बोल दो
Hello. Well,
We will start in another 5 minutes. The awards will be presented in 5 minutes. Please be seated.
अगर देनी हो तो उनको पहले देनी पड़ेगी.
बुकलेस पता नहीं इसलिए हो गया था क्योंकि वो क्या नाम था, बंद हो गया. 1 घंटे का मेहनत बर्बाद, तभी से बंद हो जाता है. पैसे नहीं मिलेगा तो उसको.
You want to let the
have the winners announcement in a minute. Please sit down, everyone. Don't move out of the class. We'll announce the winners in 2 minutes. Please, everyone be seated.
आवाज ही नहीं जा रही.
Ready? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Radnikov Pavel. I'm a Deputy Director of International Department of Skills Development Agency, Russia. Dear colleagues, experts, competitors, partners, and guests. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to the closing ceremony of the BRICS High-Tech Future Skills Competition in India. Today, we are bringing to a close a competition that brought together talented professionals and participants in the field of future skills. During the Indian chapter, the competition featured two skills, cybersecurity skill and mechanical engineering CAD. 5 teams participated in the cybersecurity competition, while 10 competitors took part in mechanical engineering CAD. Over the course of the competition, the participants demonstrated not only their technical knowledges, but also their ability to work under competitive conditions, solve practical challenges, and apply their professional skills. I would like to congratulate every participant. Taking part in the international competition of this level is ready and achievement. Cybersecurity skill. And now we move to the first award category, cybersecurity. The results have been determined based on the absolute ranking. Let us recognize the winner of the cybersecurity skill. And the first place in the cybersecurity skills goes to Dubey Shanshak. Congratulations, everybody, congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our winner a big round of applause.
Can we have Dr. Rajesh to present the certificate to the winner? Where are the winners?
I don't see him.
He's here.
Please come to us. So thank you, colleagues. Thank you. Let's go to the next. Dear colleagues, next skill is mechanical engineering CAD. The competition brought together 10 competitors who demonstrated their professional knowledges and technical skills. Let us now announce the medalists is also in absolute ranking. We begin with the third place. The bronze medal goes to Kumar Vikas. Please come to us, come to the stage, and receive our award and the certificate. And now, the second place. The silver medal goes to Singh Parth. Congratulations. And please come to the stage to receive your award. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment we have all been waiting for. The first place in mechanical engineering CAD, and the gold medal go to Kalihal Sidharutha. Congratulations. So please take your seats. This is our final. And next slide, we have another one slide. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have celebrated not only the winners, but all the competitors who took part in the competition. Your skills, dedication, and willingness to compete are an important contribution to the development of future skills and international professional cooperation. I would also like to express our congratulations to FICCI, and I just want to say thanks for helping in organization of this competition and development of the international cooperation in the field of future skills. Your support has helped bring together experts, competitors, educational institutes, and industry representatives. We highly appreciate our partnership with FICCI and look forward to strengthening and creating new opportunities for the cooperation in future international skill activities. To all competitors, thank you all for your hard work. To all experts and organizers, thank you for your professionalism. And to our partners, very big thanks for your supporting. And once again, congratulations to all winners and participants. Thank you, and I wish you every success in your future professional career. So the BRICS Future Skills competition in India is officially closed. Thanks for everybody.
So on behalf of the team, they would also like to, acknowledge the hard work of two more people who had devoted their time over the 2 days. So may I invite Mr. Jeevan Sharma to, kindly come on stage to collect the certificate and the award, please. Jeevan Sharma from Directorate of Training and Technical Education. Do we have him in the hall? No. I think then may I call upon Dr. Dharmender Singh Saini from OP Jindal University. Round of applause, everyone, please. Vote of thanks. May I now call upon Dr. Rajesh Pankaj, Head Skills and Education, to conclude the summit and give a vote of thanks.
Thank you, Amit. Thank you all. It's been 2 days of very enriching deliberation, discussion, activities, workshops, hand-holding exercise, awards, and of course we conclude with the winners of this high-tech India-Russia BRICS challenge that we had. I mean, we are very happy to see a sizable and a strong participation of students from across colleges and institutions, because end of the day, skill is all for the student, which is the ultimate target group. So as FICCI, we've been very consciously working around trying to ensure that we get students' participation for everything that we do. So if you see right from day one, from inaugural to the workshops that we had today, student occupied a conspicuous position. We had instructors, we had other important stakeholders of skill ecosystem also present, but student is something that we feel is very critical. The voice of student, the way you look at your career, the way you look at work life, all that is very important for policy making, for policy advising, for any initiative that one does. And therefore we felt that it's very, very important that we should have you all there, and so happy to see the enthusiasm with which you all participated. I mean, few of you, some of you may have come in the past also, but for many others, I was briefly interacting with a couple of them, and I found that it's the first interaction that you all have had in an organization like FICCI. So all these interactions really help you to build your career going forward. Make the maximum of the reform, the changes that is happening in the ecosystem. The government is focusing big time to bring about reform in skilling. Government is focusing so much, and so is industry and industry association like FICCI. So make the maximum of it. I mean, it's very rare to have a competition of this scale level. Just to give an example, so there are various strands that we tried incorporating it for you all so that you have some effective and strong takeaways. So very exciting time. As I said, try and optimize the changes, the reform that's happening, and grow up the ladder. FICCI will always stand committed. FICCI will always be there to ensure that this dialogue, discussion, engagement with students, stakeholders continue, and not just continue, it also goes higher up the order, augments, and that's the idea. We are also supposed to take student voice to a government of a various forums. So all these engagements is also important for us, because with formal, informal interactions that we all have with you all also gives a lot of insights for us to put it in our head notes, scratch notes, which many a times helps us to reflect in meetings where government expects us to kind of share the students' perspective. So all that is also important for FICCI and not just for you. So I think it's a good way to develop a strong symbiotic and a sustained engagement with students under an aegis of an industry association body like FICCI. So we'll keep continuing, we'll keep striving hard on this to ensure that we keep engaging you in various ways and means, so that we're able to not just have your voice in the center stage for all that we do, but also to ensure that whatever we do or whatever government does is done in a right way, because FICCI's core work or core KRA, so to say, is to advise government, is to do advocacy with government stakeholders, and we would not be able to do appropriate advocacy till the time we don't have a right insight or the right worldview of how you all look at work life. So such engagements do help us also It not only excites you all, but also helps us to build a right perspective so that anything and everything that is done under the umbrella, under the aegis of reform, anything and everything that is done under the umbrella of policy reform is done well. So again, wish you all the best in your career. Our guests from Russia, thank you so much for coming over. I mean, I could recollect those messages in WhatsApp group that you all had created, and the specifications that you had. It only highlighted the seriousness and the approach that you had in mind for a competition like this. 2 days of good, effective competition. Thank you all again for coming over and getting this competition done. You know, and as I said, that this journey continues, this engagement continues. So we look forward to having you again in our subsequent engagements. Thank you.
Kashi.